morning, Peter. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. You're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Nuvi. It's Peter from the clerk's office. We're just going to test your audio, so we just unmuted your mic. And good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Can hear you perfectly. That's great. So when we get to your delegation, we'll bring you in, and then you can turn on your video at that point in time.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Peter. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Councillor Willens. Yes, you're coming through loud and clear. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, Peter. It's Ed Fagan. Just wondering, checking my mic.
Good morning, Ed. Yes, you're coming through loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Singh. It is now 9:30. I do see a quorum present. We'll confirm that through the roll call, and you can start whenever you wish.
Thank you, Peter, and we will get started. We have a robust agenda today. So good morning and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Dillon.
Present.
Councillor Fortini.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros, I'll come back to. I don't see in the session at the moment. Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Councillor Paleshi.
Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Councillor Willens.
I'm here, Peter.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Visante.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Mayor Brown is present. And Chair Singh is present. Councillor Medeiros.
Here, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, all 10 members of committee and the mayor are present.
Thank you, Peter. Now our next item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add business items to today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. First, we have Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add two items today. One is a discussion item on an Indigenous flag at Memorial Arena. And the second item is just a comment about closing of Peel Ice and Fuel over the past weekend.
Sorry, closing of what? Could you just repeat that?
Certainly, Peel Ice and Fuel, a century-old business in Brampton.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, the first item proposed by Councillor Bowman on Indigenous flag and Memorial Arena would be identified as 10.3.2 as a discussion item. And the second item from Councillor Bowman regarding the closure of Peel Ice and Fuel would be under Economic Development as proposed item 12.3.1.
and 12.3.1, did you say? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, next we have, wow, a lot of additions. Okay. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add a discussion item regarding an update on the National Childcare Strategy and implications for Brampton, as well as a delegation from our local MP, Sonia Sidhu of Brampton South, on that topic. And just one more discussion item in regards to the Nelson Street Drop-In Center and the Homeless Health Peel in regard to delegation item number 6.5.
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Santos's first item, adding a discussion item on the update on the National Childcare Strategy and implications for Brampton, would be identified as discussion item 8.3.1. The related added delegation from Member of Parliament Sonia Sidhu regarding this item would be identified as delegation 6.9. And finally, the additional discussion item proposed from Councillor Santos regarding Nelson Street Drop-In Center and Homeless Health Peel, I believe it's in regards to delegation item 6.5 on today's agenda, would be identified as item 10.3.3.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dillon.
I'd like to add an agenda item on Bloomsbury Park and potential walking path.
Mr. Chair, could Councillor Dillon repeat the park name? I didn't get that, sorry.
It's Bloomsbury Park. It's written correctly there.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that would be proposed item under Community Services 10.3.4.
Okay, next we have Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add a discussion item on the seniors tax rebate, and also connected to that a discussion with regards to the printing of old tax bills.
So, Mr. Chair, that would be under Corporate Services, proposed discussion item regarding seniors tax rebate and printing of tax bills as item 8.3.2. Excuse me, 8.3.2.
Right. Yeah, just walk in.
Thank you.
Councillor Dillon, I think your mic's on. Okay, Mayor Brown.
To Councillor Singh, I have a request from the National Council of Canadian Muslims for an item on Islamophobia, which I believe Councillor Fortini and myself will put forward. And the draft of their wording has been sent to the clerk's office.
So through you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Brown is proposing to add an item on the National Council of Canadian Muslims Municipal Recommendations on Islamophobia, and that would be proposed item 8.3.3.
Okay, and Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini, we can't hear you unless something's wrong with my mic. Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Councillor Fortini, we cannot hear you. Your mic is muted, or appears to be muted.
Me now?
Yes, I
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to mute the button one word. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add a discussion on the recreation center down at Balmoral. I want an update from staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, that would be under Community Services. As a discussion item, it would be added item 10.3.5.
Okay, and lastly, I see Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. To the clerk, there was a number of correspondence sent in to add to the public record regarding fireworks. Just wanted to confirm that those were received and if they do need to be added to the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so item 11.4.1 on the revised published agenda includes, I think, two pieces of correspondence from various residents regarding fireworks, which is a discussion item identified as item 11.3.2 on today's agenda. We have since received an additional 5 pieces of correspondence. Those will be distributed or published with the revised agenda after the consent motion is considered for committee's consideration with that discussion item. I would also just like to point out some other clerk's updates is we do have a delegation that will be identified as 6.8, a video delegation from Lisa Stokes, member Bike Brampton, and this is in regards to the discussion item 9.3.3 on today's agenda, which is a discussion item on bike lanes on Charolais Boulevard. And finally, in regards to Delegation 6.5 on today's agenda, Homeless Health Peel Opportunities from Amit Singh. We did receive last evening the slide presentation from the delegate, and that will be distributed to members of committee this morning after the consent motion is considered.
Okay. Seeing no other additions or any other requests, we have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to approve the agenda. Instead of seeking a recorded vote for this item, I will ask, is anyone opposed to the motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will note for the minute meetings. Consent committee, as part of our new consent motion process, the clerk will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted for approval. Any of the agenda items will not be subject to the consent motion approval. Announcements, delegations, presentations, added new business, member discussion items, member question period, public question period. The clerk will start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. I pass it on to you.
So, Mr. Chair, members of committee, I'll go through the list of items. The first is a report 8.2.1, a staff report regarding mental health benefits. This is a referred matters item.
A hold, please.
That's a hold from Councillor Bowman. The next is report 8.2.2, a staff report regarding the 2022 interim tax levy.
Please hold, Councillor Vicente.
That's held by Councillor Vicente. The next is report 8.2.3, a staff report regarding public art strategy and interim framework.
Hold, please.
That's Councillor Willens holding. The next item, 8.2.4, was a staff report on municipal public art conservation update. There is delegation 6.3 on that item, so that's held down. Item 8.2.5, a staff report regarding COVID-19 recovery fund for artists update. That is held for delegation 6.7 on today's agenda. The next report is 8.2.6, a staff report regarding a budget amendment and request to begin procurement for an applicant tracking system for a 5-year period.
Hold, please. Councillor Bowman.
It's Councillor Bowman. The next item is 8.2.7, a staff report regarding Marquee Festivals and Events Program 2022. That item will be considered for the consent motion. The next is, correspondence 8.4.1, correspondence from David Arbuckle, Executive Director of AMCTO, regarding City Councillor Harkirat Singh's graduation from AMCTO's Executive Diploma in Municipal Management. That item will be considered for the consent motion for receipt. The next is report 9.2.1, a staff report regarding all-way stop review, Tango Road and Cultivar Road in Ward 10. That will be considered for the consent motion. The next is staff report 9.2.2 regarding an all-way stop review, Adirondack Crescent and Eagle Ridge Drive, Ward 10. That will be considered for consent. The next is report 9.2.3, initiation of a subdivision, Assumption, West End Developments, Register Plan 43M 2040, west of Credit View Road, south of Mayfield Road in Ward 6. That will be considered for the consent motion. Next is report 9.2.4, a staff report regarding Peel Residential Energy Program, Program Design Study, FCM Green Municipal Fund Agreement.
Roll, please.
That's held by Councillor Willens. Next is report 9.2.5, a staff report to begin procurement for physical security services at various City of Brampton locations for a 3-year period.
Hold, please.
Was that Councillor
Alessi.
Blushy? Thank you. Next is report 9.2.6, a staff report, request to begin procurement, hiring a general contractor for parking garage rehabilitation at Brampton City Hall. That item will be considered as part of the consent motion. Next is report 9.2.7, request to begin procurement, hiring of general contractors for construction of the new Victoria Park Arena and Sports Hall of Fame and the addition and renovation of Chris Gibson Recreation Center. That item will be considered with the consent motion. Item 9.2.8, a staff report regarding the Downtown Transit Hub project and update. That item will be considered for the consent motion. Next is minutes, item 9.3.1 from the Environment Advisory Committee meeting of November 2nd. That will be considered with the consent motion. Next is item 9.3.2, minutes from the Brampton School Traffic Safety Advisory Committee of November 4th. That will be held for, that will be considered with the consent motion. The next item is 9.3.3, a discussion item at the request of Councilor Medeiros. That item is held regarding bike lanes on Charolais Boulevard for a delegation, 6.8. The next item is 9.3.4. That's a discussion item held by Councilor Medeiros regarding speed bumps. That's held for discussion under Council's rules. 9.3.5, discussion item from Councilor Medeiros regarding facility management plan update is held for discussion. 10.2.1, a staff report regarding an amendment to the cemetery bylaw 83-2016.
Hold, please.
That's Councilor Paleshi.
Councillor Willens.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. The next item is a discussion item 10.3.1 from Councilor Medeiros regarding recreational facilities in wards 3 and 4. That's held as a discussion item. The next report is 11.2.1, a staff report regarding new statutory officials bylaw to replace municipal officials bylaw 84/2008.
Hold, please.
Councilor Bowman.
Yep.
The next item is 11.2.2, a staff report regarding the 2022 municipal election updates to the use of corporate resources policy.
Hold.
Is that Councilor Bowman?
Mayor Brown.
Oh, Mayor Brown, thank you. The next item is 11.2.3, a staff report regarding the 2022 municipal election voting methods. That item will be considered with the consent motion. The next is item 11.2.4, a staff report regarding the 2022 municipal election administrative matters. That item will be considered with the consent motion. Next is 11.2.5, a staff report, annual report on the access to information and privacy and protection of privacy program for 2020.
Hold, please.
That's
Councillor Bowman.
Councillor Bowman, thank you. Next item is 11.3.1, minutes of the Vehicle for Hire Advisory Committee meeting of November 9th. That item will be considered as part of the consent motion. Next is 11.3.2, a discussion item from Councilor Medeiros and Councilor Bowman regarding fireworks. That's held for discussion, as well as there is additional correspondence. 11.3.3 is another discussion item at the request of Councilor Williams regarding bulk waste and property standards, held for discussion. 11.4.1 is various correspondence from Brampton residents regarding item 11.3.2 on fireworks. So those will be considered together. The next three items, 12.1, .1, .2, and .3 are staff presentations, so they're held for staff presentations. The first is in regard to Brampton's virtual FDI mission to the USA. The second is in regard to economic impact of COVID-19, City of Brampton analysis, and the third is the Math Through Music DJ Preneurship Conference. So those three items are held as they are staff presentations. Finally, in regards to closed session business on today's agenda, the first item is 15.1, an open meeting exception under section 239 2C and K of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality. That item will be considered for the consent motion. There is a public resolution or motion that will be considered as part of that at the appropriate time in the agenda. The last item is 15.2, an open meeting exception under section 239(2)(c) and J of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, excuse me, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board.
Hold, please.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, that concludes the review for the consent motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Will we get that emailed out? Because there was a lot of additions. I lost track, and a lot of things in consent. And
Mr. Chair, it will be emailed out to committee in due course after we've made the updates. There's been a lot of additions to this agenda,
yes,
and a lot of information to sort through.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Dillon.
Yeah.
Sorry, I put something in the chat. I put the name wrong. It's the park is on Bloomsbury Avenue, but it's called James and Margaret McGee Park.
Thank you. Okay, no problem. We'll get that changed. Good call. We hadn't approved it yet, so change it.
Sorry, it's MCGIE. On Bloomsbury Avenue, yeah.
Okay. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to approve the consent motion.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I had a question before consent on there before Councillor Dillon, actually.
Okay, sorry about that. Yep.
Peter, I think I may have the reports wrong. On the first item I held, I believe that one I wanted held was the one that has to do with the deterioration of the public art displays. Is that the one that Mr. Verschuren is delegating on?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So Henry Verschuren is delegating on 8.2.4, a staff report on the municipal public art conservation update, and you held the preceding item, which was 8.2.3, a staff report on the public art strategy and interim framework.
I think I'm the second one, and that's the one where it's the state of the public art. It has to do with the statue engaged park.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if that's your intent, Councillor Willens, I think your interest then is in item 8.2.4, which is held for the delegation from Henry Verschuren. And
that's the one. That's the one. Not the first one I held. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you.
Okay, so you're releasing your hold on 8.2.3, which is the public art strategy and interim framework. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions before? Okay, I don't see any. I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the consent motion as per our trial period agreed to by council. The consent motion will be subject to a recorded vote. I pass it on to you, clerk. Okay.
Members of committee, all in favor of or opposed to the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Sure.
That's a yes. Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That was a yes. Chair Singh.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, I don't see any announcements, so I will move on to public delegations. I count and have 9 public delegations with all the additions. So I'll ask all the delegates in the nicest way possible, please keep it to 5 minutes, and I will also give you a 1-minute warning as well. And we will move to 6.1, delegation from the following representatives of Brave Agency to End Violence, International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and the first day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. I pass it on to Sharon. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to start by sharing a little bit about Embrave. Embrave is an anti-violence organization providing shelter support, counseling, and advocacy for women, two-spirit, genderqueer, trans, and non-binary folks and their children experiencing violence in the region of Peel and beyond. Our organization has provided a broad range of supports to survivors of violence and contributed to thought leadership on the issue of gender-based violence for almost 40 years. November is Women Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month, and communities and shelters across Ontario will be joining with the Ontario Association of Interval and Transitional Houses to participate in their Wrapped in Courage campaign to remind everyone that now more than ever, violence continues to be the greatest gender inequality rights issue for women and girls. Violence against women and gender-based violence is a significant human rights issues, and there will be shelters across Ontario, like Brave Agency to End Violence provides vital and support services to survivors of gender-based violence and their children. Gender-based violence is a serious, pervasive problem that crosses every social boundary and continues to have adverse, significant impacts on the lives of women, non-binary folks and their children, families, and communities. Gender-based violence is often an invisible issue, and many women and gender-diverse individuals may not be aware of the services that are available in their community. 1 in 3 women will experience gender-based violence in their lifetime, and these numbers increase exponentially for Black, Indigenous, and women of color. These groups encounter increased barriers when trying to access support programs and navigate systems, particularly when most of these systems were not developed or designed with their inclusion and their experiences in mind. The COVID-19 pandemic has also added a new level of complexity for both survivors and service providers. Stay-at-home orders, service closures, lack of access to public spaces, and restrictions against socializing left survivors isolated from support networks and vulnerable to increased experiences of violence. As gender-based violence is fundamentally rooted in inequity, the worsening of pre-existing precarities such as job loss, income and housing challenges, immigration-related barriers, and experiences of systemic violence under the pandemic left survivors at risk. Over the last year in Ontario, femicide rates have increased substantially. Every life taken to gender-based violence is one too many. More specifically, since the last International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, 4 women have been murdered in Peel, and 3 of those women were residents of Brampton. 4 lives gone too soon because of gender-based violence. Maria Manuela Correa, 61 from Brampton, was murdered on December 2020 by her son-in-law. Emma Foster, 54 from Brampton, was murdered on January 29, 2021 by her 24-year-old son. Dalbert Randauer, 64 from Brampton, was murdered on June 2, 2021 by her 64-year-old husband. And Marissa Radstake, 22 from Mississauga, was murdered on June the 9th, 2021 by men she knew. These women are gone, and there are countless family members and friends of these women whose lives will never be the same. On November 25th, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the first day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, Brave will be raising a purple Wrapped in Courage flag outside City Hall in Brampton to demonstrate our collective commitment to end gender-based violence and to ensure survivors know that they are not alone. Please join us on November 25th at Brampton City Hall at 1 p.m. to show your commitment and support to ending gender-based violence in our community. Throughout the month of November, you can wear a purple scarf to show your support for survivors who experience gender-based violence in their homes, communities, and workplaces. This purple scarf is a symbol of the courage it takes to seek support and safety from violence. If you would like to support this campaign and purchase a purple scarf, please contact Rebecca Pacheco, our public education coordinator, at rebeccap@embrave.ca. Funds raised through this campaign will directly fund Embrave's 24/7 crisis line, which is a lifeline for survivors of violence at a time when they need us the most. I also encourage everyone to become familiar with the recommendation from Ontario's Domestic Violence Death Review Committee, which highlights actions that can be taken by professionals, community members, government ministries, services, and systems to prevent femicides. I also encourage everyone to read the Ontario Native Women Association's report on the reconciliation with Indigenous women. The report includes 13 recommendations that span across 28 systems, which include justice, healthcare, child welfare, education, homelessness, and housing. Everyone has a key role to play when it comes to addressing gender-based violence and preventing femicide, and there is much work that still needs to be done. Thank you everyone for listening to me today, and thank you for joining us and marking the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women on November the 25th in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon, and that was a very powerful delegation. I do have a question from Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much, and hi, Sharon. Thank you for coming in today and for all of your ongoing work. I had mentioned this during the press conference this morning, encouraging folks to be aware, but also to provide support to Embrave. And I believe there's also a campaign happening right now, the Steps to End Violence Against Women. Did you want to share just a little bit about that? As I'm registered, I'm participating, but I will also see you on November the 25th for the flag raising and encourage everybody to do the same. So if you could share some info on that and how to get involved. And also, just in general, next week, the region of Peel will be launching our campaign on to increase awareness on violence against women. And yourself, as well as so many other agencies over the past year, have been very much so involved in improving the focus of that campaign. And I'm looking forward to its launch next week.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, and thank you for your ongoing and consistent support. I'm happy to share with you the event that you asked about, our Steps to End Violence event. We launched the opening of that event on October the 17th at the Bruckner Gardens, which is a location of our initial first shelter in Mississauga. And we are launching that event. We launched that event on October 17th, and it ends on November the 25th. And we are wanting to raise $30,000 to support our 24/7 crisis line. Our crisis line is not funded by any of our funders, and so Embrave Agency to End Violence needs to fundraise the supports that we need to have that crisis line available to our community, and we feel that that is important, an important way for individuals to reach out, to access support, to access our shelter and the various services that we provide. And so we are asking our community to go on to our website, embrave.ca, to learn more about the Steps to End Violence event and to participate through a pledged walk, or they can make a move in any way that they can. So they can roll, bike, and various activities to support the work that we do at Embrave Agency to End Violence. So that will end on November the 25th, and we will announce whether we've reached our goal of 30K this year.
Thank you so much, Sharon. And I see Councillor Williams has asked if you can please share the crisis line number. If you have it on hand, that would be great.
Yes, our crisis line number is 905-403-0864.
Thank you very much, Sharon. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a motion by Councillor Santos to receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you so much. And I have a quick request from Councillor Pleshy to reopen the agenda to add a discussion item. So I believe to the clerk, we need 2/3 to reopen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, so first I'll just see if it's in consent. If not, then we'll do a recorded vote. Is anybody opposed to reopening the agenda? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. So Councillor Pleshy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of council. I'd like to add a quick discussion item on delegations to committees.
Okay, thank you. to the clerk. Which item will that be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as it relates to the procedure bylaw, I would suggest it go under legislative services, so that would be proposed discussion item 8.3.4.
Okay, 8.3.4. Is that okay, Councillor Pleshy?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is anybody opposed to that addition? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Now back to the agenda. We have item 6.2 from Raghav Patel, Brampton resident, regarding inaccessible bus stops. Welcome, Raghav. You have 5 minutes for your delegation, and you will get a 1-minute warning as well. Thank you.
Raghav, we're just bringing you into the session. You can proceed.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I had a presentation accompanying my
Yes,
delegation.
we're just bringing the presentation up now.
Perfect. Thank you. This presentation will focus on bus stops. Bus stops are the points of entries for people to access the Brampton Transit Network. And for people with physical accessibility issues, people using mobility aids, or people pushing strollers or assisting others, it is important that bus stops are accessible and free of obstacles that can cause inaccessibility. Next slide, please. This study was conducted to discover such obstacles and then to identify inaccessible bus stops, specifically in the area of wards 2 and 6 in Brampton. The study was turned into a report, which is included in today's agenda, and I will be presenting the main points today. Next slide, please. The method for this study was to first create maps on which to collect data, using existing Brampton transit maps and maps available on the internet. The next step was to visit every bus stop within the area of the study and assess whether or not it was accessible. If the bus stop was assessed to be inaccessible, a photo was taken while marking down data on the maps. Next slide, please. Bus stops were assessed to be inaccessible for two main issues: there being no paved connection from the bus stop to the sidewalk or paved walkway. An example being the photo to the left, inaccessible stop number 6 at Conestoga Drive and Abbey Avenue. Photo on the right shows a bus stop located in an area not connected to any walkway at all. Inaccessible stop number 2 at Kennedy Road and Ken Park Avenue is located on a 5-meter stretch of sidewalk that does not connect to any other walkway. Both of these examples and the inaccessible obstacles they represent pose significant safety risks for people with mobility issues. Next stop, please. Now you know why a bus stop was assessed as inaccessible in the study. These are the symbols used on the maps to mark inaccessible bus stops and their corresponding appendix numbers. Whether or not a bus stop had a bus shelter was also marked down. Next stop, please. These are the maps with all the data collected, and a copy of these maps can be found in the report. Next slide, please. From these maps, it was determined that out of the 405 bus stops that were assessed in wards 2 and 6, 81 of them were found to be inaccessible. Another interesting statistic was that out of the 145 bus stops that had a bus shelter, only one of those were inaccessible. Also determined from the maps was that inaccessible bus stops were found to be concentrated in close proximity to each other. Such locations are listed on this slide and in the report. Also included is their corresponding bus line number. Next slide, please. In conclusion, with 81 inaccessible bus stops in wards 2 and 6, there are potentially hundreds of inaccessible bus stops in Brampton. This is unacceptable as it causes the marginalization of people with physical accessibility issues. This is only exacerbated when considering that Brampton Transit primarily serves already marginalized communities. Next slide, please. An inaccessible bus stop can prevent someone with mobility issues from accessing a certain location. Inaccessible bus stops were found near homes and other places of interest.
Raghav, you're at the 1 minute mark, just an FYI. Thank you.
Heart Lake Secondary School, Gym, Archdeacon Recreation Center, and Morris Colebrook Park. By having inaccessible bus stops, we risk preventing people with mobility issues from accessing these places and the services and experiences they provide. Furthermore, if someone with mobility issues encounters an inaccessible bus stop, they may be discouraged from using the Brampton Transit network in the future. Next slide, please. We have created a vast and wonderful public transit network that can connect our residents with experiences, services, and adventures all over Brampton and beyond. It is important that no one is left out from accessing these great amenities. That's why the City of Brampton and Brampton Transit needs to conduct similar studies to identify all accessible stops and immediately fix them so that they can be used by riders with mobility issues.
Thank you, and that's time as well. So thank you, Raghav, for coming and delegating. We do have 2 questions for you. Councillor Vicente, you may go first.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Raghav. Good to hear you. I'd like to just have our Director of Transit, Alex Milojevic, to just provide some context to this and a response.
And thank you through the chair to the delegate, Mr. Patel. A lot of work was done on that report, and we thank you for that. I know that the same report was brought back in August, I believe, of 2018. I recall that distinctly prior to the previous municipal elections. I know that we have responded to the delegate, and maybe I'll give a brief update if that's okay. I know that Brampton Transit is fully compliant with the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. 100% of our transit fleet is fully accessible, meaning that we service the use of all our customers, including a person with a disability. Our annual program for shelters and pads, we've upgraded over 40 to 70 stops fully accessible every year. And I know that transit, this information helps form our shelter and pad program and also as part of our business plan. What I can say though, currently we have about 85% of our bus stops, and we have over 2,500, I believe, are fully accessible. And what that means is a hard surface at the front door, there's a hard surface at the rear door for exit and entry points, and there's room for the ramp to be deployed to accommodate mobility devices and persons with a disability. And these are, when we talk about a connection that's fully accessible, that includes not only the hard surface on the side of the bus where you exit, but also the connecting walkways, sidewalks, and where it leads to. And that's extremely important to note what's deemed a fully accessible bus stop. This is up from 50% in 2004. So we're, again, 85% fully accessible. Transit has added over 150 accessible bus stops in the last 3 years from the submission back in 2018, and that includes many in Ward 2 and 6. Our goal is to have over 95% of the stops fully accessible within the next 5 to 10 years, and that'll be identified as part of our business plan too that'll come to council in the future. Achieving 100% accessible stops will be a challenge in the short to medium term. You have to consider rural areas, roadway infrastructure, to make sure that the connectivity from all the sidewalks lead into a fully accessible outcome throughout the infrastructure that a person may be traveling on. So I think that's, if there's anything else I can add to that, please let me know and I'll try as best as I could. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. And again, thanks, Raghav, for bringing this forward, and thank you for your advocacy. And Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move for receipt of the delegation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that what just happened was a little bit inappropriate because it was questions for the delegations, but I was on to move receipt of the delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Got it. Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Pleshy to receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Our next item is 6.3, a delegation from Henry from the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 15 regarding item 8.2.4, staff report regarding municipal public art conservation update. Committee, we also have item 8.2.4 regarding municipal public art conservation update, which we can deal with after receiving the delegation. Welcome, Henry. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Sorry, I'm just trying to. Here we go. Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep, we can see you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm 0.4, the veteran statue in Gage Park. This is, I've read the staff report with respect to this statue. This is a city initiative brought forward by the staff of the city. I'm here today to indicate to you that the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 15 fully supports the staff report, and we appreciate the fact that the city took the initiative to bring it forward. I can also announce to you that if, in fact, council, committee of council, and then finally council passes this report, that we will actually store the veteran statue until such time it gets brought over to an artist. Our only concern is, and I believe the staff report deals with this, so it's a minor concern, is that the restoration of this statue be done in such a way that it's a replica of what's currently there and not a creation of a new one. That particular statue has a long history in Brampton. I've been involved in it since the very beginning. It's been restored once already. What I appreciate about this report is that it identifies that the statue needs to be restored again, because it is wood and it is outside. But this time it's going to be done in other materials that will duplicate the way it looks currently, but will sustain the environment, the weather, for many years to come. So I actually don't need 5 minutes. There's the statue there. That statue was modeled after a veteran in Brampton named Bill Bettrick. Many members of council will remember him. It's important to us that it remain like that and not be a new creation, something entirely new. But I believe the staff report deals with that. And so, again, we want to say thank you to the staff for taking this initiative. And we have complete and total support from the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 15, for this purpose. That's the end of it.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you for everything you do. Remembrance Day was a beautiful ceremony this year, given the restrictions. So thank you so much. I have a motion by Councillor Willens to receive the delegation. Anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. We'll bring down staff report 8.2.4, and the first person to speak is Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and I think Hank touched on some of the points I was going to bring up regarding the report. It is important that it is an identical statue that's currently there. But more, my question more to staff, and maybe and Hank can sort of chime in if you'd like. In regards to this, replacing the statue and repairing the statue, if in the event that the statue cannot be put back out, I'm assuming that the new one's going to be there permanently and the old one is going to be removed but repaired. Will the Legion perhaps take that and place it in the Legion, or if there's no room for it at the Legion, perhaps the Bettridge family could have that to display? Perhaps, I know that the Bettridge family still runs Direct Energy, which was the old Brampton sheet metal. Perhaps they could display it in their foyer if the city can no longer use it, or if they find that repairing the statue is too costly. I just wanted to clarify that it is a very important statue, and perhaps if we have no use for it, that it could be passed on to the family so they can enjoy it for generations to come. So that was just my comment, and I'm sure that Hank will make room at the Legion for it, because it is an important signature for the city of Brampton. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
All right, thank you. And I do have, I see no other questions. I'll have a motion by Councillor Williams to receive the report and approve the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Seeing and hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on is a delegation from Craig Fowler, Vice President, Growth, Innovation, and External Relations, Ogoma University, regarding Ogoma University's Brampton campus update. Welcome, Craig. You have 5 minutes for your delegation, and I'll also give you the 1 minute warning. Thank you so much for coming. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Hopefully everyone can see me. Actually, it's on the wrong camera. Change that. Hopefully everyone can see me now. I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity to provide an update of what Ogoma University has been engaged in for the past 12 months since my last visit to Council, pretty much a year ago today. In short, we have been extremely busy and have achieved the majority of our 3-year goals in just 2 years. And this is especially interesting considering it's during the pandemic years. There's a lot of information in this presentation. I won't be able to obviously go into it in detail, but just wanted to make sure that everyone had the information, and I'm happy to take questions at the end. Next slide, please. As I noted, we've been busy. Proud to say that we've completed all our physical expansion plans ahead of time and within budget. So that's our phase 2 expansion. The highlights are on the slide. We've grown by over 19,000 square feet in usable space since the last time I was here. There are photos at the end of the presentations, and happy to say they're photos, not renderings. These are the real places, and they are active. Also excited to share that as we continue to grow, we're looking to expand even more. We're looking to expand an additional 6,000 square feet that was not originally planned for within the next couple of months, and likely even more within the next 12. The expansion will provide more state-of-the-art learning facilities, frontline student support services ranging from academic advising, registration, counseling services, mental health support, immigration advising, and financial support. Next slide, please. We're happy to have students, faculty, and staff back in person downtown. I know a lot of the local businesses are also happy that we're back in the downtown core. When I say we're back, we are back. We have more students, or will have more students here on our Brampton campus this year than our other 2 campuses combined, Sault Ste. Marie and Timmins. We've seen increases in all categories, including triple-digit increases in domestic enrollment over the past 2 years, which is quite impressive considering during the pandemic, we have not been able to access Peel Region schools and have not been able to showcase our new campuses. We've had 200 domestic degree applicants to our degrees programs from Brampton and Mississauga this fall alone. That will add to the existing 250 domestic degree students currently on the Brampton campus. We've been connecting with First Nations communities in the area to discuss partnerships in the Peel region and more ways that we can support our Indigenous learners, which is core to Ogoma University's special mission. Finalized 8 more comprehensive agreements pathways, bringing the total to 26, allowing for students essentially from across all Ontario College, the entire Ontario College system, to enter Ogoma University in its advanced standing, essentially meaning they'll be able to finish their degrees quicker. We continue to introduce new degrees and plan to introduce several more in the coming few years at both the undergraduate and graduate level. Next slide, please. We're proud to be a community partner and have been actively trying to be a positive part of the community through both event support, engagement, and continuing our track record of continuing to track our campus economic impact. Hopefully you've seen some of the events we've been supporting. We've tried to support activities and events that both align with the university's values, but also engage a diverse group of partners. You'll see on the slide the ongoing economic impact. This is what we're doing on an annual basis as part of our partnership with the city to engage a third-party consulting firm to track how we're doing. And I'm happy to say we're exceeding all our KPIs that were presented to council in 2019. For an example, the return on investment for the city's dollars originally was proposed to be 10.7 within 2028. Now it's up to close to 30 to 1. Finally, we're also continuing to find innovative ways to support our student housing that benefits both students and homeowners, and we're happy to be a member of the Homestay program.
Craig, you have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. My final slide. As the students' level increase, so at an exceptional rate, so as our student support. We are offering more student services than we've ever planned. This includes 10 full-time positions on the Brampton campus to support students in person. We've brought a renewed focus on students' services for domestic and international students, a robust set of mental health and wellness supports, including just in October, we've partnered with Homework Health to provide 24-hour, 7 days a week access to counseling, life coaching, mental health support in over 140 languages, including Hindi and Punjab. We have financial support, literacy, work-study options, and postgraduate employment portals that focus on transitioning international students to the workforce here in Peel Region in the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. We actually do have a question from Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown, the floor is yours.
Councillor Singh, I just wanted to say that I went and toured the renovated space at Ogoma. I had previously seen the School of Business space, but seeing the computer science space, what you're doing there in downtown Brampton is really, really exciting. I just wanted to say, thank you for Algoma's interest in our city and how you're growing career paths in niche areas where there are employment opportunities. I'm a bit of a broken record saying we need education pathways that lead to jobs, but you're really focusing on some of these niche opportunities. What is the so well done on that. Exceptional work that you're doing, Craig, with asthma. What's the timeline on the potential for an aviation master's program? I had gone to an event with John Cotrezolo and a few others where you were presenting asthma was presenting the plans on aviation. And so could you explain to council what's happening on the aviation front, and if the rumor is true that we're going to start to see a lot of pilots walking around downtown Brampton?
Thank you for the question and for the visits and kind words. Actually, what you're speaking of is our aviation stream within our existing business program. So we have partnered with Flight 6, which is a flight school based in Guelph, to stream pilots so that they can come through with the pilot program, and then also a business degree in aviation and airport management. So it's a focus stream. As far as graduate work, so the master's, MBA, so Master's of Business Administration, and a master's in aviation, and potentially one in e-gaming, are all part of the work that we're trying to roll out here. E-gaming is another huge opportunity. It's more than just, you think of kids playing video games in their basements. There's an entire industry around this, and that's really important to focus how to harness it and how to manage it. So that's another stream. So hopefully soon, it's working through our Senate process as we speak.
And how many pilots do you envision that would be part of this program?
Well, our partner is envisioning up to 100 a cohort coming in, so that you're looking at potentially 300 pilots a year. We're just doing the launch, so the pilots still are in the piloting. They're in the pilot portion, so they haven't begun their academic side of their training. So we'll wait to see, and I'll be happy to report that once we start to see a few more cohorts, so we can say definitively.
And I know, Craig, that there's this is an example of a niche area. I know that Sioux College and Seneca were doing some efforts to sort of focus on this career path. But boy, it makes a lot of sense. We're so close to Pearson Airport, so just well done on looking for those opportunities. I hope there's not an age restriction on the e-gaming course. I know Councillor Willens may be interested in that as well, so I hope that you'll welcome students of all ages.
Craig, I think that was a joke.
There are no age restrictions.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. And I did skip over Councilor Santos earlier. Councilor Santos, apologies. The floor is yours.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the update, Craig. And like Mayor Brown, it was a pleasure to tour the Algoma expansion and campus and have a look at all the activity that's happening there with the Director of Economic Development, Claire Barnett. Both Councillor Vicente and I are very pleased that Algoma U sits
within wards 1 and 5 in the downtown core. You mentioned that there's been a lot of growth in registrants and students. How much of that growth has been driven by international students?
Thank you for the question. Truthfully, a large percentage right now has been driven by international students, so about 2/3. But what we are monitoring is our domestic and really focusing on not just domestic versus international. For us, the real focus is on degree versus certificate. We're trying to get more degree students. I'm just about to do a mission to Sri Lanka and Bangladesh to do partnerships with universities and colleges over there to do 2+2 to bring students who are entering their third year of their degree into our programming here. What we have been hindered by is COVID hasn't allowed us to enter the Peel school boards, the high schools, and it's very much understandable. We've been trying to engage, as I think you saw our team right here on campus. We developed a welcome center to have a walk-in area to be welcoming to domestic students. We're really trying to accelerate that because we're looking to service the domestic students as well. But there has been a huge growth in international, and these are students that we're really happy to have because they're students that are looking well, they've taken probably one of the biggest risks I could comprehend somebody taking coming across here, but they're doing it in a way that they're planning ahead. It's difficult to get into the university from an international. We have higher standards than some of our counterparts in the system. You have to have certain B averages, you have to pass certain tests, you have to have certain math literacy. So the students that are coming over, we want to see succeed too, and that's why I just mentioned what we just started, announced yesterday with a partner, Davint, which is the online portal for international students to transition into the workplace.
Thank you so much, Reagan. And I won't start talking about the issues. I know you are fully aware of the issues that Brampton faces with respect to international students who are our residents and the concerns that we have with respect to their mental health supports, housing support in particular. But on the housing piece, can you just quickly share what it is that you are doing with respect to supporting students to find adequate, safe, quality accommodations here in our city, given the fact that Ogoma University does not have any specific student accommodations tied to their campus?
Happy to, and it's something too, even though we have residences on our Sault Ste. Marie campus, which also has a large percentage of international students, it doesn't even come close to handling that. So it's something we're not just doing specifically to our Brampton campus, but institutionally wide. Our biggest thing is I mentioned it very briefly, the Homestay Canada program. So what Homestay Canada is it's a program, a third party, where there's no additional fees for the students, but what it does is it matches both a quality student and a quality landlord. There's requirements that the landlord has to have a lockable room. They have to have full furnishings. They have to at least be able to speak English fluently in the household. They have to agree to allow for observance of any religion. They have to provide Wi-Fi. They have to provide food. And it's not just that, then they're audited to see if they're living up to that. And at the same time, for the landlords, they match students and ensure that they have the funds, they understand the interaction of tenancy. So that's one of the big things we're doing. We are looking, once there's more certainty post-pandemic and certainty within the post-secondary sector in Peel region, to potentially establish a residence with a partner in the downtown core. But the other thing we're doing too is, I mentioned very briefly when I was flying through the slides about the counseling service and financial literacy. One of the things we offer for all our students is that we'll review tenant, their lease agreements prior to signing, give advising, because a lot of students may not know whether they're domestic or international, what their rights are as a potential tenant and what is reasonable and fair under the Tenants Act. So we'll review, not providing legal advice, but just general high-level advice, and our experts here are able to do that.
Thank you. And you mentioned that to me during our tour as well. And that is something that is greatly appreciated is you actually personally go through the leases with the students themselves. My final question, if I may, is in regards to collaboration. Mayor Brown had mentioned that many of your programs are very unique and very niche and don't overlap with other programs that are existing within Brampton right now. There, as you know, the city of Brampton continues to push for more post-secondary opportunities for our students. Can you just comment on whether or not Ogoma, you feel threatened by that, or if you are willing to collaborate and make sure that we provide the best opportunities for our students in Brampton?
It's a great question because it is one that I'm getting often. We are small. We're essentially one of the smallest universities in Ontario. Now, Ontario has quite large universities by international standards, but because we're small, we come into a situation as a partner. We partner in Sault Ste. Marie, we partner in Timmins. And when we looked at expanding our presence in Brampton over the past 3 years, the first thing we did was go to the existing university partners here in town, or post-secondary partners, sorry. So Sheridan College and Ryerson, and see where we could partner, because for us, the programming is about being complementary. We are an access university, and what that essentially means is, though we have a lot of students coming direct from high school, we also have a lot of students that are coming in from either prior life experiences, colleges, so we want to make sure that we're partnering all the way through. We want to make sure that our programming is complementary. So as far as being threatened, I would say it's more of the opportunity of where we can service the needs of the community. Where now and again it doesn't necessarily make sense is when there's an absolute overlap in programming, and that we're in a marketplace in a sense, in that we're not a social service. People have a choice of where they go, provided their marks are adequate. So for us, it's not so much the threat, it's the redundancy of programming. I don't think really services the community if you oversample one area and leave another area wide open. But as far as partners, it's what we've done from pretty much the beginning when we've been in Brampton, and we're looking forward to partners. As I said, we had the 26 pathways. A lot of those agreements are with colleges around the GTA. We just signed well into double digits with Centennial College, and it's allowing students choice and opportunity.
Thank you, Craig, and I appreciate that level of openness and prioritizing students and residents in the community here in our city who deserve all of those programs and then some so that they can study here in the city of Brampton. Because I know for a fact that many post-secondary institutions, perhaps some located in our city already, are very territorial when it comes to making sure that, when it comes to having other post-secondary opportunities for our residents. Thank you very much, Craig, for coming in today.
Thank you, Craig. And I have a motion from Councillor Santos to receive the delegation. Is anybody? Yep.
Sorry, I did see Mayor Brown on there.
No, he's. Oh. I had him speak before.
My apologies.
I've already spoke. I'll take it down.
Yeah. I do have a motion from Councillor Santos to receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Next is item 6.5, a delegation from Amik Singh, registered nurse and director of communications and government relations, homeless health PL, regarding homeless health PL opportunities. Welcome, Amik. You have 5 minutes for your delegation. Thank you.
So Amik, your microphone is muted. Can you unmute your mic?
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to do the presentation. As you mentioned, we've been here at serving PL since the start of the pandemic, and we want to move forward in a positive way from the learnings that we've had from the pandemic and service delivery and healthcare delivery for individuals experiencing homelessness. So the innovative model that we have created post-COVID should continue. That is, in essence, what we're trying to let Council know today. Next slide, please. So who we are. We're a nurse-led service. There's a variety of specialties within the the cohort of nurses that are working together. We're a motley crew of misfits. Why is this important? Because we don't fit well with the system, and much like the patients that we serve, they don't fit the system as well. So we understand the challenges that they face while accessing care and getting the right services that they need. So there's a sense of agency that we have towards our Peel residents that are experiencing homelessness, much like us. We are reflective of the community. So our leadership is majority BIPOC individuals, and we speak all the languages that are spoken here in Peel region and in Brampton. And that is very, very important to provide culturally competent care and trauma-informed care, because growing up in Peel, living in Brampton, there are experiences that are unique to us, and the healthcare providers that are privileged to have that responsibility should carry those experiences with them as they're providing care. Next slide, please. So we want to focus on the success of downtown Brampton's Nelson Street drop-in. From February 2021 to November 16, 2021, we've served over 2,506 patients within our encounters. Overall decrease in police calls in downtown Brampton due to residents loitering. This was a big concern from the information that we received, and of course, councillors can speak to this as well, that this was a concern that council flagged as well and the region flagged as well. And why is it that this model worked? There's a saying that, just comes to my mind time and time again. If people feel seen, they don't scream. And that is, in essence, what we provide as healthcare providers. We make individuals that are the most vulnerable, that are experiencing homelessness in the context of Brampton, in the context of the Peel region, we make them feel seen, we make them feel heard. And that approach in medical nursing care allows an individual to feel like there is some agency brought back, that they feel heard, their questions and concerns are heard and addressed. And that is why we see such great outcomes as having low police calls in the downtown core Brampton area. What is unique about this situation is we had 285 unique interactions. So those were the those are the unique individuals that we served in the 2,506 patient encounters. But the interesting thing that I would like to bring forward is that the sense of trust was built in. So not only the nature of homelessness in Brampton and Peel is very precarious and transitional, we saw these individuals come back to us. So there's a trust factor built in, which is really, very important. Next slide, please. So why is this trust factor very important? I'm going to give you a snapshot of a patient that we have served. The red dots indicate the number of ER visits that they've had before coming under our care. And as
you have 1 minute left, with all due respect. Thanks.
Okay. And the reason why I am bringing that up is the level of the red dots that we're seeing indicate ER hospitalization before coming to our care. And as they come to our care, we stabilize them, we provide the care that they need, and we actually forward this individual to a long-term care, which stop the cycle of rehospitalization, and the hospital system is not inundated with the individuals coming back again, and we're not adding to hallway healthcare. We're providing a solution for that. Next slide. So the cost of hospitalization in Brampton is $5,000.67. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Previous slide. And the cost of hospitalization in Mississauga is $5,604. The reason why I bring this up, it is very inefficient to address chronic healthcare needs in the ER. There's a model that needs to be implemented. We've implemented such model, which is more cost effective and has that continuity of care. So individuals like those red dots don't end up in the ER for things that can be addressed where they are, and we provide that service. Next slide.
Amik, you'll have to wrap up. You're 30 seconds over, please.
Sure. So the model that we presented costs $200 per patient, and including nurses in the shelter system as well, providing $20 per patient in the shelter system. So we provide healthcare, provide nursing care. Next slide, please. So I was going to go in patient stories, but I think the snapshot captured it. Next slide, please.
Meek, you're going to have to wrap up here. I'm sorry,
sure.
I'm getting a lot of messages.
Sure.
So
one more slide. Next slide. The slide after this. Just want to give the picture one after that. This one right here. This is what we've done in terms of service delivery for Brampton and Peel region at large. So we are having a stabilization center that will help low-income seniors and medically fragile individuals so they don't end up in hospital. We need council support because of the outcomes that we've had throughout the course of the pandemic. We want to continue those outcomes post-pandemic as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councillor Santos, question to the delegation.
Thank you so much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Amik, for coming to delegate today. For council colleagues who don't know what this model has done, it has been incredibly effective, particularly at the Nelson Street out of the cold location, where we've received numerous compliments from local businesses, from various agencies in the downtown core, that there is less loitering, and folks who are now going into the out of the cold center who are accessing primary care are actually getting the support that they need in order to move forward in their life outside of homelessness. And the statistics that Amik had shared about the cost of hospitalization and emergency room treatment for those who are experiencing homelessness are significantly higher relative to the model that has been implemented based on the emergency of COVID-19. And our council colleagues around the regional table have always said to regional staff, and even the city staff, quite frankly, that when we find something during this time that is actually working to support and help the most vulnerable in our community, we must find a way forward to make sure that we keep those best practices in place. And so I do have a discussion item and have worked on a motion, and it's an advocacy motion, that the city of Brampton continue and advocate to the region of Peel as well as the provincial government to actually keep this program going. So Amik, I appreciate you coming in to share this. My only concern here is that we haven't had enough time to go through the presentation fully. And so if it's okay with my council colleagues, I would like to bring that motion up today for folks to take a look at, but then refer it to council next week.
Okay, so are you putting, I guess, a deferral, correct? Because it's going to council?
Well, it'll be a referral to council because this is committee right now. So essentially the motion, and folks will see it once you get it there on the screen. It talks about the statistics related to the success of this particular program, which now has established best practices, which are far more effective at helping those who are most vulnerable to get off the streets, give them the primary care so that they can move on with their life. Versus the model which we have right now, which is if you're homeless and you go to a homeless shelter or you go, you don't have access to the primary care, so you end up in an emergency room. The emergency room takes care of you, but then they throw you back on the street. And so this model develops the relationships that Amik was talking about, that has the nurses available to deal with mental health, to deal with addictions, to deal with people who are on the streets with diabetes and don't have access to medication. That's the model that is working, and that is the model that has been implemented because of this emergency situation. And the funding is going to be running out soon, and it's questionable as to whether or not this type of model will be moving forward. And you can only imagine what that's going to be like for the community if we now have to take 2 steps back because we're not advocating enough to keep these best practices going.
Okay, so we have a referral motion. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have questions of the delegations, so I'm not speaking to the referral. Can Councillor Santos hold the referral for a minute?
Well, thank you, Councillor Paleshi.
Sorry, was that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amik, for your delegation, Amik. 2 regional meetings ago, it was brought forward to regional council about the funding for this particular program was coming to an end. From my understanding, it's going to run until June. What I'd like to know is how that affects the program. But then also, last regional council, we had correspondence from the province letting us know that they were continuing with the pandemic funding until the end of 2022. So I'm wondering if you've had any discussions since then from the Region Appeal in terms of trying to continue with the program until at least the end of 2022. And I'd like to know the impact on the program without the regional dollars.
I think I can speak to this. There will be an impact because, as you know, COVID funding is based on outcome measures that Health Canada and the Region Appeal is looking at for the COVID response. And we've had a very high rate of success with vaccination. But unfortunately, because of the nature of work that we do, our focus is towards the individuals experiencing homelessness. And it is up to council and it is up to the region and the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Housing to allocate said dollars to have such a place for low-income seniors and medically fragile individuals that, quite frankly, don't need to be in the ER system, that need a place in Peel Region that is trauma-informed, is reflective of the community, and is offering cost savings to the province, and is central within the region because we have Mississauga, Halton, and we have Brampton, Central Westland, that there is a lag in care when an individual moves from Mississauga to Brampton or to Caledon, and that lag of care usually leads to decompensation in their overall health. They end up in the ER. They're stabilized right before the level of acuity that is the admission criteria for the hospital, and they're released back in the community without any supports. Guess what happens in a couple of days? They end up back in the ER again. That is what we're trying to prevent for the individuals that are constantly coming in the ER. And we're trying to provide that same, the isolation hotel model and moving it towards post-COVID because we've seen a lot of those hotels that are shelter overflow close down. Although we don't have confirmation yet, we're going as far as March from what I hear, but we haven't confirmed that as we know of right now. So that the drop-in is going to continue for next 3 months or so. But again, it's been 3 months and then have a conversation. This has been contraction in the services that are being offered as the regional direction changes. But this is learnings and innovative ways to deliver healthcare that we need City of Brampton to help highlight to the Ministry of Health and highlight to the Ministry of Housing so we can become a health service provider for the province and the Ontario Health Team, so we can continue to provide the best outcomes for individuals that aren't getting the best outcomes. And quite frankly, this is what the community needs going forward.
Thanks, Amit. So from my understanding, the way I kind of heard it was with last regional council, we did have correspondence on the agenda letting us know that we would continue to receive COVID relief funding. And I guess I had assumed at the time, and I shouldn't have assumed, but I had assumed that that would have taken away the previous regional council's staff report, essentially ending the funding for this program. And I guess that's something for us as regional council to go back to the region to ask to see if we can get it more defined. But region appeal staff have not reached out to you since then?
We've had a meeting with the Commissioner of Health and Commissioner of Housing to discuss this, but it was just an introductory meeting to highlight the learnings that we've had. And I want to keep in mind that the last slide that I had was how pervasive we are in Peel in terms of providing healthcare towards all of the agencies that are currently present. So we have a presence in St. Leonard's, we have a presence in Wilkinson Shelter, we have a presence in Copler Shelter. We had a delegation from Embrave. A lot of the individuals, because of COVID, prior to moving on to Embrave, they need to be medically stable, and the assessments need to be done. So we do that screener, so there's not an outbreak in the shelters, and those services continue to go on. So we're cognizant of all of that. But like you said, Councillor Palashi, the COVID fund is towards the entirety of the region, and the programming that is geared towards the entirety of the region. We're a small portion of it, a very important portion that needs to be advocated for to sustain these teachings. We look at municipalities like Toronto, we look at municipalities like Hamilton, we looked at municipalities like Ottawa. They all have a shelter health network, and they all have some sort of a stabilization center for individuals experiencing homelessness that aren't in the hospital, right? And this is a model that is Peel specific, it's Brampton specific, and we're looking towards a Brampton-led solution because we're experts in healthcare, we're not experts in hospitality. So if the funds are here to sustain us, we will look to Brampton businesses in the downtown core, or at Brampton at large, that can be the catering providers to provide meals for the individuals that we're providing healthcare services to. We're not experts in housing, so we do need the regional dollars for subsidies for individuals that are underhoused. And we see there's a chronic lack of supply of housing. And we have a capacity to have those conversations for individuals, provide dignity to individuals that are in their end of life or medically fragile, and they need the palliative care approach. They need medical attention, but not to the same degree of a hospital. And that is what we're trying to prevent for cents and dollars. And being in Brampton, we do more with less. And this is essentially what we've done, is we've done more with less. And we want to continue to do this work to help our colleagues in the hospital to provide capacity as COVID's not done. But even post-COVID, the reality of healthcare in Brampton has been, we need to create more capacity. And Ulster's addition is going to come in 2023, but we're still 500 beds short. This is our part to help our Brampton healthcare professional colleagues at Ulster, as well as the region at large, because we don't have a central healthcare agency that is taking care and responsibility and the onus for the individuals that are experiencing homelessness for their health concerns. That is what we bring forward to the table.
Thanks, Amik. And I think I find we're at a critical point right now with the budget coming up, with Ulster's recent delegation, provincial announcements, regional budget. And I think I would rather see us move something here today to see if we can continue the discussion, if not tomorrow, get at regional council, but get something back to us prior to council next week. But I leave that kind of in the hands of Councillor Santos to see if she's willing to, and I'm happy to support it. Thanks, Amik, again for your delegation.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. I think that's exactly where Councillor Santos is going now, especially after your comments, and I see her message as well. So we will, Councillor Santos, if you're okay, because it's an advocacy motion, would you just like to vote on it today?
That would be great. Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Paleshi for those comments of support. I'm happy to move the motion forward today. Okay.
If we get the motion on the screen, I'll have a motion by Councillor Paleshi to receive the delegation, and I'll have Councillor Santos's motion, which we'll take a vote on in 30 seconds. Oh, okay. We'll take the vote on it now. A recorded vote has been requested. Okay. To the clerk, could you initiate the recorded vote?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, there's two motions. Are we taking a recorded vote on Councillor Santos's advocacy motion or the receiving the delegation motion from Councillor Paleshi?
Councillor Santos's advocacy motion.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of the committee, all in favor of the motion moved by Councillor Santos, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon? I'll come back to you. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros,
Yes.
Councillor Bowman,
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi,
Yes.
Councillor Willens, who I believe is still absent, Councillor Vasante,
Yes.
Councillor Santos,
Yes.
Councillor Dillon, yes, sorry about that, Peter, my mic wouldn't unmute.
Councillor Dillon, how are you voting?
Yes.
That's a yes. Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Chair Singh,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Chair, that motion carries unanimously 10-0 with one absence.
Thank you, and I don't think I took the vote for receiving the delegation. I just said Councillor Paleshi will receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed to receiving the delegation? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 6.6 is our next item, a delegation from Afro West Canada regarding Afro West Event Festival in downtown Brampton. Joining us today, we have Adriel, Sean, and Asagifu, I believe, and if I mispronounced your name, please correct me. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and esteemed guests. This is my first time delegating, so please bear with me. Now, today I want to share with you an exciting event that my group would like to premiere and host here in Brampton, Afro West. Next slide, please. Afro West 2022, an event that will showcase the cultural diversity of the African diaspora through dance, music, arts, and crafts, offering an original and dynamic experience in Brampton. Connecting brands with new audiences, Afro West 2022 will utilize technology to market a refreshing quality event for 2022. A family event that brings the community together while highlighting the richness of the African Caribbean community. Now, Afro West will be bringing new stories, new narratives, and new ideas to the forefront. And platforms like this, combining local and international talent, have been proven to ramp up sales in various sectors of the local business community. AfroFest 2022 will be yet another brilliant and bold statement for our beautiful city. Next slide, please. To pull off an event like this requires great hosting, and we happen to have some great people on board. Jamar McNeil, well known from his morning radio show on 104.5 with Marilyn Dennis. Trey Armstrong, a local celebrity, well known from her head judge position on CTV, So You Think You Can Dance. And we also have the support of one of our own downtown celebrities, Jesse Jones, to make a special guest appearance, of course, if he's not too busy. He's getting very popular right now. Next slide, please. As we have all seen, events like Jambana, Jerkfest, and especially Afrofest have been extremely successful. Afro West will bring an economic boost to our core and in a short time become a tourist attraction for people to enjoy the sights, sounds, and tastes of Afro West. Next slide, please. A festival of culture, community, and creativity to inspire the entire family. Next slide, please. We're looking at about 75 vendors, including food, arts and crafts, and community showcases such as drumming circles, etc. We're going to transform downtown Brampton into a village of interactive celebrations, promoting cultural awareness and community investment. Next slide, please. We're going to bring out the best from the east and the west, north and the south to celebrate with us. Next slide. Now, AfroFest will highlight existing local businesses, resources, local leaders, counselors, and volunteers through sponsorship investment into Brampton's African Caribbean community. Next slide, please. AfroWest 2022 will grab the attention of national media outlets, stakeholders, and attendees and participants for this one-day event that we foresee becoming an annual staple. Next slide. We have a few proposed sites for the event. With the recent success of the relocated farmers market, we have realized that Gage Park, along with Wellington Street and Ken Woolen Square, to be the optimum location for the debut. Emancipation Park was also an idea, but it's come to my attention that it lacks power and water. Chinguacousy Park is also an option, as it was well known for events such as these. And in the unfortunate event that COVID has another surge, we do have a virtual contingency to put in place. Next slide, please. Various community partners are excited to support this event. Superior Brand, Knowledge Bookstore, Creative Interlude, Blade Runners, A1 Fitness, Fraser Legal Group, Matt Legal, Lot 25, Yum Yums, Teology, B&B Barbers, Caribbean Vibrations, Planet Africa, Becan Peel, Jones & Jones, Dero United, Six Love Apparel, Hardo Productions, and Legendary Entertainment, just to name a few. For event sponsorship, we already have Up North Naturals, Fay Beverages, Hood Safari One, Ethiopian Airlines, Newman Water, Dream Realty, African, Chronic Relief, PACU, Primus and Star, and Deal United, and there are quite a few more. We're also going to be applying for various grants to facilitate the resource deployment to make this event a success. I've spoken with Amir from Advanced Brampton Fund, and things look promising. I've spoken with Councillor Santos in depth about our vision, and with some of her guidance, we've been able to streamline the concept and put together a superior team. We are confident that we can make this event a great success and a win for downtown Brampton. Next slide, please. We've contacted and are looking to book international Afrobeat superstars Wizkid, Burna Boy, and Davido for this premiere, and with our team, we have access to many celebrities and talent to source from. For example, Cardinal Official, Jamal McGlure, Dwayne De Rosario, Randall Ajay from 416 Rise, and Femi Lawson are all personal friends of mine, and our team has access to the best and brightest for this Brampton celebration. The proposed date for this event is Saturday, July 23rd, 2022, and we want to start the ad campaign on February 1st, which aligns with Black History Month. To solidify the event, we would ask for the city's support and also for the city to provide us with key dates, times, and deadlines for grants, etc., to schedule and accommodate Afro West 2022. We would also ask
the 1 minute mark, just to let you know. Thanks.
No problem. We would also ask the city to help us secure the Jumbotron in Garden Square for the day of the event so that we can live stream the live performances. We would also like to use the Jumbotron to run periodic Afro West ads beginning in February. We would also ask that the city help us get permission to use other big screens in the Peel region, like the one in Mississauga Celebration Square, to run Afro West ads as a part of our marketing campaign. We're open to working with all parties involved and foresee a great inaugural start for an event that will be remembered for years to come. Now, that's basically the theme and the framework, and I'm basically done. So if you have any questions, the floor is open, and I'm glad to take any of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sounds exciting. We do have two questions so far. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Adriel, for coming in. And you've done a lot of homework over the past few months since you and I had a conversation about this exciting opportunity to bring Afro West to the city of Brampton. Congratulations on the work that you've done, and I'm very excited that we've got some incredible local talent and leadership, both in the business community with the BIA, but also in terms of celebrities. You bringing that celebrity factor, highlighting the celebrities that we have here in the city of Brampton. I obviously support this festival, but to be clear, can you just clarify again what your ask is of the city today?
Well, basically, we're going to need some dates, times, the deadlines as well for the booking of the park spaces. We do know that there are several different parks that we can use. We're looking at Gage Park now, but just in the event that does not pan out, we have other venues that we're looking at trying to book. So we just need to know the deadlines, the capacity, the insurance needs, etc., and the navigation of how to get this done. So we're going to need the city's support on that. We're also going to try to get the Jumbotron in Garden Square, so we'd like to have the city's support on that as well, to do some advertising, as well as to live stream the event that would be happening, the concerts, etc. And we also want to use the Jumbotrons or the big screens in the other Peel centers, like for example in Mississauga Celebration Square, so that we can run periodic ads there as well, so we can get the whole GTA to come down and see the beautiful Brampton Gage Park. Because I personally think that Gage Park is one of the nicest venues or nicest places to be in the entire GTA.
Even though it's not in my ward, I'm going to agree with you a little bit. Gage Park is a beautiful place and a jewel in the city of Brampton. Just in terms of numbers, and I'll get back to the request of the city in a little bit. In terms of the numbers, how many people does Afro Fest in Toronto bring in terms of activity and tourism?
Well, we're looking at roughly about 100,000 people over the 2 days. And for Afro Fest, anyway, 2019, I believe they had 120,000, but in 2018, they had 150,000. The average seems to be around 120,000 for the last 5 to 10 years or so.
A lot of people who would get to, perhaps at a smaller scale, also see what we have to offer here in the city of Brampton, not just in terms of the cultural aspect of the Afro community, but also in terms of the business community and the education component as well. And do you think that the folks attending Afro Fest in Toronto would be interested in also coming to Brampton for Afro West?
100%. 100%. We're kind of aligned with Afrofest as well, and so we're going to be advertising there. Afrofest, I believe, is the first weekend in July. It might be July 10th or something. So we'll have a 2 weeks lead time, let's say, so that we can push our ads. Because I'll probably be at Afrofest myself vending, and so we'll have some attention brought to Afro West from Afrofest attendees for sure.
Thank you. And so for clarification, again, your ask at this point in time is more about navigating through the system in order to get proper dates and times and deadlines for grants that might be coming up that perhaps this festival would qualify for. And if I could ask staff to respond to the possibilities in that, because I don't think a referral back to staff on this for a report is perhaps not necessary, but I'm happy to do it if folks feel that that is the best approach, or just provide direction here. Are you asking the city at this point in time, Adriel, for funding?
If there's funding available, we'd love to have it, but we're going to get this done either way. So I do know there's some funds, some grants available. I believe there is the Advanced Brampton Fund or something like that opens up, I believe, in February again when I was talking to Amir. And so we're going to try to get that one, of course. But we have sponsorship, and we're trying to get some others. There's a lot of different grants as well. So if we have to go outside of the government to get it, or if there's too much of a responsibility or whatnot, we're going to get this done either way. But of course, we would want government support and government help if it's available.
Thank you so much, Adriel. And just if staff can comment in terms of the request from Adriel navigating through the system, making sure that he doesn't miss any deadlines related to the Advanced Brampton Fund, looking at those dates and times for those locations that this festival could possibly be hosted at. If you could just comment on that, I'm happy to refer it back to staff, but if that's not necessarily, I won't do so.
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair, the Advanced Brampton Fund for new events opens February 1st, and the amount per the council approved parameters would be $5,000 for new events. So they can certainly apply through that. And as Adriel mentioned, our team through the grants group is working closely with them already and have already had a few discussions about the application process. And then with respect to community events, our tourism team can also connect with Adriel about both location and the type of resources and supports from the city, whether that's road closures or all of those different steps that would need to take place depending on a selected location. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jason, and thank you very much, Adriel, for coming in. As you know, I support this very much. I'm happy to continue to help where I can, and it sounds like everyone is aware that you are very passionate about this, and it's going to be a fantastic event. Thank you, Adriel, for coming in. No further questions.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We also have a question from Councillor Bluchy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in to delegate it. It definitely sounds, this is really, really exciting. And I think what you're saying is you're coming and we can be a partner in this. So thank you for allowing us the opportunity to potentially support and partner along with you to whatever we can do here in Brampton. I just saw Cardinal on Monday. I would love to see him in Brampton. And I would also love an opportunity, possibly, if there could be like a one-night promo, potentially in Mount Pleasant Village. Mount Pleasant Village, not nearly the size that you're going to need, but if there is an opportunity, would love to be able to help with that. I'm really happy and supportive of kind of referring this back to staff to see how staff, that way it sets the direction to staff that we're going to be working with you to fully understand your needs and to see what we can do at the city. So I think if Councillor Santos wants to put that referral on, I think that's the best direction that we can provide as of right now.
That sounds great. That sounds great. And for sure, I'd definitely be interested in having that one night of promo at the Mount Pleasant venue there. That would be great. And I haven't seen Cardinal maybe in about a couple of months, but we go back way back since teenage years.
Oh, right on, right on. So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Santos, if Councillor Santos would like to put that referral, I think that's the direction that we should be going with this.
Thank you, Councillor Paletti. I'm happy to bring the referral as suggested, since you brought forward some other ideas and options for locations. So I will refer this delegation back to staff for consideration as part of events next year. And what was I going to say? I forgot now. Sorry. Thanks, Councillor Paletti.
Thank you. So we have a referral motion back to staff, and I see moved by Councillor Santos, and I see Councillor Williams also has a question. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, the chair. Hi, Adriel. We've spoken about this, big supporter of this. Love to see this happen. I actually do have a question about the referral. Am I able to do that now, or do you want to move up the delegation to the chair?
Sorry, it's getting referred back to staff, so you can ask questions about the referral.
Okay. I just wonder, because I know Emancipation Park was mentioned, and we had moved a motion to see water and hydro to the area, and that is also the location for Emancipation Day event. We had some hydro and such moved in for that day. Just wondering where we're at with that referral with regards to the hydro, and how far out are we with seeing that happen to Emancipation Park? And then also there was conversations about another park location that can accommodate very large groups. Just wondering if we can get an update on that, and if that was come back into the referral as well.
As the mover of the referral, I think that staff will definitely get back to us. Adriel had highlighted in his presentation regarding the hydro issues. I think that the Afro West preference is to have it located in the downtown core area, and if that's not feasible, to look at other alternatives. Councillor Paletti's alternative was also a good idea as well. So I don't know if it's necessary to answer those questions now. I'm sure staff will bring that forward when this comes back.
Thank you through the chair. That's what I was asking, if we can get an update on that and where we're at with those options. Because, if we're looking at events for the future, it would be really good to know how far out we are with these plans to see hydro happen. Emancipation Park is a large park that could accommodate some large groups. There's some logistic issues, and also just to add, the downtown area is a great area. We saw that with Jambana, and those events happened very well. So it would be a great location as well. So it would be just good to have an update on that, because there seems to be a lot more interest in using Emancipation Park as a large venue or as a venue to host some of the larger events. I have no further comments. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Williams. So we have a referral back to staff moved by Councillor Santos. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on, we have a delegation from Navi Sidhu, Chair, Advisory Panel, Arts, Culture, and Creative Industry Development Agency, ACIDA, regarding item 8.2.5, COVID-19 Recovery Fund for Artists Update. Navi Sidhu, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, through the chair, to the chair, Mayor Brown, and members of council for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to provide a brief update on the work that the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industry Development Agency has been doing, and also speak to the Artist Recovery Grant. Since I delegated in August, we have established our 8-member advisory panel, and we're hoping that the members of council will get to meet the panel over the next few weeks as folks are reaching out. The panel is full of amazing artists, entrepreneurs, and local community organizers, and we're very excited about it. And so we really hope that members of council are able to meet with them in the upcoming weeks as well. Just also want to state that the COVID Recovery Grant for Artists, we established that in the beginning of October, and it's already been accessed by 50 individual artists in the short 6 weeks it's been open, many of these artists mentioned that ASIDA's impact on their career and advancement over the recent months has made a huge impact on their ability to create art. And the grant currently being offered is $100,000. But in the 6 short weeks, we've already allocated almost 90% of that amount. So we're hoping that that we can add an additional $50,000 to that grant to take it to the end of the year. There's a clear need for this sort of support in 6 weeks if we're able to kind of provide that support to artists, and there's still we're still receiving applications, tons of applications for this grant. And the city, it creates a direct connection for artists to the city as well, and I think it's extremely important during these hard times that we provide that additional support for our artists. In addition to all this good work, we've also did the Brampton Artist Space Survey. We had over 200 responses, which will guide our next steps on how to create more creative spaces for artists in Brampton. It's very clear from the responses from the survey we have a creative space shortage, and so the agency will be taking lead on addressing this as well. There will be a report coming to council by the end of November, kind of outlining the details of the responses that we got there. And we're hoping to collaborate with the city on expanding municipal spaces as well, where artists can create and share their work as, throughout the city of Brampton, as one of the ways that we can kind of open up space to artists across the city. In the 8 short months that the agency has been together, we've had close to 500 artists and members of the public attend over 40 events. So that's close to almost two events a week. And it's this week alone, for instance, we have an event happening almost every other day, and we're hoping to expand our ability to provide programming, workshops, and support to artists in 2022 further. One way that we're expanding is we're also expanding the team. We have 200 applicants that applied to 2 of our positions for ASIDA, the marketing and programming coordinator roles. Again, this just shows there's such an uptake and a need for arts programming, art support in the city of Brampton. There are residents want to work in these fields as well, and we're really glad that ASIDA is providing those opportunities for individuals, both artists and for individuals to work in this sort of field as well. These opportunities for artists that ASIDA and the city together are creating is ensuring that artists are feeling supported. In conversations, we're in conversations to have satellite projects in Brampton in collaboration with local arts organizations such as festivals. And through all this work, we're going to need to have that continued support from council. We're so appreciative and so thankful that council has provided us support throughout this year, and we're hoping to expand and continue that support into 2022. And we definitely need that support through funding and through counselors attending some of the events that we have coming up. All of that would be very helpful for us. As the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industry Development Agency is a partner in delivering for council an aspect of the Culture Master Plan, we're hoping to ensure funding to do our work into 2022. It's not just necessary for us, but it's also very vital for us to continue to do this, as arts and culture provides a great quality of life for our residents in Brampton, and as we come out of
just want to let you know you're at the minute mark. Thanks.
Thank you. As we come out of this this moment of recovery coming out of COVID, it's extremely important that we give our residents a place to go attend theater events, attend artistic events and galleries, and share in what a wonderful city we have. Just a short note that Brampton's significantly underfunded compared to other cities in a similar size as our arts and culture spend. You can find the exact numbers in the Hill Strategy 2019 analysis. But we're hoping that with additional funding and support for public art, for the arts agency and arts organizations in Brampton, we can bring that number up. And so funding for the arts and culture brings up the quality of life for all Brampton citizens. It's going to drive economic recovery as well through tourism and events. And we're really hoping that the city continues to support the arts for the city, for the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industry Development Agency to achieve the goals of the Culture Master Plan beyond now, and into the future, and as it will help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect timing. And I will. We have two councillors with questions. First is Councillor Santos.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Novi, for coming in to delegate to council to provide an update of the amazing work that the ACEDA panel is doing. As the council representative for the panel, I have to say I'm incredibly impressed and always inspired. It's one of my favorite meetings to attend when I'm hanging out with all of you and discussing arts and how to make arts and highlight arts in the city of Brampton. You have done all tremendous work together with Michael Vickers, as well as Kelly Stahl and team, and Jason's team, and of course, my assistant, Vanessa. I have a question, and I'm happy to move receipt of the delegation as well as the recommendations in the report that it is attached to. But my question is also in regards to there's a lot of activation and temporary art installations that are going to be going up throughout the city of Brampton. We have partnered with STEPS, which is it's a program that sources out various local artists throughout the GTHA and provides them ways to activate different spaces such as windows in the downtown core. Can you speak to the importance of maintaining the creative integrity of artists and why it's important, these various projects that we're doing now, because I know ACEDA is involved and ACEDA speaks for the artists in Brampton. Can you just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you so much, Councillor Santos, for the question, and through the chair, I would love to speak to that. I think it's extremely important that we are very mindful of artist expression, and artists, and when they create their art, it's expression of it's a freedom of expression, really. And so we want to be mindful of not telling artists how they're allowed to express themselves. It's almost saying that one way is appropriate versus another way is not. Art is made as a way that each individual takes a different thing from it, but the individual who is creating it should be allowed that freedom to kind of express themselves through their art. And so I think we should be very mindful when we're kind of commissioning our artists and working with artists, that we are not kind of pigeonholing them into something that we want them to create, and saying, hey, you can only do this in these parameters. I understand in some cases that is the goal and the job, but when we're asking artists to come into our city and to create art and to use a canvas, we really want to encourage them to be able to use that and be inspired and to create the piece that moves them in that space. So I think it's extremely important that we're very mindful of that freedom of expression through art, and that we navigate that very carefully, because setting any precedents in terms of starting to direct how that art is to be done is very, very, it's something we should be very cautious of.
Thank you very much, Novi, for coming in. Happy to move receipt of your delegation as well as the recommendations after. I'm not sure if other colleagues are speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros. And we'll also bring down the report just for context. I know you mentioned it, but just to let everybody know, we'll also address 8.2.5 at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Nubi, for coming today. You mentioned in terms of the space, looking for additional space or creative space. And it's interesting because I know as we go into budget deliberations and I'll take this opportunity to hope to hear from ACEDA during our budget deliberations. Where do you find is the most appropriate place or where do you find in terms of city facilities that you would like to see creative space? And I guess where I'm going with this is that, our sort of, for example, our recreation centers, I know I was contacted, Councillor Bowman and myself, we have a young group, it's called Music at the Towers, and they do amazing they do amazing musical concerts during the year, and it's really for those who are dealing with socioeconomic issues. So really dedicated teachers who are there to help these kids, and very talented. And they're always struggling to find space to practice, space where there's proper acoustics and so on. And I know that at our recreation facilities, and this is a discussion that we don't have to have today, I'd like to have it during budget, if there's opportunities to retrofit some of our recreational facilities to add some of these more sort of appropriate spaces for creative opportunities. So just what are your comments? Where would you like to see these places where we can provide creative space, and what's your thoughts on our recreation facilities? So when we build recreational facilities and we're looking at making those investments in community hubs, that creative spaces always be part of the consideration. So it's not just for sports, it's not just for meeting places, but they'll always have some element of creative spaces.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros, and through the chair as well, I'd like to respond. I think exactly what you highlighted when you met with your constituents is exactly what we're also hearing coming out of that space survey. There is such a need for creative spaces for folks to perform, for folks to rehearse, and also to display art across the city. Like you had mentioned, our recreation centers are a great use of space that we could kind of come into and open up for the arts as well. And there's various ways that we can do that. But also outside of that, there may be more public spaces that we can kind of reutilize. I know our senior program lead, Mike Vickers, has been looking into this very deeply as well, and kind of is trying to map a little bit of this out. So it's hoping that maybe he will be able to step in and respond a little bit to that in greater detail if he's here.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks so much, Navi, and thank you, Councillor, for your very important point. I think it's not too dramatic to say that we're facing a bit of a crisis for creative space in Brampton. I think some of the findings of the space survey, really speak to that need across the city. In just about every ward, there's a real need for places to make work, to exhibit work, to perform, to share, to show. I think the idea of, how can we look at what we already have and use it more effectively to support artists is a really important point. As far as retrofitting community space and rec facilities, I think often the idea of an artist is, really this sort of lonely painter, when actually, there's so many different kinds of creatives in our city, and many are really just looking for a space to sit, to write, to draw, and a little can go, a really long way. Obviously this is a priority goal from the Culture Master Plan, and something that needs to be addressed sooner than later. I, given my experience in activating unused space, would really be curious about how we can more effectively use unused or underused city-owned properties. Are there ways that we can explore things that haven't really been done in Brampton, as far as like, an REOI, request for expressions of interest, so that community groups can put up their hand and say, actually, we're looking for a new office, or we're looking for a place to share our work, and thinking that through. So yeah, I think there are quite a few different recommendations that I could put forward, but I think the first step is really, to Navi's point, considering the arts as vital, frankly, in Brampton, and not as a nice to have. And, I think often we think about, also the entrepreneur, remembering that artists are, the original innovators and entrepreneurs and small businesses, and all of the different programs that we've done through ACEDA, which, are at least 2 or 3 events a week, are really about that. It's about supporting the arts, which is also about supporting small businesses and local creatives. So yes, I'd be really keen to explore further any ways that through these findings we can move the needle a little bit in Brampton, because I think that in turn will also see how we can frankly catch up to some of the other cities that Navi mentioned.
And and through you, Chair, thank you very much. And I just wanted to get an understanding. So if I understood correctly, Navi had said that you are looking at this already, or is this something that it would be great if we provided that direction here today, that staff come back and maybe report during budget, identifying opportunities for retrofitting and the reason why I raise that too, because during our budget, we're going to be talking about, big investments in a sports facility, other investments in our recreation facilities. And what seems to be lost in all our discussion when we talk about sports and everything else is exactly the impact on the arts and culture community. When we talk about sports and recreation, which is an extremely important part of the city, but it just seems, again, as much as we talk about how important arts and culture is to this council, when we start talking about dollars and cents, I don't see it being front and center on the same discussion when we're talking about, big investments in other areas. So I guess what I'm saying, I'd like to have refer this at budget, and I guess I'll look towards you, Michael, to say, is this something that you're working on already with staff, or is this something that some form of direction that we can provide to staff to go away and work with you and work with the CETA to come back during budget to report on opportunities, where we can retrofit recreational facilities, or where we can build facilities where we can have those creative spaces. And I don't want to put you on the spot. We can sort of defer this. I do see Commissioner Naders on there, so I'll listen to her then. Go ahead, Commissioner Naders.
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. Just to add, if you refer back to staff, it's not a problem. If you could just make it a bit more vague and not just recreational facilities, because there are other city space that's not under recreation that could be some possible options that we could look into. There are other facilities around the city, such as libraries or so, that have music rooms, sound rooms, recording studio space, as well as other options we have. So I would just, we can refer it back, but just to keep it more open, we'd be able to, it would give us the bandwidth to find more opportunities than focusing just on recreation facilities.
Yeah, that point taken, and that's fine. And so I guess just my last question, Michael, would that be something of interest to the panel, that staff do go away and identify some opportunities? And because, as we're going to budget, and as much as we all talk, unless there's dollars and cents towards it, we're going to be blowing smoke here for the next couple of years. So I think we have an opportunity to put something meaningful, and I'm prepared to have this discussion at budget and put some dollars and cents into us providing creative spaces, something that we've been talking about for many years.
Yes, please. That sounds amazing. I mean, I think ultimately, we can bring recommendations to council. I think, it needs to be a comprehensive strategy as well. And I think however that can be supported, I think, to your point, it's come up time and time again. And because there hasn't been enough movement on that, despite a lot of work in cultural services to try, I think we really need to also address it from different angles and involve the planning folks. And really, I think now is a pretty vital time to put some proper movement and a plan together for it, and as I said, a strategy that's well funded, well supported, and has a clear sort of action plan associated with it.
Great, thank you. So I guess to the city clerk, if you can speak to the appropriateness, if it's okay that I can just move a motion referring, because I do know that I think Councillor Santos has moved the report and received the delegation. So I guess this would be a separate motion, just providing direction to the staff that they report back during budget on opportunities for identifying city-owned facilities where we can have creative spaces, either retrofitted or dedicated. Is that a proper motion, City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair. technically, the matter that's before council or committee right now is on funding allocation. That's the purpose of the report. In my view, this is a separate item, and this could be added as a new business item, because what committee is debating right now is the allocation of city space for creative uses, which is not the intent, as I understand, of the recovery fund. It's to provide funding to those arts, culture, and creative industries that are in request of funding. So while it may be related, it is a separate issue. So if the committee wishes, committee could reopen the agenda to add an item, or this could be a matter that could be brought up at budget committee.
Yeah, and thank you, City Clerk, and that's why I knew I was stretching when I was trying to sneak this in there on some that was related. However, I probably will be adding this item to council if that's appropriate, City Clerk, and I'll speak to you offline. But just let the delegations know and that I will be moving this at council or at the appropriate time so we can have this discussion at budget. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, it's Jason. I just want to mention that the reason this is here today, just for background, is that council already approved the budget and how it was going to be allocated. So while ASIDA makes the change in the recommendation, it was deemed prudent that we bring that back to council to notify and approve the change, since it was a decision of council to allocate things specifically in a previous approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we have a motion to receive the delegation and approve the report by Councillor Santos. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 6.8 is a video delegation by Lisa Stokes, a member of Bike Brampton, regarding item 9.3.3, bike lanes on Charlotte Boulevard. And we also have a discussion item by Councillor Medeiros, 9.3.3, regarding bike lanes on Charlotte, which we can deal with after the delegation, because I believe it's a video delegation. And correct me if I'm wrong, Clerk, there's no questions back and forth, so we'll just go immediately to the discussion item.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, and I'm just bringing up the video delegation at the moment.
Okay. So Councillor Medeiros will be first after to introduce his discussion item, and then councillors can request in the chat box to ask any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Brown and councillors. I would like to speak to you today about the newly built but not yet completed bike lanes on Charlotte. It is just over 2 years since this council unanimously approved the Active Transportation Master Plan, and these bike lanes are very important in creating connectivity in the network described in that plan. Many cities create master plans, but don't always do a good job of executing them. This council has done an excellent job rolling out bike lanes to create the beginnings of a network over the last 2 years. Charlotte was a street that was overbuilt for motor vehicles, which encouraged aggressive driving. Charlotte connects 2 north-south linear trail systems, the Etobicoke Creek Trail and Fletcher's Creek Trail. It also connects the cycling infrastructure on McMurtry, Chingakusi, James Potter, and soon on Mill Street. Shoppers World at the east end of Charlotte will be transforming into a dense, walkable, and bikeable neighborhood in the future. There are 2 elementary schools on Charlotte and several school crossings. Because of aggressive driving in the past and the schools, Charlotte is a community safety zone and has speed cameras installed. School crossings are safer for school children when the crossing guards only have to monitor 1 lane of traffic in each direction. As you can see from the pictures in this slideshow, traffic was very light despite the reduction of motor vehicle traffic lanes. Drivers were behaving in an orderly fashion and traveling about the speed limit, which is a change from the aggressive nature of this road in the past. Even though these lanes are not complete, I already saw another cyclist using them. As we create a connected network, more and more people will be willing to ride as they realize they can get from where they start to their destination on cycling infrastructure. And as drivers gain more experience around bike lanes, they will learn how to navigate them better and learn to appreciate the fact that traffic does not become congested because of the addition of bike lanes on underutilized roads. Thank you for your attention today, and thank you for turning Brampton's streets into streets for people.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros, your discussion item, 9.3.3.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. I always get a nice chuckle and excited when I see the area in which I grew up and I walk by pretty much every day being highlighted in a video. So I thank the delegation who provided that feature. I guess what I'm bringing today is, and this is a discussion I want to have with staff, but I'm sure impacts many other councillors. Notwithstanding that we know or what we've told about the benefits of bike lanes and cycling lanes, and I was a council rep on our cycling committee and had a great time and really commend all the great work that the committee is doing. The challenge that I felt when bike lanes were introduced on Charlet, and this is where I wanted to get staff to sort of walk me through so I can help communicate with our residents better. And I think there's some issues in how we're communicating with our residents. So, to my fault, I guess, and I've been scratching my head as I walk by Charlet every day and where my parents still live, and I came across bike lanes, which I went through every sort of email or approval that we provided, and we never got a heads up that the bike lanes were going to be put there. So that was a head scratcher for me. And the reason why, I think was unfair to myself and Councillor Bowman is that from one day to the next, when we see these bike lanes, it wasn't accompanied by appropriate signage. So there was no signage with it. And then it starts the onslaught of calls from residents. And again, it's not to the merit of do we want bike lanes or not. It's how we're implementing these bike lanes, and then how are we monitoring the usefulness of and the impact of these bike lanes on those roads. And this is where I think this clarity has to come to residents, because to the credit of residents who expressed their considerable concern with what happened, I give the example of many seniors who contacted me who had even trouble navigating leaving their sort of area, who lives in the area, going onto the bike lane or going onto the new road, which was paved, and not understanding where the bike lane is, not having that education to go with understanding, what was just done, leads me to believe that there's a huge communication gap and a huge education gap that's happening. So for me to be able to sell this to my residents and support this, I need to sort of be able to go to the residents and explain, this was the timeline, this is the signage, this is part, and all this other big picture stuff, as important as it is, the communication to residents, giving them a heads up that this was going to happen. I didn't have an opportunity to walk residents through. And so I'd like to hear from staff, how are we, when we're implementing this, because this happened with Main Street as well. And I don't know about other areas, but it just seemed these things popped up. Now, is there a protocol in terms of letting area councillors know when this is about to go up? Could we not, I know in the past there'd be letters sent out to the community within the radius, letting them know that this would happen. And it's all about the communication. And then after, I'd like to hear about the effectiveness of our evaluation of, we've introduced bike lanes, and, and this is the challenge I had to communicate with residents, is that we keep telling, or everyone keeps telling us, and all the experts we hear, that this is going to be the best thing since sliced bread, and we're all going to be healthy after, and everyone's going to be on a bike, and I'm surrounded by sort of cycling lanes, and and we don't see much use of it, and the residents obviously. So at the end of the day, it's hard to go tell residents that, this is part of a big plan and we're all going to be healthy and we're going to be the, big active community and this is what all the experts tell us to do. And, in 20 years, you'll see the results of this. So in the meantime, I have residents pointing out that while they go on these one lanes, they go on these, they're finding themselves during rush hour, during traffic, there's actually more pollution being created there's more idling happening. And then, obviously their frustrations looking to their right or looking to their left, depending on when they're coming on the road, that they don't see anyone using it. So, if staff can just comment on, so I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but first in terms of the process of notifying us and how do we communicate to the residents that, cycling lanes are going to be put in their area or in a major corridor.
Through the chair, it's Richard. If I could ask Henrik Zolberg to pipe in terms of some of the questions that Councillor Medeiros asked.
Yes, thank you, Richard. To you, Councillor Medeiros. I think some of those questions will probably be better answered by traffic services because they're the ones that are actually dealing with the implementation piece. So I think the advanced questions are probably better sorted by them. The latter questions on kind of that planning piece, I could speak to in turn. I would preface it by saying that, Councillor Medeiros, I think we hear everything that you've said. This is a discussion that we'd had going back some time in terms of that notification to the public and the whole education process. That was kind of the genesis of the Streets for People campaign, where these projects are supposed to be signed, with those boards on the road indicating the changes that are coming. I'm also, again, with the notification to the residents, that's something that I guess I would think the traffic operations group who are implementing the project would be working to send those out, and I'd have to ask Mike Parks to confirm that. But that was part of the discussion that we'd had going back some time as well in terms of the advanced timing for those notifications, and that's something that you as councillors should be receiving as well. I know that in a number of instances, my staff is receiving kind of comments. We'd over a period of time put together kind of a boilerplate response for the benefit of councillors to be able to respond to their residents on some of these questions. More from kind of from our perspective, it's kind of on the ATMP side, it's the planning need and justification for the work. And one final point I would make is that I believe it was in spring of this year that we co-authored a report with Public Works where we brought to council a list of the 2021 program and the projects that were going to be implemented. I can't recall whether there was a specific timing, but I think there probably might have been a general timing in there. That was kind of an initial advance. But beyond that, I would maybe ask if someone from Public Works could speak to the actual implementation notification process.
Good morning, Chair. It's Mike Parks. Yeah, with respect to the notification, there was a number of notifications that were provided earlier on in the year, including signage on the roadway, and also meeting with each area councillor and going through all the locations that were to be implemented this year. And that exercise happened. If there's a need for further information to be shared to area residents and whatnot, then I think we're at the will of council to give us that direction. But it was, I guess, about a year ago when the rollout with the Streets Are for People, there was a conscious decision made that we would move forward with consultation by way of signage on the roadway and consultation by way of dealing with the area residents, specifically through the councillor offices.
So I guess through you, Chair, and thank you, Mike. So if you just walk me through, so for example, Charlotte, the date that it was going on, so the date that it was implemented. In terms of walking up and down the street, I didn't see signage, and I didn't think about videotaping going up and down Charlet, and maybe at one aspect or one point there would have been some sort of sign, but I guess to understand that we inside here get it and we understand what that means, but to a resident to sort of have a sign that just says part of my, what was it, places or streets for people or people for streets, I'm not sure how much that would resonate with people. Can you confirm, were letters sent out to, for example, radius of residents in the area that this was going to be implemented?
Through the chair, letters were not sent out to residents in the area.
And do you know from previous years, like I know when I first got elected, county court was quite problematic in 2015, and I know many residents were up in arms about the county court lanes, but they had received notification. So do you know if that was a practice back then, or were there surveys, or were there at least letters that went out? And if you don't have the answer, we can talk offline, that's fine. I guess I'll see if my colleagues have any comments, but I think just I would have appreciated some form of opportunity to have the residents understand what was coming forward, and is it maybe that a toolkit was provided to us, but there's 1,000 things happening at the city, and you guys have 1,000 people working in different departments. So, and you guys work, in reference to what your department, and we're basically, in my case, an office of myself and 2 assistants. And, for us to be able to track everything that is happening across the city, and what's happening and when's opening and when's this, I would think something more robust in letting us know that this is going to happen, especially, in this case, what happened on Charlet, because it's just, frustrating from my point. It's frustrating to the residents, and then after all, almost from a public safety perspective, because I do know several seniors had said that they had difficulties navigating. This is the first time in their lives they've ever seen cycling lanes, and they didn't understand, even when to make a right, where they go, and where is the separation, and so there's a hazard to the way that we sort of bring these lanes out. And that's something we'll talk off online, and maybe my colleagues have any comment. I guess my second aspect, going back to Henrik. So in terms of, so people understand, so we roll out these cycling lanes, and how are you going to monitor Charlet, for example, over the next couple of years? And how are you going to come back to council to identify if it's been successful or not? Because I think, we did approve a strategy where we're going to have lanes across the city, but how are we going to evaluate that it's effective and it's been successful, and how do we communicate to the residents? Because all we get from residents is not understanding. People tell us, well, if I want to live in Toronto, I'd live in Toronto. I don't live in Toronto. And B, you're putting bike lanes where we use it for 3-4 months of the year, and hardly anyone's using it, maybe occasional, but during the winter, no one's using it. And after, I even get comments from residents saying, well, you councillors yourselves, you guys are not taking your bikes and you're not using these lanes, and go to City Hall on your thing and provide the example. So these are interesting comments I had from residents, and at the end of the day, I'm the representative, like it or lump it, and I'm trying to support something which I think there's merit to, and I believe eventual. But how are we communicating its effectiveness, and how are we evaluating that implementing these lanes are successful to a healthy community?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. There's a few things to unpack in there. I guess, first of all, what we have to understand that this is a bit of a long game as well. When we're looking at the Active Transportation Master Plan, we're looking at building a network over time, over kind of a 20-year period, essentially, to kind of build a fully integrated network. what we're trying to do here, this isn't about forcing people on bikes or making people go on bikes. And we're never going to be Toronto, or at least some parts of it might be. There's certainly the possibility for that. What we're trying to do is provide a mobility network within Brampton, on Brampton's roads and on the trails, that at least provides an option for people to use a different mode other than the private automobile for trips that are cyclable or walkable, for that matter, too. When we're talking about active transportation. The fact of the matter is that, we have to build that infrastructure in order to facilitate that kind of activity. But the other piece, the one that's not so easy to do, at the end of the day, putting in a bike lane is something that you could, more or less, you can do that overnight. Changing behaviors is something that's going to take a lot longer. That's where kind of the education and awareness, the interaction with our advocacy communities comes into play. And sure, there's setting, leading by example. I know that some of you do ride your bikes, as do some staff, and we're certainly out there monitoring what we put in and testing that network all the time. In terms of actual data gathering, I think that some of that presumably would be captured in, and I can let, traffic ops speak to it. They do their counts when they do intersection counts and such. They do capture bicycle traffic. We are looking also at advancing, this is one of the ATMP recommendations, is a monitoring program to actually track cycling usage. We're still kind of looking at different technology options to do that, but it's obviously something that we'd like to do. When we implemented the Vauden street lanes, we were able to track that. That's, again, traffic operations was key. Was looking at the daily traffic, bicycle traffic on there, and we're able to show kind of that that increase, and it certainly paints a compelling picture. The other success indicators in all of this is, again, bike lanes aren't necessarily just about building bike lanes when we consider them in the context of a whole complete streets approach to the city, where it is about balancing modes for vulnerable users, for all users. But I think we're trying to develop physical environments, public spaces that are attractive. And when we have an example like Charolais, Charolais was something that we did have data that was supporting its implementation to road diet. Not even, let's not even talk about the bike lane yet, but I think the delegation had suggested that Charolais had been over-designed, and our traffic numbers were showing that. I think what we hear, the frustration that a lot of residents feel is, it's what's front and center for them. And if they're in their car and they're out there on the road at a peak hour, they're probably experiencing some delay, or more delay than they're used to, or that they might expect. But overall, when we're looking at the usage of Charolais and even the other roads that we've dieted this year and added those bike lanes, overall the traffic impact hasn't been, at least the data is showing us, hasn't been that severe. What we are doing, though, is providing that infrastructure that we can begin to grow those opportunities for people to cycle. Is it 3 months? Is it 4 months? Is it 5? Is it 6? That's part of that cultural growth as well. I think, we had a pretty good window weather-wise this year. I know that I speak to people, just talking to the advisory committee members last night, they're still out there riding now. And, we have the examples of winter cities, around the world, where cycling is a year-round activity. And again, what enables that is the infrastructure that's put in kind of the maintenance commitment to it. But it's also very much a cultural ethos as well, and that's probably the hardest thing to grow. I don't know if I've covered everything, Councillor. If you can.
Yeah, no, this is good, and I want, and through you, Chair, and my apologies to my colleagues. I know I'm belaboring this, and I will allow them to speak. I just want to get this on the record and get this public, because this is all great. But when you go speak to residents, and you know, I am challenged on how to articulate this. Maybe not as better than you are, and I don't know if it's maybe us rethinking and how we have more of a robust outreach to communities where we put cycling lanes. What I would hope that, I know this will be part of budget discussion, that we do get, for example, I'd like to see sort of a map across the city where lanes have been put in to ensure that there's been equity across the city, so that every member has the opportunity to benefit from these investments, and every resident has the opportunity to have access to these lanes. So I'd like to get an understanding on how you know, the rationale is, where we're going, and that can be a discussion at budget. And I do think we need more of a robust communication, where I'm almost thinking, Henrik, I would invite yourself and whoever staff and come and door knock with me in this area and actually go speak to residents, or have a town hall dedicated to this. And I would invite Mr. Mayor, you know, certainly, and whoever's, my apologies, I think it's Councillor Santos who's the council lead, for us to have a town hall, maybe in different wards, for us to invite residents and really promote this, so they understand the strategy, and, you know, even myself, you know, keep educating myself to the benefits of this, and why we need this. But I do think that the challenge that we're having is the way that it's been communicated out, and you know, the signage that we say that, you know, there's signage. Well, you know, I look at the signage and it doesn't tell me, you know, too much, and to the residents that probably would mean nothing. So, you know, at the end of the day, we're in this challenge where we're trying to tell residents that this is great for them and this is great for the city, and you'll, you know, probably refer to certain studies that tells me this is great. But if majority of my residents are calling me and telling me that, you know, they're not big fans of this, you know, I can't just ignore what they're saying. And you know, a lot of these people are very volatile. So that's about it. I wanted to ensure that we had this discussion. I did commit to residents saying that I would raise this in a public forum, and I would raise these questions. And you know, I'll listen to my colleagues, and I thank you for getting back to me. But I would like to have a more robust discussion at budget regarding, you know, can we put this more money into communication, and I'd like to see what type of outreach we do with the community. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If I could, through the chair, just to offer that, I'm getting some updates from my team as well. I understand that there was, in fact, I don't know if the mail-out was the same as we typically do with other projects, but we had developed, as part of that whole Streets for People campaign, a postcard mailers. And those, I believe, would have gone out. I would have to go back and confirm exactly how large the coverage was and when those cards were going out. But that was something I think we had worked on back in the day when Jane Holmes was still here, that there was, you know, these cards indicating the projects. We had worked with Strategic Communications to develop those postcards, and they were there as kind of a precursor, just kind of highlighting the upcoming project. The other thing, Councillor Medeiros, I think you're right. I mean, communications is the ever-present challenge. I think, you know, we have, like, the information is there. It's really a question of how do we bring people to it. You know, the information is all there on the website. I think there's a project description. There's, you know, on the AT site, we list all the construction projects as well, and they're also all mapped. And I think part of the Streets for People signage was intended to be able to bring people back to see those pages as well, where a lot of that information kind of is provided, and of course staff is always ready to further elaborate if it's needed. And one final point, if I could, just to make also, is that when we're talking about these bike lanes, I think we're looking in the context of active transportation. The other piece that we need to also look at is the whole micromobility issue. And you know, our team is currently working on developing an e-scooter pilot that we're going to be bringing for council's consideration in the new year. But you know, that bike lane infrastructure is also an enabler for the for e-scooters to be able to, again, to accommodate these non-auto modes for these short trips in the city. And I'll
No,
leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's important information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to the clerk for summarizing all the requests. So we have a request quickly from Jason, Commissioner Schmidt-Chakuri, and then I will pass it on to Councilor Pertini and Bowman. Commissioner Schmidt.
Through the chair, Councillor, I'll start. Just Commissioner, this email I think preceded his time with the city. So just outlining that in April we had shared a toolkit with council. It included a list of all the bike lane projects, including Charlet and for 2021, including the various communications, whether that was signages, postcards being handed out in the area neighborhoods, and then some timing if it had been determined at the time. So, and then we included all the social media information, draft of the postcard if councillors wanted to kind of hand them out in their own words themselves, as well as social media briefing note and locations where the signage was going to be. And then there's also a map on the city website, so I'll ensure that we circulate that back to this original email to ensure that the map's available to councillors as well. And I believe we can also examine to some of the comments we've heard how we can enhance the communications on a go forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Before I pass to Councillor Schmidt, do you have anything or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think everything was covered, and I think Jason has clarified things for me as well, so I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, no problem. Okay, moving on. Councillor Pertini.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, and I think Councillor Madero's asked a lot of things that I was going to ask. Communications. I think we got to put it maybe in our newsletters or something, get more news out there. I'm still waiting for Glenvale. They were supposed to send a sketch, and I've been getting calls every day on that, and taking over their driveways. I don't know how we're going to do this. I'd like to keep everyone happy, but the communication is very important. I drive around Central Parkway, North Park at least 5 times a day, and I don't really see that much bike lanes, and I understand this is a long process. Maybe we should, I don't know if we have to do polls on this, because I see we do polls on recreation and on our hospital and our budget, and see what they actually say. Or maybe where there's bike lanes, we should send letters out to the residents and say, what do you think for this a certain area? Because we're getting a lot of calls, and and I've noticed driving around, and I do a lot of driving. Port 3 and 4 and 7 and 8, there's a lot of bike lanes popping up, and we don't even know about it sometimes, and we're getting these calls. So maybe can we have a report that asks how many bike lanes per every ward has been already done until now? Is that possible to Mike, Director?
Through the chair, I believe all that information is readily available. And as Henrik indicated earlier this year, there was a report that was brought forth that shared all that information. I think we can provide that information. I'm not sure it necessarily has to be a report to council, but we're at the will of council. If they want us to bring back a report, we can. But we could share that information directly with you, Councillor Pertini, if that's your wish.
Well, I'd like to bring it to council to see, because I've noticed in 7 and 8 and 3 and 4, there's a lot of bike lanes popping up. And, if we're doing this network, I don't understand why certain areas, yes, and so and none. We're getting all the calls. That's one thing. And the other thing is, I think when we're doing these bike lanes, we have to talk to the residents and see what they say. Because at the end of the day, we're getting a lot of complaints from them. And, again, I'm not against the bike lanes, but certain areas, fronted driveways like Glenvale, stuff like that, I'm still getting calls every day. Are they putting them up? If they're putting them up, I'm still waiting for that design, which they said it was ready, and still didn't get it. So they're calling every day. Like, we got to let these people know. You can't just go around and start, even though we approve things, and we just come up and start putting them right in front of their driveways when they're all nice single driveways. They look double, but they're semis. and they got no parking, which there is parking there. So maybe we, we should let them know way ahead of time what do they think on that road. Especially like Glenvale, there's nowhere to park. There's a school, there's a park, and there's a townhouse complex, unless they're going to go park on Queen. So we're really taking their parking away for visitors if they have to come in. So we really got to look at it. In some areas, like North Park, we could put it on the boulevard. There's 25 feet on one side, 25 feet on the other side of the green space. I just don't see. They've done it on Castlemore. They've done it on McVean. They've done it in so many areas. If you go on Bevard on the west side of 410, there's an 8-foot path right through where people could actually walk, rollerblade, bike ride. It's just perfect, and it keeps everyone happy. So I'd like to have that. Maybe, or you want to send it to me, that's fine. I want to see all the bike lanes put on until now on every different ward, because I've seen in 3 and 4 there's a lot of them, and we can't just pop these up. And when we send out these communications, a lot of people don't go on the website. People are busy with their home life. They go work, they come home, and then all of a sudden something pops up, says, well, we had it on the communication. Well, not everyone goes on there. So I think maybe we should all start putting it on the newsletter. So mandatory, tell them, hey, this is what's coming in the future. So at least they kind of get a little bit more information. Because at the end of the day, we're getting all the calls, and I'm getting a lot of calls on this. So thank you to Councilor Medeiros.
Okay, thank you to Councilor Fortini. Councilor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Councilor Fortini actually spoke to one of the points I was going to make, and that's that, if we're going to be actively communicating this to residents, our newsletters offer a very good opportunity to do that. So, perhaps those who put the newsletters together in communications can get together and figure out some of the bike lanes that are going to be added. And we can actually communicate that on our newsletters, because we generally get a lot of feedback on the newsletters. I will say that I have some concerns. I'm all in favor of bike lanes. In fact, I've probably got one of the biggest bike advocates who lives in the neighborhood as well. And he was actually shocked and surprised, pleasantly surprised, to see the lanes pop up on Charolais. So, he's heavy into the bike community, and he was surprised as well that they were there. My concern lies in the question of, are we putting bike lanes in because we are experiencing a lot of traffic, and a bike lane is a good way to, as Henrik put it, put a diet on the road? Or are we doing the bike lanes because they are truly needed for connection purposes? And I don't need an answer to that today. It's just something we need to consider. The other concern I have is the timing of the bike lanes. To me, there's a big opportunity that when we have bike lanes planned, that they go in as early in the spring as possible. It gives people a chance to get used to them. It gives riders an opportunity to utilize them for the entire summer and fall. But more importantly, I'm concerned on Charolais that when the snow starts falling, and it could start falling within a matter of days, we've actually only had the lanes there for probably a month, maybe a month and a week. And all of a sudden we're going to get snow plows going down. We're going to get snow covered roads in a lot of cases. Maybe people who don't recognize that the bike lanes are there, and there's still winter bike riders. There may be an opportunity for problems developing at intersections there as well. So perhaps we can look at that in the future, moving into next year as well, that, when we've got these bike lanes, we put them in as early as possible to give everybody an opportunity, both the drivers and those riding bikes, because we want to maintain their safety as well. And I do have that fear heading into that we put these bike lanes in a little late in the season. The last point I wanted to make was more to do with the road diets as well. And that is, particularly on Charolais, we've got a huge new development coming in Shoppers World. And, we're talking about tens of thousands of people. And, the Charolais Boulevard may not have the extensive traffic at this point. But, you know, roads are designed for future use as well. And, you know, I sort of am thinking about what's going to happen when the Shoppers World development is done. There's going to be a lot of people using Charlet as an alternative to Steeles, for example. So the diet at that point may not be needed. And is there an alternative to having the bike lane on the road? As Councillor Fortini mentioned, is there room in some places to use a boulevard? All things we should be looking at. But again, we can look at these things moving forward. The bike lane's there. I do know some people who actually use it. But again, my concern is for the safety. So hopefully we can look at that in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And we do have more questions. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I just wanted to say that if you look at some of the most livable cities in the world, they've invested in active transportation. And I understand there's going to be some learning mistakes, and we'll find the right balance. I'm glad that Council is having these ongoing conversations of where it's best incorporated, but I hope we don't lose sight of the overall goal to have a robust active transportation master plan. You know, we did put this forward to the federal government. We're hoping they can help us with the funding. You know, when I'm in my regular meetings with the hospital, you know, we talk about the additional health pressures in Brampton. You know, we have cardiac issues, we have rising rates of obesity, and one of the ways to combat that beyond diet is active lifestyles. And so I hope that, I know it's more complicated in existing subdivisions, but, you know, we need to make sure that there are opportunities for active lifestyles within older subdivisions and new subdivisions. And so I do hope we don't lose sight of the overall goal to have an active transportation master plan that would rival the type of trails and cycling routes that you see in Vancouver or Calgary, or frankly most European communities. And so I think we have set the right tone, this council, in terms of making this a priority. And if there are small incremental changes that need to be made, or small, if there's route changes that better serve both traffic and cyclists, then sure, look at those. And I think any additional information, so all councillors know exactly where every path is in the city, you break it down on a ward basis. I'm sure that information is helpful. I agree with Councillor Bowman. Let's use our newsletters to let everyone know where these cycling paths are. And you know, I would just close by saying, Field of Dreams, you know, that famous baseball movie, if you build it, they will come. If we didn't have a soccer field and we said no one's playing soccer, well, it's because we don't have the infrastructure. If we didn't have a pickleball court and we said no one's playing pickleball, you have to build it for them to use it. And we can change lifestyles. If we build a proper, efficient, active transportation network, people will use it. In every city around the world where they've invested in active transportation, I don't think anyone's regretted it. So I'm glad that we're continuing this push forward and look forward to additional information and abilities for us to communicate it. And I would add signage. You know, the most active cyclists know exactly where every new trail is, but you know, for the average cyclist who may not be as regular in terms of using the paths, we need to make it easy. I'd love to see better signage. I'd love to see route maps made more available, just like you would a transit map. I would love it to be as abundantly obvious how to use active transportation as it is to use Brampton Transit. And so I guess my question would be, is that possible? What can we do additionally to let the community know the paths that we have?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair, I can share a few things from the communications perspective that we can enhance the existing communications we'll ensure updated map. I see our web pages. There's a number of different places where some cycling material is located. So we'll look at a potential consolidation. So it's just easier to access. Also educate drivers and cyclists how to share the space as a priority, as well as educate cyclists how to safely bike during the winter, and then general education, both on the map and as well as for the ward newsletters, including general blurb and map, as well as specific details for each ward pair, so that can be included as councillors select the articles for their respective newsletters. And then I imagine, and I would imagine that per the previous communication, we'll continue to hand out the postcards in the areas that the lanes are being implemented, including the signage that goes up on a regular basis, the postcards to the residents in the area, and we can ensure that those are communicated on a regular basis.
Yeah, and Jason, if we're going to get some additional information back, as Councillor Frattini said about what wards are in, what I'd be really interested in getting some additional information back on is what other opportunities are there to actually communicate the maps that we have. And you go back to, if you build it, they will use it. A lot of people don't know that we're actually building some significant actual transportation pathways. Like, I was at a pathway in the summer that Coca-Cola sponsored. It was one of the missing links that was required to connect Mississauga and Brampton. And it had been up for 2 years, but no one knew about it. And so very few people knew about it. And so, yeah, I guess what I'd be curious about is, from a public works perspective, what signs can they put on our trail network that sort of highlights where these cycling paths interconnect with public trails, and maybe a sort of a map that could be in different parts of the city where it actually shows this network. And then maybe even, just like if you're at the TTC and you go to the fare box and ask for that little map, they give you a little pamphlet that has the TTC map. Maybe we could have in our rec centers or at City Hall just a little map that, the one that folds up and you put in your pocket. And so let's just make it really easy to understand where our footprint is, and then more and more people will use it, and that will have positive effects on public health and in hospital pressures. I just think we need to do a better job at letting the city know about some of the great investments we're making. Is that possible to have that come back to council on what additional communication methods we could have in terms of like a little flyer that could be available at community centers or even for councillors to give out when they're at community events? Use our active transportation network. A lot of people don't realize how interconnected it's becoming. I know there's still a few missing links, but we're getting to the point that you could really move around the city without being required to use a car, which is exciting.
I also think Henrik has something to say to that.
Yeah, if I could just briefly respond through the chair to you, Mayor Brown. I think, you've hit on all the right things. I would say that one of the pieces that we do have out there that we've had for a couple of years now is that cycling map. We're currently in the process, I think, of revising it. This would be, I think, maybe the third update, or the second or third update. It's one of our most popular items that we have out there. We've been working most recently with Laura Lukasik in the tourism side, who have taken a whole bunch of boxes off of our hands. And we've been trying to, I think they are on display or available at the rec centers for sure. The various events that we've been out over the summer, the farmers markets, those kinds of different events. Those maps are all there. So we know, and we've heard that they're extremely popular, and so we'll continue to do that. The other part is always, again, it's also the ongoing challenge, the whole wayfinding issue. And that, again, was one of the tasks that was laid out for us in the ATMP to follow up on. So we are, looking at, ways to better sign the route and ultimately to make it as intuitive as we possibly can. But we certainly have already started looking at examples, best practices elsewhere, and it's something that we're working with both our communications team and with our public works colleagues to develop a program to go forward on that.
Thank you very much, and Henrik, thank you for your passion on this. I know you've taken a particular interest in active transportation, and I think we're lucky to have someone like you who understands it and is so determined to help us realize our active transportation dreams.
Thank you. And as I move along, I just want to give everybody a heads up. We do have one more delegation. Our MP is waiting as well. So if we could just be succinct with our questions. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the various questions and responses so far. I think at the end of the day, this is more of a comms exercise and letting the residents know why we are investing in bike lane infrastructure, where it is going, etc. And reminding folks that this is all part of Vision 2040, reminding folks that we declared a climate emergency, reminding folks about our Vision Zero commitment to prioritize vulnerable users on our roads. And also that education piece is incredibly important. I think the reason why this is a comms exercise is because this council unanimously decided to make active transportation and the master plan's implementation a priority, a term of council priority. And so staff are implementing the direction from council. Let's also remember that induced demand is also an issue, and we are trying to, instead of creating more roads or choosing to expand roads as our first option when it comes to congestion, we know that by creating more roads, we're going to increase more congestion, encourage more people to drive. The region of Peel already listed a statistic that we are already outgrowing the roads that we're ever going to create. And so we need to create those other options. As Kevin Montgomery's texting me right now, remind people that, we need to create options for people to get on their bikes and other alternatives for transportation. He also texted me just now that he is very happy about Charolais. He knew that Charolais was coming, but didn't realize that the city was going to implement it so quickly. And so as a cyclist myself, and as the representative council who sits on the Cycling Advisory Committee, the cycling community together with staff have been working very hard to provide those alternatives and options for people in the city of Brampton to be active, but also to reduce congestion on our streets as per Vision 2040. And also as a cyclist in Brampton that uses the infrastructure with my son, I can tell you that there are a lot of families and kids, folks that I have never seen before, use this infrastructure. And it is going to take some time because Brampton has the culture of driving cars. And we are committed to try to start shifting that culture along with transit, of course. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add a little bit of historical perspective. I still remember the day. It was, I think, a seminal moment in the history for the city of Brampton when we had for the first time as a guest Gil Penalosa, who presented at our theater and talked to us about the monumental changes that were required to change his home city in South America from a very car-centered society to one that favored walking, active transportation, and transit. And I think that it was really following from Gil Penalosa's visit to Brampton that the city really embarked on a number of changes, including the work that led to the 2040 vision, which was huge. And I still recall at the night where the 2040 vision was endorsed, I delegated as a resident to offer my support. But also I recall members of council expressing a hope and a desire for the 2040 vision to not remain a dusty volume on a shelf that never gets implemented. And so we have, this council and staff have worked very hard to bring the 2040 vision to the forefront and to make it part of everything that we do. Gil Penalosa talked a lot about the idea that change is difficult and that it will take time. He talked about the importance of touching hearts and minds. And I think that this has been an instructive conversation. We know that there is more work to do. And I think that as we work through this task that we have taken upon ourselves to change Brampton and to make Brampton a better city, I am all in favor for any and all avenues to help people understand the work that is happening and why it is so important for the future viability of our city. So thank you to all.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini, for the second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask that they were supposed to send the design for Glenvale. I've been asking for this for many times. The residents have been calling me. Are we going to send this out to the residents there in Glenvale and myself?
Through the chair, Councillor Fortini, the Glenvale design is underway, as I believe we've shared to you already. So are you directing us to share it with the residents? Is that what you're directing us to do?
I have never got the design because it was supposed to be, they were going to relook at this and see if they could put it on one side or the other side because taking people's driveways. And I remember when they called, they said they were working on a different design. I never received anything. And also the residents wanted to know what's happening there. And as far as I know, the design was completed and I've been asking for it and I got no reply on that so far.
So leave that with me, Councillor, and,
okay.
and we'll take it offline and we'll get
okay.
a copy over to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. I have a motion by Councillor Fortini to receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on, we have a delegation from MP Sonia Sidhu. We will pass her the mic and you can have your delegation. It's 5 minutes. MP Sidhu, are you there? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Brown, councillors, member of the staff, and all residents. Today, I'm providing an update on our federal plan for an improved, more accessible, and more affordable childcare in Brampton and across the country. As the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women of the 43rd Parliament, I have been part of numerous studies examining a variety of issues facing women. We heard from witnesses over and over again about what women across Canada indicated as one of their top priorities for the economic recovery. For many of them, it was childcare. It is why our federal government has committed $30 billion in Budget 2021 to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, including Indigenous system. Ontario is receiving $10.2 billion as part of this deal. Together with the provinces, we will also build capacity for an additional 250,000 spaces across the country. Our plan to build a Canada-wide community-based early learning and childcare system will make life more affordable for families, create new jobs, get parents, especially women, back into the workforce, and grow the middle class while giving every child a real and fair chance at success. As of Monday, the Government of Canada has entered into agreements with 9 out of 13 provinces and territories. As of today, we have agreement with British Columbia, Nova Scotia, Yukon, PEI, Newfoundland and Labrador, Quebec, Saskatchewan, Manitoba and Alberta. But we are still waiting on the agreement with Ontario. This is something that is needed in Brampton and in our province. I have heard about it from many residents at the doors during the recent election. Parents in Brampton pay one of the highest childcare costs in the country. The median annual fee for childcare is $18,593 per year. This amounts to over $1,500 per month, but often goes as high as $2,000. With 50% reduction in 2022, already Brampton families would be able to save thousands of dollars and support their children. To be even more specific, it is projected that Brampton families would save $9,296 in next year alone on childcare fee by 2026. They are projected to save $15,989 in a year. As it is, many women in Brampton decide to put their careers on pause and stay home because they cannot afford childcare. This national program is based on the Quebec model. This model is proven to be financially sustainable. It has demonstrated that it allows more women to enter into the workforce and increase overall economic output. The BBOT agrees we need an improved system. BBOT has made it clear in the priorities we have received during the election campaign. Brampton businesses need affordable childcare to continue to attract skilled workers and talents to Brampton. Canadians are in agreement. Economists are in agreement. Women's are in agreement. We need more childcare options, and we need them to be flexible, affordable, and inclusive. Mayor Brown, council members, every child deserves the best possible starts in life, and all parents should have the ability to build both a family and career. Childcare is not a luxury, it is a necessity. I hope that the council will agree with me that we need affordable childcare in Brampton.
Thank you. Wow, those under the 1 minute warning too. You did good. Good on the timing. Thank you. It's an important issue, and I see Councillor Santos is going to bring her discussion item down too. I believe she has a proposed motion, and we'll take questions to the delegation as well. So, Councillor Santos, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, MP Sidhu, for coming in to delegate on this very important issue, especially when it comes to women. Women, it's Gender-Based Violence Awareness Month, and Embrave was here, and we had a conversation about the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. And, many women don't leave violent situations because they don't have the financial capacity, they aren't able to work, they don't have access to childcare, affordable childcare in order to work. And so this very much so is a woman's issue. As a single mom, when my son Lennon was just getting out of infancy and turning and becoming a toddler, I was working at Queen's Park. I had a very decent job. And my childcare monthly was $1,200 a month. And at the end of the month, I myself, having a good job at Queen's Park, was struggling to pay my bills, struggling to pay for groceries, to pay my student loans, etc. And so I know firsthand what that's like as a single mother, how difficult it is to access affordable childcare and the sacrifices that you need to make because it is unaffordable. And so I don't think any of my colleagues would disagree that this is an important issue and something that we would very much so like to see the province and the federal government come to an agreement on, because we need this and we appreciate the National Childcare Strategy and trying to get us to $10 a day childcare. My motion that I'm bringing forward today in conversations with staff and with help from staff speaks about the importance of accessing affordable childcare for the residents of Brampton, but also throughout the province of Ontario. And it is a motion to advocate for the province and the federal government to come to an agreement by the end of this year so that we can start to have affordable childcare in this province and specifically in the city. Even now more than ever with respect to economic recovery during COVID, many women have lost their jobs. Many women are going back to jobs now and they're looking for affordable childcare. And so with the motion on the screen, MP Sidhu, I'll just read the therefore be it resolved, because you've covered many of the whereases in your delegation today. And I'm just waiting for the clerk to scroll down. The therefore be it resolved is essentially for the city of Brampton to call on the province and the federal government to engage in a meaningful discussion and reach an agreement that supports an average $10 a day childcare, and that the agreement provide equitable and quality childcare to all residents of Brampton, regardless of their socioeconomic status. That the members of City Council demonstrate our support for a federal provincial agreement to implement the $10 a day childcare system for the residents of Brampton and the province of Ontario, and that a letter is sent from the members of Brampton City Council in support of a federal provincial agreement to the federal Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and the Ontario Minister of Education, with a request that a finalized agreement be reached at or before December 31st of this year, with an implementation date of January 1st, and that the letter be copied to all of our local MPs and MPPs and the region of Peel. Thank you, MP Sidhu, for coming in, and happy to, if you wanted to make any comments.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, sharing your story. And we need to help Brampton young families, and every child deserves a better place. And thank you so much for that.
Thank you, MP Sidhu. Next is Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, MP Sidhu. It's always such an important thing to ensure that we do have childcare for families. I know as a mom of 5 kids, have gone through the gamut of trying to find childcare that is affordable, but then also, you know, had to be very creative to make sure that I had childcare that fit for my family. And so I wonder if there are if you have any stats or feedback on the other side of it, because we do know that many women are in the business of providing private childcare support services to their community. And we know that the Ontario Child Care Act had changed to make home childcare centers safer for families, to give that peace of mind, and also require a number of home childcare centers to meet the standards that are needed to improve to ensure that children were safe in home childcares, and also give the opportunity for home childcare centers to become licensed. And so a lot of women who are in this business are able to also feed their families and provide childcare services that are less than some of the larger childcare facilities that are around the city. So I wonder how this plan will impact them, and is this just to offer subsidized childcare for larger businesses that offer childcare, like Peekaboo and some of the other childcare businesses, or is this for how are we looking at the structure, and how are you proposing or expecting for provinces to be able to roll this out?
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Great question. We have provided flexible deals to all provinces, including Alberta, where this issue you talk about is the case. What I can say, Councillor Williams, we are ready to sit down with Ontario, listen to their specific situation. I believe it's a fair deal for Ontarians. 9 provinces and territories that have signed agreement are getting fair deals, while Ontarians are missing out. And if I talk about the Bramptonians, they also deserve a better care. As I said in my remarks, every child deserve a better place. I think it is a better deal, and if you said it's on the based on Quebec model, where it's proven economic sustainability, and I think it's a better plan for everyone, where mostly parents, women can thrive.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm looking forward to what the provinces has to offer, and to really hear, what the impacts will be, and what really makes sense for a city like Brampton, because we do, I know, like I said, the creativity, when there's a gap, there are people who are able to create business models to accommodate that gap. And so I also think about, you know, nanny services and the women that are often hired as nannies in homes. And if we move to a full $10 a day deal, does that also now impact the ability for some of these women to earn a sufficient income to for themselves and their families too? So I really do. I look forward to this conversation, and I'm happy to support this motion, because I do think with Brampton having such a large population of women who want to enter the workforce, who are faced, and families who are faced with having to provide childcare, it's expensive. And even looking at the after school care area, for me myself, after school care is $21 per day for my son in kindergarten, and then $19 per day for my kids in middle school. And I mean, sorry, my kids in elementary, but after kindergarten. So for me, as a parent with 5 kids, it could come up to about $2,100 to $3,000 a month for childcare. But I've been able to find really great people in my community who are able to provide that support for much less. And I know a lot of other parents are able to do that and get creative and have, you know, find local supports and local childcare services from residents who have started in-home businesses that are safe and are monitored by the Child Care Day and Nursery Act, or the Child Care Act. But so I'm looking forward to what comes out of this conversation, and I'm confident that there will be an agreement soon as we look at all of the parts that are moving to make this happen for families. So thank you, MP Sudu, for coming in and bringing this to us.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, for your questions. I have a motion. We have the motion on the floor. We'll take both motions together.
Do I not get to speak?
Sorry, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. It's easy
Your
to miss
name's
me.
so close to Williams, I did see it as a child.
Williams, yeah. No apologies. That's been happening all my life. Yeah, just a quick comment. One thing we do have to be aware of, and I'm happy to support this motion to move forward to look at how we can address childcare and that, because it is a big issue. But one thing we have to be conscious of is in the early 1990s, when the NDP government made daycare not-for-profit, there was a lot of businesses that shut down, and there was a lot of young women that were in the childcare industry did lose their jobs. So that's one thing we have to be conscious of. But thank you again, MP Sudu, for coming in. It's always nice to see you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. So we have a motion by Councillor Santos to approve this motion. It's an advocacy motion with a letter, and also to receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. To the clerk, we are done with delegations, and I can move to government relations. Just want to check my notes, not yours.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Moving on, item 7.1, government relation matters. Blaine Lucas is here for a presentation for committee on government relations. Welcome, Blaine.
Thank you, and through Chair Singh, I'll begin with an overview of Peel Regional business. There is no Peel Regional Council meeting this week, but instead there are a number of committee and a public meeting scheduled for tomorrow, November 18th. So the public meeting starts at 9 a.m. and it's to provide an overview of the proposed bylaw to change the composition of the Regional Council as it relates to the appointment and term of office of the Regional Chair. The Audit and Risk Committee will meet at 11 o'clock, and the Region Appeal Accessibility Advisory Committee will meet at 1:30. Public Affairs team reviewed the Peel Regional Committee agenda for this week and collaborated with the appropriate staff from across the city on issues with a potential impact on the city of Brampton. So as we move on to the next slide, please, just summarize some of these issues. Alrighty, so the public meeting, there's one agenda item. It's listed as item 5.1. It's the meeting was called to obtain input from the community on the proposed bylaw to change the composition of Regional Council as it relates to the appointment and term of office of the regional chair. The meeting agenda consists of a presentation by the Region Appeal Chief Administrative Officer and the opportunity for the community to participate either through the provision of oral and or written submissions. The Public Affairs team is continuing to monitor closely the ongoing discussion. Staff continues to conduct an environmental scan of regional chair positions in Ontario to benchmark municipal consistency and practice related to procedural selection, compensation, and the range of responsibilities. I would like to thank the Municipal Clerk and the Legislative Services Department for the continued guidance and feedback on the availability of this information, and as we move forward to provide updates to members of Council. The Public Affairs team will review the public meeting tomorrow, and will provide an outline of the community input received by the region as a result of that engagement. So if we can move forward now onto slide 4, please. All right, in provincial updates, I'd like to highlight the announcement of the government's intention to move forward with Highway 413. The province first confirmed its intent to advance the project as part of the fall economic statement. At this point, the cost estimates nor timelines for implementation of the project have been announced. But it was also noted that the province committed to Highway 413 as part of the 2021 to 2022 allocation of $2.6 billion as per the Ontario Highways Program. Staff are working to secure additional information as it becomes available in order to provide updates to members of Council. In other updates, the province announced a pause in the lifting of capacity limits in remaining higher risk settings. The government also announced funding to enhance and expand mental health and addiction supports for frontline healthcare workers. That program was an allocation of approximately $12.4 million. So both of those issues are related to the ongoing provincial focus on the COVID-19 pandemic. The provincial government also announced funding for the Community Safety and Policing Grant Program, which directly benefits local police services. The grant program is an application-based funding that is open to all police services, and the grant application process and dates for submission have yet to be announced. If we can move forward now, please, on to slide 7. All right, moving into the federal update. So the federal government announced that Health Canada has approved the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines as appropriate for COVID-19 booster shots for previously vaccinated individuals. Also, as recently as yesterday, Health Canada received a submission from Moderna seeking authorization for the use of their Spikevax COVID-19 vaccine in children between the ages of 6 to 11 years of age. So we will provide further information to members of Council once Health Canada has reviewed and made an approval determination. The last piece for our presentation this week, I wanted to highlight that on Monday, November 22nd, the House of Commons is resuming, starting with the speech from the throne. The Public Affairs team will provide members of Council with highlights of the throne speech and the initial analysis of potential impacts for the city. We will make sure that we will provide that early next week and forward that briefing note out to members of Council. So that summarizes our quick GRM presentation for this week. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman, is that a question or?
No, I'm just responding to Peter's announcement about the broadcast test.
Oh, okay. No problem. Is anybody else? No, I don't see any questions. So we will receive the delegation. Councillor Willens, we have a motion from you to receive the delegation. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Mayor Brown, your COVID-19 update.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Singh. A bit of an update. Dr. Lowe continues to forge full steam ahead with the push for vaccinations. We are 80,000 doses away to getting up to 90% coverage in Peel region. So the vaccination campaign is going really well. We just need to continue to push to get to that goal of 90%. He did mention today that very soon the vaccination campaign for the 5 to 11 cohort will be starting. And so that is one of the remaining vulnerable populations within the community. At Brampton Civic, and we have 4 patients, COVID patients at the hospital, and 2 that are in ICU. So the hospital capacity continues to be very strong. I also wanted to share with you today in my COVID update that we are starting to get back to normal. The vaccination campaign had its intended result, which was we're not really seeing the severe cases. And so it's why public health now permits events. You know, you see 20,000 people at a hockey game. You see we have their blessing to do major municipal events again. We had a beautiful Remembrance Day ceremony in person at Kenwillan Square last week. We're going to be having a tree lighting in person. And so now the fact we're getting back to normal, I have been speaking to other municipal councils or their mayors about the return to council, and discussing with public health and our city clerk and Marta Medeiros, the chair of our reopening task force. I wanted to share with you today my suggestion, and Peter Fay will share this with all members of council, that we stay consistent with our neighbors in Mississauga and Toronto. And I know me and Bonnie have talked about this a fair bit, about how do we follow the public health guidelines to keep 6 feet of distance, while at the same time indoors, while at the same time being able to really get back to normal. And so what is being recommended in other municipalities is to return to in-person council come the new year, but a hybrid model. And so you would have half the councillors there, and those that want to be there in person can. And it would be, and if there's more than 5, then it would just be a rotation. But the hybrid model would give those who want to attend virtually the ability to do so. And everyone is in a different situation. You may have immunocompromised members in your households, or an unvaccinated individual for a various health reason. And we need to be respectful of those that may have some additional precariousness to their personal health situation. And that's why what's being adopted at the region appeal will be that hybrid model. And so after speaking to Peter and public health and the chair of the reopening task force, I think this is the right balance for us. And the intention was Peter would send out some instructions for how this would be adopted come the new year. And this would be for council. I realize it's different for committees, where there may be some merits to continuing to have the virtual platform. It's not like we'd want to have 300 people indoors for a planning meeting, but those policies would be sent out by Peter, so that we could adopt this transition in January. And I just wanted, I'm working on this with public health and our city clerk, but if there was any input on this, we'd love to hear it from council. My personal opinion is that if we can safely return to in-person functions, that is consistent with what is being done elsewhere and based on the advice of public health, then we should, because there is value to that in-person engagement. And maybe, Peter, if you could just explain how it would be done, that everyone would have to bring their computers, and if you could just explain, the way that we would govern it initially, and then we're happy to take any questions, or simply your advice.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to the committee chair and to members of committee. Thank you. And we've been looking at what other municipalities within the region of Peel and other municipalities across the GTA are doing. Our approach would be, as the mayor set out, consistent with what we're seeing in other Peel region municipalities, particularly the region of Peel. So come the new year, as per the mayor's remarks, for city council meetings, and we may extend that to standing committee meetings, including committee of council, this decision-making forum, up to 5 members of council would be permitted to come into the chamber for an in-person meeting, with the remainder participating remotely. The 5 is a number for which would include the chair and would allow for appropriate spacing at the current council table of 11 seats. We may also look further on in the new year about expanding that to what we call the back rows behind the members of council, to enable more members to participate in person at some point. We'd be following prevailing public health guidance. The essential rules that will be provided to members of council will be, we would ask members to advise the clerk's office prior to the meeting of their intent to participate in person, so we can ensure that we can manage that capacity limit. We would require the members attending, whether in person or remotely, to still continue to use their computers, because we'll be using WebEx as we are today for public meetings and Teams for closed session meetings. So we do need to maintain that virtual speakers list through the technology platform, as opposed to using the speakers list system that exists within the chambers. Recorded votes would still be by verbal vote, because we don't have an integrated recorded vote system, both remote and in person. And we would continue at this point. We are looking at prevailing health guidance in terms of when members of the public may be able to attend meetings in person. At this point, the recommendation is still to not allow members of the public attend meetings in person, still promote, support, and have them participate remotely. And then we will look at that in the new year in terms of what the prevailing health conditions may be. And we have a pre-registration system in effect for members of the public that wish to attend meetings come the new year. We would be extending this as well to our citizen-based advisory committees. And we will hopefully reassess on a very regular basis as we see things hopefully progressing in a positive direction in terms of being able to proceed back to some sense of normalcy.
And just to add to that, the dates for this would be consistent with our partners, and so we would be making this return consistent with our municipal neighbors and consistent with the public health guidance. I see we have some questions on the board from Councillor Bowman and Pelletier.
Thank you very much for you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you brought that up. That's the exact question I asked at our BMO meeting on Monday, and our city clerk was able to give us the same answer then. So that's good to hear. I think residents are expecting us to get back soon. The important part, I think, is having the residents being able to attend and delegate. I think some of them feel that they don't get the same response, I guess, or they don't feel comfortable online. So I'm looking forward to that. I did have another question though, and that is earlier this week, a resident contacted me about applying for a small street closure on their street, which we did, and we were told that we can't do these small street closures. They wanted to have their own community Christmas party on their street. And we were told we couldn't do that because the city is not encouraging any gatherings or get-togethers. However, Mr. Mayor, as you mentioned, we are encouraging people to come down for the Christmas market, for the tree lighting, and all sorts of other things. So I think we need to get some clarification and some coordination between all the departments, so we know exactly what's going on. Because if I'm a resident and I've asked for a road closure to have 50 people come and celebrate together as a street for Christmas because there's no Santa Claus parade, I would be a little not understanding actually of why we can't do that, but we can encourage people to come down and crowd in the squares. So perhaps we can clear that miscommunication up, and we can start getting some things straightened out and start getting back to normal, as you say. Thanks very much.
I'm really glad you raised this, Councillor Bowman. Couldn't agree more. If a local neighborhood, and I know there's a number of neighborhoods in Brampton that have their own Christmas celebrations and I know even a staff member at the city of Brampton who gets dressed up as Santa Claus and visits local houses. You know, there's some beautiful traditions, and I would not want City Hall being a barrier to that. And so maybe I can speak to, you know, who this would fall under. Would this be under Public Works?
I would think so, yeah. I just think, you know, I know that all the departments are following the guidelines that they've been given, but I just don't think we're coordinating them right now as we move further.
Well, and to put that in context, Councillor Bowman, you know, I get probably invited to more events than anyone, and I've been invited to some events. You know, I'll give you an example. Last week or last month, we had the Garbas, and I went to events that were permitted, and they had 1,000 people there. And I asked, you know, has public health approved this? And because they're doing contact tracing, it was approved, and it was within 50% capacity of the venue's permitted capacity. So if events like that can take place, but we're not allowing an outdoor street closure, that would be bewildering to me. And so, do we require a motion on this? Can maybe someone from Public Works tell us if this can be rectified on its own, or would it take a motion of council just to make it clear that we're not canceling local Christmas parties due to some extra cautious approach to COVID? Is there? Yeah,
through
please
the
go.
chair, it's Mike Parks, and I just see that the fire chief has indicated that the BMO group could coordinate this through the incident management team, which I think from a department perspective would make us feel a lot more comfortable if we've gone through those steps and made sure that all the touch points have happened before we make a decision within the road right of way that could ultimately have some negative impact. So I think that's a great direction and great assistance from the chief. And I think that if we move forward in that direction, I think then we can probably accommodate something in the near future.
And on that near future, obviously the Christmas season is right before us. So hopefully this can be done in a timely manner. Maybe we could get a note sent to council on it next week, if that's possible. If there's any concerns, that we can deal with it at council next week. But I can't justify when there's events indoors of people, thousands of people indoors, that's approved by public health and the province. But for some reason, municipally, we would not be allowing a small street outdoor event. It's just, I don't know how you can explain that to a constituent. So I'm glad Councillor Bowman raised this. And would that be fair, Mike, that we just get a response back, or the chief on this next week before council?
Through the chair to Mayor Brown, it's Bill Boyes. Yes, we're happy to speak with our incident management team and get some communication out this week back to council.
Okay, thank you. I guess the next on the list is Councillor Pelleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with the comments that we've been making, and I just wanted to stay consistent with my comments that I've made in the past to ensure that if we are asking staff to come back to their desks and come back to City Hall, I think we should be leading by example and providing the opportunity for councillors to come back first. I think is definitely setting that example. So I think if we can just if I can be consistent in the messaging that we've had before around this, I think we've heard from the clerk in the past that we'll look at this in January, a hybrid model, and I believe that that this hybrid model and what we're looking at is consistent with what we'll be asking staff. And if I can just get somebody to confirm with increasing the bodies in City Hall around the same timelines.
Maybe that could be directed to the CEO. I think Councillor Pelleshi makes a fair point. We do want to see people back at City Hall, back to business as we reemerge from COVID. To the CEO, Barrick.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the CEO is not present at the moment, but Commissioner Nadar, I think, can respond.
Through the chair to the councillor. Councillor Paletti, were you asking what the staff level will be coming back in January? In January, we're currently up to 100% of staff will be returning back to the office and incorporating our work modernization plan.
So in January, currently you're working on bringing 100% of staff in community services back to back in full time.
It will be based on operational needs. It's up to 100% of staff will be returning back to the office. Each department will be based on their operational needs, and will also the CAO can follow up. Also be allowing the public to be using some of the facilities at City Hall and West Tower, but the CAO can follow up on your question.
Okay, so maybe if we can park this and when the CAO gets back on, because my request last time we talked about this was that, if we're going to be asking anybody to come back to City Hall, council should be leading by example if we're coming back. So I didn't want for us to be going out to staff to say, okay, it's time for you to come back, but then councillors aren't coming back to the chambers. So I don't think that's appropriate. That's appropriate. So, I see that. I think the CAO is back on.
David, are you there?
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, with respect to the workplace reintegration, that's going to start to happen in January. I know that council's talked about this with respect to when they may want to start coming back. It's something that we've talked about at corporate leadership team meeting as well. I mean, ultimately, that's council's decision when you want to start coming back. It would dovetail certainly with January and the rest of the administrative buildings and staff, where we're moving up to 100%. Doesn't mean 100% overnight. Council would have seen some of those administrative emails that have been sent to all staff as well. But really, the last meeting of council for this year is December 8th. And so the consideration really is if council wants to move towards in-person meetings or starting towards in-person meetings up between now and December 8th.
So David, I don't think that was the question. We just went through a discussion of council returning, and the sentiment was that everyone was for that hybrid model. Councillor Paletti's question was he wanted to make sure that we're setting the standard, and that if we're asking staff to come back, that we lead by example. And so he wanted to know what % of staff are coming back in January.
Oh, thank you. So again, that's going to be up to the respective operating area. In other words, our fire service and transit and public works, et cetera, just to be clear, are in regularly as well as bylaw. So what we're really talking about is a percentage of employees with respect to administrative offices. And even those, that is going to be left up to those respective areas from an operational basis. So the blanket coverage, though, would be up to 100%. So everyone can come back, where the limitation now is up to 25%. So the envelope has been completely lifted, but we have allowed respective directors and commissioners to make those calls for their respective areas based on operational needs. I know that's not really a percentage answer, but we are allowing that discretion on an operational basis. And at the same time, with respect to the workplace modernization that we are rolling out, which includes flexible workplace arrangements. So they're going to be more intimate conversations based on the respective employee and the respective manager. Once we roll it out, we will have a better idea of what that percentage will look like, but the limit is up to 100%.
And that's okay, David. And I don't need, the exact number. I'd like to, of course, obviously get kind of an idea, but it's up to, I guess, the respective workplaces that can handle safely within the guidelines of how many people can come back to that workplace. But I guess just what I'm saying is if we're, and I think this goes back to maybe what Peter was talking about at an earlier report, that if we're looking at the hybrid model, that we'll be going in that direction. And thank you for Mayor Brown for bringing this up again today. That's will, I guess, state that the council will be entering a hybrid model come January, to have a portion of council back within the chambers.
Yes, Councillor Pelletier, that's the policy that we've worked on with the city clerk and the chair of the reopening and Peel Public Health, and so that policy was going to be circulated to council for return in January, and we were just asking if there's any input on that recommendation.
Excellent, thank you, Mayor.
And CEO made a good point. Just to underline, some people ask me, when are people at City Hall going to be returning to work? The vast majority of our city workers have been essential workers, and they've been unsung pandemic heroes. And I think it should be restated, but you look at transit operators, you look at firefighters, you look at a lot of our bylaw staff. They've stepped up huge during the pandemic, and even during the most difficult waves of COVID-19, when they were unvaccinated, going to help enforce and respond to COVID situations. They were working, and so a great debt of gratitude is owed to our municipal workers for the role they played during the pandemic.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and I have a motion from Councillor Pelletier to receive the update. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. I'm going to ask that we break until 1:50. That gives us 32 minutes. So 1:50, we will continue with the corporate services section. Thank you.
Members of committee and staff, this meeting is now recessed to 1:50 p.m. You can leave the WebEx session, or you can stay on the session until committee reconvenes at 1:50. Thank you. I'm going to review the members that I see present in the session. I do see Councillor Santos, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Singh, Chair Singh, my apologies, Councillor Williams, and that is all the members I see at this point.
Thank you, and we will get started for the corporate services section. Moving on, staff report regarding mental health benefits, I believe was held by Councillor Bowman.
It was indeed. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I don't want to drag the meeting out too long. I just have a real simple question. If there's one thing COVID taught us, it's that mental health is just as, if not more important than physical health. And I'm very glad to see that we're taking these steps to provide everything we can in terms of mental health facilitation and assistance for our employees. Just one question on the description of what's going to be done. There's a health and well-being survey, and it says a survey identifying employee preferences is a useful tool to amplify the employee voice. City requires current data on demographics, employee health and well-being preferences, and opportunities for improvements within the organization. And it's providing insight into the psychological health and safety needs within the organization. I would just like to suggest to staff that perhaps a survey on health and welfare and possible needs that come from being on the job at the city. You know, it's one thing if people are having difficulties at home, but I don't think that the survey you're doing covers what employees feel and how they feel at work, and if anything at work is contributing to any of the feelings of health issues that they might have. It's just from what I'm reading, the survey is basically just to get their input on what types of services they'd like to see. But I think it's just as important to try and determine the base cause for needing the services in the first place. So I'm just going to leave that with staff. That's all I wanted to say, but I'm very, very pleased that we're providing these mental health benefits. Thanks.
Thank you, and Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple comments, and I'm also glad to see that that this initiative is coming forward. Something that I've talked about in the past, in particular when we're talking about bylaw services and the fire department, but the list kind of goes on for anyone else in the city that's come in contact with any types of issues. What I'd like to understand is the possibilities of having opportunities for somebody to come in and talk to, and if we have this already, I'd like to understand that. Somebody to come in and talk to maybe a group of, let's use bylaw as an example. So bylaw officers on a quarterly basis or whenever it's determined that they kind of come into a setting to sit down, have a discussion and talk about some of the issues that that they faced, that they have dealt with. And I think this is always, in terms of mental health support, that this has always been, it's certainly something that we know works in other areas. So what I'd like to understand from bylaw and from fire is if there's an opportunity for these kind of group setting, group discussions to happen, if they're currently happening or if they can happen in the future.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Paul Morrison. I can answer Councillor Paleshi's question for bylaw. We do look at that, and we just recently, within the last month and a half, 2 months, had an outside facilitator come in and speak about mental wellness within the organization for all our staff. We made it mandatory that every one of our people take it, and we try to do it on a routine basis. I heard you say quarterly. It's a good example of being even more proactive than what we are, and we can look at that.
And then thanks, Paul, for that. And before maybe Bill jumps in, Paul, is there is there an opportunity for? Sorry, I'm getting a mental block now. Is there an opportunity to have that in terms of the union? Does the union provide anything for the members in bylaw services now, and can they be incorporated into kind of those settings and those discussions?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that we do inform the union of our activities when it comes to this type of training. We don't have to, we don't necessarily involve them, but we offer any of the opportunities to them so they can come and see. I would like to bring in Amalia if I could. Amalia has some good reference material she could speak to assist us in this conversation.
Hi, Paul. Hi, Council. Indeed, through the chair, Councillor Palachi, great suggestion. One of the things that certainly Fire Emergency Services does have, as does Transit, and sorry, Chief, if again I'm going to speak to some of the things that you may be speaking about, is certainly a peer support network team. That is, again, the framework is peer supporting peers. And those peers that do express interest in being supporters do receive training in order to be able to, again, listen to their peers and certainly guide them. Again, we also have our EFAP services that are there to support our staff. But again, we have found certainly success with peer support groups, particularly for areas that are in positions such as fire with being first responders, transit, again, being frontline focused, as well as certainly as enforcement officers as well. So we can certainly work with enforcement to look at, again, establishing a peer support network group for enforcement. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, Councillor, through the chair to you, Councillor Palachi, I just want to add one more thing. It's important to recognize a lot of the times the training we do is good for groups in that group setting, but there's a stigmatism for mental wellness. Sometimes people do not want to come out and expose themselves. So where we can actually sharpen the point for us is maybe looking at ways to reach out and accommodate those on a one-to-one basis, so that they aren't revealing themselves to their peers as somebody that may have some mental wellness concerns.
Okay, and thank you for that, Paul. And I guess to expand on this, and I only use bylaw and fire as examples, but when I start thinking about it, security, definitely a group that needs that kind of support. Parks, corporate, our corporate staff that have just, especially now in with COVID, you get that corporate burnout. So opportunities to have that in all groups in the city, I think is really important. I see Mike Parks is saying that they do it as well. And if maybe Chief Boys can provide a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Palachi. Through the chair, so we do have a very strong peer support team, as Amalia mentioned, that's run through a number of our union staff, and they do a tremendous job. We have a joint labor management wellness committee. We do things called Wellness Wednesdays, where we have guest speakers come in that's available to the whole department. We have leadership training on resilience. So we have a whole host of things. We even work with the recruits when they come in. We speak to their families about mental health and the impacts of, especially fire services in the job. So I will say in the last 5 years in the fire service, there's been such a positive trend in reducing that stigma that we see that's so prevalent out there. And I think now it's more commonplace that people talk about it. And I think it's better. And we're fortunate to have some of these programs that we do have. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And Bill, do you know, like Paul talked about how, it's difficult to have those kind of group settings where people don't really want to talk about it. And I think, especially in fire, now more than ever, more people, I think, are talking about it. They are coming together to talk about some of the issues. Are you finding that in fire? I would think that from what I'm hearing, that fire would maybe be those the front runners are closest to those peer support groups? And is there any opportunity that fire can lend a hand to other areas in the city of Brampton where they're not getting that full feeling of the possibilities of the group setting and the benefits that the group setting brings to mental health support?
Yeah, for sure, Council Pleshy, and I mean, we'd be happy to help and reach out to any of the areas that require assistance. Some of our leaders, Mandy Gould and Rob Sinead, just a couple people that have extensive training, and they do work. We've had times where there's been drownings and other situations with other city staff that we're there to provide that support, because fire does, fortunately or unfortunately, deal with these type of stressful events on a regular basis. So we do have that training. And to your first question about, I think there is a much greater acceptance now. There's a lot more talking about it. People are much more open about it. We've even had staff come back that have been off with post-traumatic stress disorder and share their story department-wide. And I think probably more than 5 years ago, that's probably unheard of. But over the last 5 years, there's been tremendous progress that it's just people are aware of mental health and the challenges. And I think during COVID, we've seen the blurring of the lines between the workplace and personal life, and the struggles and the challenges that we have because we're dealing with COVID on a 24/7 basis. So that can make a life more difficult. But on the positive note, as I said, that we are talking more about it. And I think one of the helpful things from us, again, is with our recruits especially, is bringing in the families and talking to the families about the stresses they may see. Sometimes people can put on a brave face at work, but when their families and friends see them at home, and if they're aware of those struggles, I think it takes that team effort to get people to get help or realize they need assistance, and that's something that I think we're finding benefits with in the fire service.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. And let's not just to the corporation as a whole, let's not forget even our recreation staff that are getting abused daily because of they're having to enforce the proof of vaccines, and it's a corporate, it's corporation wide. So if anything we can do in terms of supporting each other across the corporation to try and get those support services, I think is definitely a benefit to all the employees of the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I have a motion from Councillor Bowman to receive the report and approve the staff report or recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. 8.2.2 is the staff report regarding the 2022 interim tax levy. I do not recall who held this.
It was myself, Councillor Vicente.
Okay, good, sorry, Councillor Vicente. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, recognizing that we're running long today, I just want to ask that this report be referred to budget for the reason that I would like staff to provide us with options on the late payment charge. Councillor Santos and I and the mayor have received letters from residents who are still dealing with effects of COVID. They're not fully employed. They're still getting back into the workforce, and they're struggling with making payments, but they're doing their best. But it's quite daunting with the 1.25% late fee, which that is, when you calculate it out every month, it essentially turns into over 16% annualized interest rates. And that's, I think, a heavy burden. So I'm hoping that staff can come back to us with some options on what we might want to do. I don't think we can do it retroactively, but if that is possible, let us know. But certainly for next year, would like to have some options for us to consider during budget. And that, Chair, is my request.
Okay, so we have a request for referral. Does staff have any comments about referring before we vote on it? Okay, seeing and hearing.
It's Martin Finnegan, Councillor Singh.
Yep.
Just a quick comment. We're actually in the process of interim billing right now. So we're in our test stage at this point, and we're live on December the 1st. So there's a very short time crunch here. We'll probably require some changes to the billing system to make that change. We also have pre-printed tax bills that also share that information. There's no, there'd be no chance for us to make those changes prior to the billing in December the 1st. And as well, the main interim billing goes on January the 1st. So there is very short amount of time to make any changes. I just want to make council aware of that.
Okay, I guess through you, Chair, as an option, would we be able to provide on a case-by-case basis where the resident is able to show and you know, staff can work on what those parameters might be, some forgiveness on these heavy late fees? Given the context of what residents are going through at the moment.
Through the chair, you know, legislatively, we have to charge based on the whole of the assessment. So penalty and interest is set in the bylaws when we run interim and final levy. For 2021, we did offer the deferral program by application, and we had a number of applicants take us up on that. It wasn't very many, maybe just a little under 500. That's also a possibility for us to continue into the new year. We found that, you know, the intent of the deferral program it came after the 2020 year when we deferred all penalty and interest from March onward, if you recall. When we went into 2021, we made an application by deferral program where any resident that met a certain set of qualifications that they made a declaration against could defer their taxes to December the 15th in their entirety. We had, as I said, about 500 applicants that took us up on that. And what we found is one of the things that we were expecting to see was that staff would, the applicants would be those that were in arrears not prior to COVID, but in arrears since COVID. And we basically, it was an honor system program. We had about 497 originally. We're down to about 437, where some 60 applicants presumably paid off their overdues. But what we did find was about 90% of these applicants didn't have any arrears. There were certain businesses as well that just took advantage of the fact that they could defer their taxes. So we didn't find that the program was overly successful. It didn't hit the people we thought it would hit, but it's certainly a possibility for us to bring forward that same deferral program into 2022. Again, with the billing underway as we speak, we would not likely be able to make those changes so quickly as to get them onto what our PTB billing, which we're starting, our pre-authorized billing, which we're starting right now, and we'll be continuing live in December the 1st. But possibly we could get that program up and running for the interim billing, for this installment interim billing in January.
So I think what we would be looking for is just to provide options for residents to seek some relief from what is essentially a late fee equivalent to what you might see on a credit card.
Yes, you know, we have heard that through the chair to Councillor Vicente. We've heard that many times over the years, and I guess the prevailing position has always been that the city, you know, not in the loaning business. There's other opportunities for ratepayers to get cheaper rates. The city's basically trying to you know, gain as much cash flow as possible to run our operations. Obviously, we don't have the privilege of running a deficit like other places do. But the main thing as well is we're responsible for making the regional payments and the school board payments for the province, and they get paid whole regardless of whether we collect for them or not. So the penalty and interest is a small amount of revenue, at least, that can help offset some of that burden on the local. We have to make up whatever difference through other revenues or reserves.
Through the chair, Councillor Vicente, we can definitely take this and put some options and bring next week. We'll also show some of the pros and cons for the different options that we'll be proposing to council. and we can have the discussion there, if you're okay with that.
At council?
Yes.
Next week, you mean?
Yes.
Very good. That would be great.
Will do, for sure. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, then referral to council.
Okay, we have a motion to refer this report to council. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on. Second, okay, 8.2.3 was dealt with, 8.2.4 was dealt with, 8.2.5 was dealt with, 8.2.6 is a staff report regarding a budget amendment and request to begin procurement applicant tracking system ATS for a 5-year period. I believe I heard Councillor Bowman hold this, but
No, you're correct.
Yep, Councillor Bowman, the floor is yours.
Yep, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. The department was approved in the 2019 budget, the 2019 capital budget. Is that money that was approved still sitting in that budget envelope?
I can answer that, Councillor Bowman, through the chair. Yes, I believe.
Small double double. Can you get 2 small double doubles, please?
Oh, I think someone's microphone's still on.
Can I get a black coffee too?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that. Was it Nash who was answering?
Sorry, Councillor Bowman, that is Avi. I can refer it to finance and or IT colleagues to answer. I believe that is correct. That budget is still, capital budget is still in that envelope.
So none of that money has been spent since 2019 on this problem that we identified in 2019?
Yes, so the project was put on hold due to COVID. So we picked it up back up again this year. Start of 2021, we've been working on getting us to the sort of the current state, the future state, and developing the document to go to RFP. That budget hasn't been touched since.
Okay, and what does the region of Peel use for their tracking system, or Mississauga, for example? What do they use?
They use SuccessFactor, SAP.
SAP, okay, and have we looked at SAP, or is that just out of the price range right now?
So this is the reason we want to go to RFP is to invite multiple vendors to the table and have a full-blown RFP and be transparent and evaluate those systems according to our needs at the City of Brampton and align with our needs at the City of Brampton to make sure we're picking the best system for years to come.
Okay, and if there's no possible way we could piggyback onto the regions and Mississauga's SAP functionality?
I can have my IT colleagues speak to it, Eric. But given that we're on a PeopleSoft platform, this is why we wanted to go out to the market to see what system best fits our need. I'm not sure if there is some sort of a leverage, given there's another municipality that's using SAP, to see if there's a discounted rate that would be applied. But that would be probably at the negotiation stage when we do select a vendor.
Okay, and just a couple more questions. Is PeopleSoft, to my knowledge, is that not a software that's specific to HR needs, especially of large businesses?
No, PeopleSoft have been used across the multiple organizations. I came from the university. They were on the PeopleSoft platform, and it was used for HR, payroll, finance. So it can be used for multi function across our organization.
Okay, because in one of the points it says that we're using, I think, 5 different applications because they won't talk to each other. Is that correct?
So they're not integrated. I believe I can speak on the recruitment module. We're currently using ISOM. That module is a standalone module. It's not part of PeopleSoft. So it doesn't speak to PeopleSoft. It's not integrated.
This is why we want to go to market and get a system that will be integrated into PeopleSoft, whether it's a PeopleSoft product or another product from Oracle or another company. But currently, we probably have multiple systems across the corporation that may need to be integrated, but I'll let the IT speak to that.
This is Kumaran through the chair. That is correct, Councillor Bowman. They were implemented at different times, so the mentioned systems do not talk to each other. So there's a lot of manual work.
Okay, no, I understand that, Kumaran. I just wondered why in the past 2 years we haven't just moved to a PeopleSoft HR platform as well, so that everything would talk to one another. That would, I don't know, to me that seems to make the most sense. Is there something about PeopleSoft that we can't use, or is our needs above what PeopleSoft might be able to supply us with?
Through the chair, no, actually we did do our architectural review, Councillor, and in fact PeopleSoft was one of the choices, and in fact it could be even a little bit less when it comes to cost effective, but then we are trying to balance going out to market to being open and transparent as opposed to continue to build the platform, right? When it comes to features, PeopleSoft may not be the top, but there could be other vendors. But I'm pretty sure, based on our architectural review, it will satisfy at least 80% of the requirements. So it's a pretty difficult, we had a very lengthy discussion with respect to that. So PeopleSoft could be an option.
Okay, and is there a reason, Kumaran, that our own staff couldn't develop either a middleware that would allow everything to speak to one another, or develop an application itself for HR through open source?
Through the chair, Councillor Bowman, it is a capability challenge. We do not have the capability that needed to do this development.
Okay, so we're looking at increasing the budget for an applicant tracking system to 1.5 million. Is that what I understand?
Councilor Bowman, through the chair. Yes, these estimates are again very high level, looking at the labor cost, the implementation cost, and the cost of the product. We did go out to the vendors to give us a high level cost. When we speak about high level, they're looking at 3,000 feet. So they're probably providing top of the estimates. So when it comes down to negotiation and discounted rates for municipalities, I'm sure those costs will drop. The cost is based on those estimates.
Okay, because I don't know, it just seems, it seems like a lot of money for almost like a single purpose, because we've already got things in place for the other ones for an applicant tracking system. I'm going to ask that we refer this to budget, because I would really like some more information on this. I'd like to see what the PeopleSoft platform can offer. I've worked in Oracle and I've worked in SAP. I know what they can offer, but it just seems to me that, I don't know, it seems like an awful expensive option, adding that much more money to make the total 1.5 million for something that we identified over 2 years ago as a need. So I'll leave that. I'll wait to hear if any other councillors have any opinions on it, but I'd like to refer this to budget and talk about it then, whether we add in the extra money or not. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I will, we have a referral motion by Councillor Bowman to budget. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, that is deferred. Referred to budget. Okay. Moving on, we covered 8.2.7. 8.3.1 was also dealt with. So 8.3.2 is a discussion at the request of Councillor Vicente on the seniors tax rebate.
Thank you very much, Chair. And these two requests are also to be brought back to budget with options for us to consider. The first item, members of council are in receipt of correspondence from our friends at the Seniors Council, who made two requests of us. They wanted to see us look once again fresh and new to the seniors tax rebates for low-income seniors and low-income persons with disabilities. Noting that the amount which is now provided, $400, was set some time ago, and things have changed incredibly in terms of costs for seniors. And so I'd like to ask staff to bring back two budget options that we may consider and the cost implications of those. Also, they make a request for seniors age 70 years plus to be able to have access to exercise activities free of charge. I'd like to see what that would cost and options for that as well. With respect to the item that I added for the printing of old tax bills, we get a lot of requests from residents who are annoyed that when they either lose a bill and they need to present a tax bill, whether I guess it's for tax reporting purposes or they've sold the home, and they're looking to recover an old tax bill statement that they have misplaced or maybe didn't receive in the mail. They're presented with a $20 fee at the city counter to reprint that. Now, within the city's IT capability, one can log in online to the Brampton My Property Tax portal and find out what you're owing, and you have a very basic statement of your accounts. It would show arrears if you have any, etc. It would be really wonderful if there was a way for that portal to also provide perhaps a simplified version of a tax statement, whether it's the interim or the final statement at the end of every year. Or if that's not possible, if that is a bit too onerous, I would like to propose that we eliminate the fee on the printing of, it's not every day that somebody asks for this document, but the fee is pretty steep. And ideally, if it could be accessed online, that would be the best, and would provide a self-serve option. Again, members of committee looking for staff to bring back some information for us to consider during budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Chair. This is Dash Damek. Yes, we can definitely bring these options back for consideration by council.
Okay, so these are reports requested for budget committee's consideration. And I don't see any other questions. So is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Next is a discussion item at the request of Mayor Brown. I think it's a request from the National Council of Muslims.
Yeah, Councillor, I'm happy to speak to that. The National Council of Canadian Muslims has been one of the most respected organizations that in the country that has dealt with advocacy against hate, and have been delegating in front of Parliament of Canada. They helped with Prime Minister Trudeau on that national summit on Islamophobia. And rather than momentary denunciations of hate, they have come with recommendations to how to combat Islamophobia and what recommendations should flow from some of these discussions where we express our collective grief for the acts that sadly have occurred from London to Quebec City. And these are the NCCM recommendations that I hope our council can ratify, just like other cities have done so. I know NCCM sent me examples of how the city of Hamilton, the city of Edmonton ratified their recommendations. I hope we can do so as well. And for the purpose of this discussion, I know myself and Councillor Fertini wanted to put the motion forward.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Peter. We're just going to bring the motion moved by the Mayor and seconded by Councillor Fortini on the screen in a moment.
Sure. Okay, we have a motion on the floor and I don't see any other questions. So is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Next is a discussion item at the request of Councillor Pleshy regarding delegations at council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just brought this on because we had talked about this in the past, and I had thought that there was a better understanding, and if not, I guess I'd like a better understanding as to when we have delegations that delegate to either committees or council directly, that there isn't an item on the agenda. I had thought that when we do have a committee currently established in the city of Brampton, that those delegations are probably better suited at those committees. So when we have somebody delegating on, let's say, community safety, then that delegation, when it comes in for request to delegate, it would go to the community safety committee. Or a delegation comes in on transit, then it would go to the transit committee. Peter, is the default not automatically going to the committee that is currently houses that topic?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it may be if it is very specific in terms of the purpose of the delegation, but in accordance with our procedure bylaw, standing committees, i.e. this Committee of Council and Planning and Development Committee, are the key standing committees of City Council that deal with the majority of the business. So that's why, in accordance with our procedure bylaw, if a delegation request comes in, it is vetted most times to the appropriate standing committee. One, because they're meeting on a more frequent basis, and two, because it may not, the nature of the delegation may not be precisely lined up with the purpose and mandate of a citizen-based advisory committee that may be established by council. But if it is, then we do try to route it to that decision-making body.
Okay, so is it something that maybe we can talk about in the procedures committee and when we're redoing the procedures bylaw, that we try and get more of kind of a handle on if there isn't a specific item that a delegation is delegating on at committee of council or council directly, and there is another standing committee, that we can steer them towards the standing committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we can, and we do. So when you say standing committee, Councillor, just to clarify, that is only one of two committees, Committee of Council or Planning and Development Committee. All the other committees, Accessibility Advisory Committee, Community Safety Advisory Committee, Brampton Heritage Board, are really citizen-based advisory committees to council with limited members of council on them, primarily citizens. And what we experience and what other municipalities experience is most times delegations on new business wish to go to City Council. We generally prohibit delegations on new business at City Council because Council's making final decisions, and instead we route them to the appropriate standing committee. But we can look at this as part, as you said, as part of the procedure bylaw review to see if there's another way to properly route new business delegation request to the appropriate advisory committee if it matches up with council's priorities in terms of those established advisory committees.
And I think there's definitely a positive or a benefit to that when you're sending it to the advisory committee that has citizen members and some members of council, so that you can have more of the open, thorough conversation in terms of trying to, navigate whatever seems to be the issue, and then you also have the staff, the subject matter experts, also on those committees that can talk about it, and then it's captured in the minutes once it does come to the standing committee. So I think that's something that hopefully we can take into account when any future delegations are coming forward, and also something that we can talk about when we're talking about the procedures bylaw. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Moving on, 8.4.1 was in consent. Then we have Councillor question period. Do any members have any questions? Hearing and seeing none. To the clerk, do we have any questions from the public?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I pass it on to Councillor Vicente for the Public Works and Engineering section.
Sorry, I guess I better unmute there. Thank you, Councillor Singh. Members, we're now going to go through our Public Works and Engineering section, and I'll go to item 9.2.4, which was held by Councillor Willens.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, I want to thank staff on this good report, and working with the other municipalities. I see in the report that Caledon and Mississauga have both committed to their fee. Excellent work. If it wasn't for Brampton's initiative on this, through our advocacy, I don't know if this would have been possible to get this Green Municipal Fund. So thank you to Michael Hoy, to Pam Cooper. I know Pam Cooper worked on this. I don't know if Pam's on the call to make a comment, but just a quick thank you very much. This is very important to move our energy stuff forward. So thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no other speakers, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the report recommendations. All in favor, any opposed? And so without any objection, that carries. Next, we have item 9.2.5, staff report request to begin procurement for physical security services at various City of Brampton locations for a 3-year period. This was held by Councillor Pleshy. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I went through the report, and kind of what I'm thinking about while I'm going through this is internal security. And I'm really I was trying to go back in my mind to say, where are we in terms of, budget asks and requests and supports that we've provided to our own internal security in the past. And I'm kind of coming up with not many. So I'm thinking that this budget, I'm really going to be asking some questions and looking into opportunities and possibilities that we can show more support for our own internal securities when we're asking them to do more, which we have over the past number of years, and this year in particular. I'm expecting to see some more maybe opportunities or support that is needed with our own internal. So when this came up, I kind of said to myself, well, maybe this should hold out for a minute. Maybe we should, refer this into budget. So when we do have those discussions around security services and our own internal security services, we'll have a better handle and a better understanding on what we should be outsourcing and what we have internal. So I think that's kind of where I was going with this when I was reading through it. So I was wondering if there was an opportunity that council would support just referring this to budget to have more of a discussion on security services in the City of Brampton.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through the chair, Councillor, I can appreciate your comments with respect to the move forward security, but what I would ask is if we could approve this. Budget is only 2 weeks away. It at least gets us get the ball rolling a bit on the procurement process, and then any of those nuances that might change by way of the budget deliberations, we can just make those changes to the procurement before it goes out on the street, if you will. So rather than sort of holding this up at this point in time, just allowing us to move forward, and then again, based on what might come out through the budget discussions, we can make those adjustments at that time.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, Mike, but how does, so if we have the discussions within, so there's no placeholder for this to come back during budget then? We'll have the discussion at budget about internal security, and then how do we incorporate this into kind of that discussion, and if it deems that we're changing out of budget, it comes that we're changing what the procurement would entail. Let's say if we're to minimize the scope of the procurement or maximize the scope of the procurement, what does that do with the current procurement that we have just supported here today? But also then my additional question would be, if it's a 3-year period and we're only looking for something more supportive around 2-year before we get something else in the works, then that also changes the procurement, right?
Through the chair, because this speaks to a 3-year period, that would tie us in on the 3-year period piece for sure. But the actual scope within the procurement, all this is doing is saying, yeah, you can move forward with the procurement and that scope. There is some latitude there as far as what the scope looks like. But you're absolutely right. If it's decided that that council doesn't want us to go for a 3-year period, then you're absolutely right. We wouldn't be able to proceed at that point in time because we've got direction as you see in front of us. So based on that, then maybe the right move is to defer this until such time that we have those discussions at budget.
Okay, and Mike, when does the current contract end for this service?
I believe I've got. I believe Jason Teddy is on the call, and he'll be able to give that note.
I can take it, Mike. This is Ruben. So it's ending in March of next year.
Okay.
Which is 2022.
Okay. So I'm going to hold off then, and I'm going to ask for it to be referred to budget, and so we can have that discussion at that time, and then it can come. If nothing comes of it, then it can still go through late December, early January, with enough time to have it done for March.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleski. So we have a motion to refer this to budget. All in favor, any opposed? That carries as well. So our next discussion item at the request of Councillor Medeiros regarding speed bumps. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I did have a chat with staff offline because it's, I think many of us, we always get constantly requests for speed bumps, and I do know that something's being rolled out. So if maybe staff can just provide just a quick synopsis. I know these new type of speed bumps have been rolled out, and if maybe they can let us know when we expect more rollout. And how they will be distributed to neighborhoods, and I guess it will be based on some of the criteria where they're more problematic. So if staff can just provide a short summary.
Through the chair, it's Mike Parks, Councillor Medeiros. We do have, by way of our neighborhood traffic calming guide. We do have 3 locations that have been identified for speed humps next year. It should be early in the spring next year, and those locations are Bodden Street West, Royal Orchard Drive, and Center Street North. We've gone through a consultation process with the residents on all of those roadways and come up with a design that incorporates approximately 14 speed humps on those 3 respective roadways.
So thank you through you, Chair. And I guess, not to, I almost feel bad saying this, but if we can refer this to budget as well, and I know budget's going to be a doozy. It just, I know, for example, Bartley Bull, I hear residents all the time telling me how they would like to have speed bumps and or speed cushions, what they're known as. And I do know that there's some issues regarding, I guess, the supplier and the cost. So if we can have that discussion at budget as well, because I'm sure many of us on council, we like to identify some areas, and we just want to make sure that we're addressing, from an equity perspective across the city, problem areas. And I know there's a shortage. So I'd like to refer this to budget for us to see if we could be adding more speed cushions, so that we can get them in those areas that we think that there's a need for. Hello?
My apologies, Councillor. I was on mute.
Okay. Yeah, so
I was already on the next item, so I will reiterate. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to refer this matter with regard to speed bumps and cushions to budget. All in favor? Any opposed?
There's members.
We have
members of the council, please.
Councillor, would it be Councillor Paleski first?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fully support having a future discussion about speed bumps, speed cushions. I think times are definitely changing. Back in, I think, 2014-15, Councilor Medeiros and I were talking about speed cushions and speed bumps, and at the time, our emergency services were kind of always against it, and that's what had come out of earlier years and stuff. But I think times are changing, and you look at other municipalities that are implementing speed bumps and speed cushions, and more of our residents are requesting these because of the way the city has just been built with a number of cut through areas. And I think those are some of the cut through areas across this city are the ones that need to be identified for the potential of speed bumps and speed cushions. I know that staff have done a tremendous amount of work with their speed mitigating measures. You look at a lot of the areas, in particular, when I look at Ward 2, for instance, and the number of areas that cut through traffic, and we've put up different things, different ways of trying to reduce the speed, and I think for the most part it does a really good job. But for the people that are really trying to speed through, it doesn't stop them. They fly through whatever areas they can do, and we try to make them uncomfortable, but they're not. So I think speed cushions and speed bumps in strategic areas are definitely a discussion that we should be having. So thank you to Councillor Medeiros for bringing this forward. Fully support the referral. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleski. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, and I would also support the referral. Yeah, we got some areas like in my area, Ward 7, through the townhouses, people cut through to avoid the lights, or down at Balmoral, Avondale, the speed. I just wanted to ask Mike, so are these cushions what we're going to talk about, are they going to be there all year, or ones that we remove for the winter?
Through the chair, Councillor Fortini, these will be year-round speed cushions.
Year-round. Okay. So, I've always said, even last term, you look at a car, you measure the wheel axle from wheel to wheel, you measure a truck, which is a fire truck or an ambulance. We can look at these bumps when we put them. to separate the wheel axle. So even if someone wants to go in an area where there's no bump, we could separate them. One wheel, one axle is always going to catch the bump. Also, we got to look at them. The plow is always faced on a certain angle. You can't adjust the plow on the trucks left and right. So if you put them straight, what's going to happen is the pick of the plow is going to catch, and it's going to leave a pile of snow there. So that'll cause a dangerous for the resident. So we got to look at maybe put them on an angle. So when the plow goes, it faces the right angle of the plow. So that way we can keep them there all year round. So thank you to Councilor Maderos and Councilor Pleshy, and I will support the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Singh.
Yeah, I had a meeting with staff too and some residents, so this is a major concern in some areas. I know we do studies and stuff like that, but there's also different situations that have an estate area that doesn't have any sidewalk, and a lot of cut-through traffic comes through that estate area. And what's happening is a lot of residents are walking on the street late at night, and you can't see them. I almost hit somebody twice. It's just you can't see it. The lamps aren't there, and the speed bumps, are going to be an important solution, part of the solution for that. So I will support this, and hope we allocate equally around all the wards, like we did with the park enhancement program, and I'm fully in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Santos.
Thank you so much. I'm in support of referring this over to budget as well. Speeding is an issue in our city. Speeding motor vehicles in particular are an issue in our city. It is dangerous when cars go too fast, which is why this term of council, we are committed to implementing and seeing through in Vision Zero and protecting the vulnerable users on our roads and those who are actually playing in and around the neighborhoods. At the same time, I imagine, and Mike, maybe you can answer this, do speed cushions slow traffic down?
Through the chair, that is in fact their primary function, is to slow traffic down. Their secondary function is also to reduce or mitigate the cut-through issue, because drivers, once they are aware that there's speed cushions on a certain roadway, may choose to take an alternate route, usually the major road that they should be on in the first place.
And thank you. I just wanted to ask that question because sometimes we have the same residents who complain about speeding, and rightfully so, also then complain about too much traffic and traffic moving too slow. And so I think it's important then, as we're looking at all these different traffic calming mitigation measures, as we all prioritize Vision Zero and try to slow down traffic, that indeed there will be more traffic because cars are going slower. Thank you very much, and I support the referral.
Thank you very much, Councilor Santos. So we have a motion to refer to budget. All in favor, any opposed? No one's opposed, so that carries. Next, we have a discussion item at the request of Regional Councilor Maderos regarding facility management plan updates. Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Vicente. Thank you, Chair Vicente, and through you. Yeah, I think I did receive an update, and I thank you to staff for providing that update. I guess in this aligns somewhat indirectly with my earlier about looking at our facilities and not specifically, in this case, when we're saying we're looking at the arts and culture in open space, and that's a separate conversation, but I guess it's somewhat indirectly related. But more when I asked for the facility management update originally, probably around 6 or 8 months ago, it was just because I know in the private sector, I know many businesses are looking at their portfolio and identifying either the lack of need or not needing that amount of real estate, or looking at redeploying resources and looking at those type of things. And I do know that when I moved, it was sort of to bring back, because through COVID, what learning. So I'm just wondering, in terms of in terms of what what we're expecting to come back in terms of the management plan, what criteria are we using when we're evaluating if we still need this plan or not? One is obviously, are we going to have staff using it? And it's interesting that Councillor Plush, when he talked about the security, because, the expenses that we have with some of these facilities, does it make sense to have some of these facilities? So just, give us just a very short summary to council so we understand, what are the things that you're looking at when you're talking about a facilities management plan or a master plan, and what do you think are some of the outcomes that we expect from it? Like, have we noticed that during COVID, in terms of use of these facilities, was there savings, in terms of lack of, we didn't have to have the same staff there, in terms of electricity, in terms of the cost to maintain maintenance and all this stuff? Or wasn't there, or do you think that, moving forward, that we're going to maintain these facilities? It's just for me to understand where we're going with this and sort of what criteria we're using as sort of identifying a long-term strategy for our facilities.
Someone from staff who can provide a response?
Yeah, I can start it off. So if we are, this is Ruben, thank you through the chair, Councillor Medros. So we've been working together, like when we say HR, FOM and BDC, we've been collaboratively working together to come up with this workplace modernization strategy itself. And so it's still at the early stages itself. From a facilities perspective, we are good to go to receive the 100% capacity back, because as we are doing the cleaning and disinfection, just like 100% occupancy itself.
So I guess through the chair that. Sorry, there seems to be an echo.
Sorry, Ruben, if you can turn down your speaker a little bit, or turn off your mic when you're not speaking, there's an echo. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor.
So, yeah, I thank you, Ruben. I do. So you're saying that we're going to be at full capacity. So are you saying that the facilities that we have, and I know HR is developing that sort of strategy in terms of hoteling, or in terms of staff staggering, different days coming in, are you saying that, if we're going back at full capacity, that we're really not, I'm just wondering, what are we going to be looking at when we're developing, because sort of my sort of direction or my understanding is, first, is there a use for us to maintain all these facilities? Can we repurpose some of these? So that's kind of the discussion. It was just trying to sort of get an understanding where this is going. But so you're working with HR, but is there still work going towards looking if we're going to maintain these facilities, or are we going to maybe repurpose some of these, or do we need all this capital?
Thank you through the chair, Councillor Medros. So it is too early for us to determine that at the moment, because it's as we roll out the workplace modernization plan and how many, depending on how many staff we are allocating in each of the locations, it will depend on that.
Okay, and so do you have a time frame when you think you'll come back with something? Do we expect maybe during budget time we'll have sort of an understanding, or it just seems that we have a lot of opportunity if we're not fully using all these spaces, but if their plan is to maintain all these spaces and continue as is, then that I just want to understand where we're going with this, because it's like it's been where we're at now, and again, so if it's too early right now, do you have an idea? Are we going to get this in this term of council, or sometime by the spring, or?
So for that, if I could bring in my colleague David Botany, or from BDC or from HR, someone could probably give the timeline itself.
Sure, I could speak to that. Through the chair, this is David Bottoni, the Director of Building Design and Construction. As part of the Committee for the Modernization of the Workplace, in conjunction with HR policies, as we move forward to integrate staff back to the office, not necessarily as a return to the physical space, but modernizing the workplace to adapt and include the flexibility and hybrid model of remote and on-site working. We're working with HR to understand the needs of each department and each division and see where the opportunity might be to reduce the footprint, both in real estate and, from a green initiative to reduce our carbon footprint. So this way we could find savings not only in the reduction of use of space, but the efficient use of space. So in the meantime, we've developed guidelines to modernize the workplace in terms of eliminating cubicles and using more flexible workspaces to adapt to this need, but understanding the needs of each division first. So we might be able to reduce the seating capacity perhaps by 50%. I'll use my team as an example. We are working at 100% remote from home, and we have the ability to do so at the same high performance, whether we're at the office or at home. And in taking those lessons learned through COVID, we can now look forward to any savings or opportunity in the future with the modernized workplace to perhaps reduce our space usage and perhaps adapt another division into the same space. So we have the opportunity to release some real estate space for other uses and perhaps consolidate this. So this will be a combined effort between HR, IT, support, FOM to deliver this. The way I see this as things roll out and, in conjunction with the CAO's a modernized workplace as well, we need to see how this phases in over the next year. We also have some money allocated for the modernized workplace in the budget, but I believe that's pushed into 2023 as we slowly move back and understand the needs of each division.
Yeah, and thank you very much through the chair. Yeah, that's kind of, I was getting at in terms of, looking at all this. I guess I wanted it sooner, understand there's a lot of moving parts, so I do appreciate that. It's an easy one-off, and there's a lot of different departments that have to provide that input. So as long as that continues to work on, that's fine, and I'll wait for the update. I just think that we have an opportunity here to be responsive if we can identify, free up some space, and you repurpose it for other sort of city uses. I think that would be fantastic. So thank you very much for the update.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So that finishes that discussion item. So
Chair Vicente, you're breaking up.
Have Councillor question period. We then.
So Chair
Can
Vicente,
you hear me
now? It's a little better now.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so we have Councillor question period. Do any members have questions? Seeing none. Public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public with respect to today's Public Works section?
There are no questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. So with that, I'll move on. I'll pass the baton to Councillor Santos to chair the Community Services section of today's committee.
Thank you so much, Councillor Vicente. Our next item in Community Services is 10.2.1 Staff Report Amendment to Cemetery Bylaw, held by Councillor Willens. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I did send a note to Peter Fay earlier in the meeting that this was resolved. I got in touch with staff, so there's no need to hold it. We can just approve it.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens. Do any members oppose? Seeing none, that motion carries. Are there new business? 10.3.1 discussion item at the request of Regional Council Majeros, recreation facilities in wards 3 and 4. Councillor Majeros, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I have the opportunity to speak with staff offline. And all I'm looking for is that when we come back to budget, because we always talk about, and I know, probably my colleagues have tired of listening to Councillor Bowman and myself whine about what we perceive as a lack of investment in recreations in Wards 3 and 4. But, per usual practice, and I think we've done this in other years during budget, I would like staff to come back and probably give us a lay of the land across the city where there's investments. And I understand that's not just with one department. When we talk about recreational facilities, it's just with the Parks and Rec or Community Services, but I do recognize when we talk about park infrastructure, that's with Public Works. So if there could be sort of a coordinated approach and report back to a budget, so we understand all the sort of investments that are going across the city to ensure that there's equity in distribution and recreational offerings. So again, another referral to budget to come back with that sort of big picture. And if staff have any other further ideas that they want to qualify as investments that lead to recreation, by all means. So I'll leave it to their. I just want to get an idea so that we know exactly, what's the lay of the land when it comes to recreational offerings and when we're building communities. Because again, we keep hearing it, and I do know Embleton is going to help with some of that area off of Mississauga Road towards the west of the city, southwest, that pocket there. But within between, there seems to be a lack of opportunity for recreational investment. So, I'd like to hear staff and identify those, and after how we can address those. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Any comment from staff? If not, I'll move over to Councillor Singh.
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we'll follow up with the councillor offline for specific, anything specific. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Go ahead.
Sure. And maybe when we look at a report like this, to staff, there's always two areas where these things get financed from. Some is from DCs, especially for newer communities. Some is from property tax, especially when it comes to older communities, when it comes to upgrades. So we could also include where the sources are coming from, because DCs are meant to be used in their local communities. That's the whole point of when we collect these DCs, to get that infrastructure, whether it's parks, recreation centers. So just as long as we include the sources of finance, so it captures it more accurately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. We have a motion moved by Councillor Majeros that staff be requested to report to Budget Committee on investments in recreational facilities across Brampton and the related sources of funding. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that carries. 10.3.2, discussion item at the request of City Councillor Bowman regarding Indigenous flag in Memorial Arena. Councillor Bowman, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. Some of you may know that this year lacrosse is being played in Memorial Arena all winter, and we've got some professional teams coming here this Saturday and next Saturday to play some exhibition games. This Saturday it's designated as Indigenous Community Night. We're going to be collecting bottled water for the Six Nations Food Bank, and it will be an exhibition game between Panther City and Rochester in the NLL. Some Brampton kids on both those teams. So what I was thinking about, and what I've had discussions about through members of the lacrosse community, through members of the Six Nations community, was the opportunity to fulfill some of our obligations under reconciliation and put the Indigenous flag of the Iroquois, which is the purple Five Nations flag. And the Iroquois were the Haudenosaunee, whose land we recognize in our land acknowledgement. So the Five Nation flag actually represents the Mohawk, Cayuga, Onondaga, Oneida, Seneca, and the Tuscarora peoples. So they send teams to Memorial Arena to play in all our lacrosse tournaments, especially from the Six Nations. And in conversations we've had with some of the people and some of the players, I've learned that each individual First Nations community had their own name for stickball. I was sort of unaware of that. And lacrosse, as it's commonly accepted, was from the Haudenosaunee. That's the recognized name of it now. So what I wanted to do in conjunction with the Indigenous communities game this Saturday night, I've got a motion on the floor here, and I'll read it out. And it says, whereas the City of Brampton is continuing to strive to meet and implement the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, whereas in 1994, the Government of Canada passed the National Sports of Canada Act and declared lacrosse to be Canada's national summer sport, whereas Brampton's Memorial Arena is a host location to many national teams from different levels and divisions, including the Six Nations and other Indigenous communities. Therefore, be it resolved that a flag representing the Indigenous communities be proudly displayed inside the arena, along with the Canadian flag. So that's what I've put forward. I think it's a wonderful thing we can do to honor the First Nations people, and especially those who visit our arena to play the national sport. So I would like to put that forward and ask for a recorded vote, but I see Mayor Brown's on to speak as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Mayor Brown.
Well, thank you, Councillor Bowman, for putting this forward. I think this is a beautiful gesture, and it's unique this year that we have a memorial dedicated to lacrosse. It's the bridge until we get to Vic Park, and I think that beautiful historic building, the fact they're going to have these significant tournaments and the momentum we have for reconciliation, it's just a beautiful symbol of our solidarity. And so when those teams come in from Six Nations and see the Indigenous flag, it really shows Brampton stands with Indigenous communities. And I think that will be a message of warmth. And so when Ron Evans and Chris Lowe and Councillor Bowman suggested this in my boardroom, I loved the idea immediately. I spent a lot of time on Six Nations when I was in the provincial level and have maintained many of those friendships. And I know when I was elected mayor of Brampton, they all told me that their favorite lacrosse matches are with the Brampton teams, because obviously Six Nations has a proud history of lacrosse, but so does the city of Brampton. And I love this idea, and hope that council will endorse this suggestion from Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Anyone else wish to speak to this? If not, I don't see anyone. We have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman and supported by Mayor Brown. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other business other than question period left that I have missed?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have item 10.3.4 from Councillor Dillon regarding James and Margaret McGee Park, and then 10.3.5 from Councillor Fortini regarding Balmoral Recreation Centre.
Okay.
Sorry, point of order. I guess it's point of order. I do believe Councillor Bowman asked for a recorded vote on that motion.
I apologize. I did not hear that. Councillor Bowman, would you like a recorded vote?
Yes, please. It passed either way, but I'm happy to have the recorded vote just to show solidarity.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk, for the recorded vote.
All members in favor or opposed, please indicate to the motion on the screen for item 10.3.2. A motion moved by Councillor Bowman, seconded by Mayor Brown. Councillor Dillon?
In favor.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Willens?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Chair Santos?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. So then we will now move on to Councillor Singh's added item regarding James and Margaret McGee Park on Bloomsbury Avenue and potential walking path. Councillor Dillon.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And so, Councillor Singh and I have had extensive discussions with the residents in Bloomsbury Ave, and they've really requested a walking path similar to other parks in the area. I'll just quickly kind of highlight the motion. There's no walking tracks, walking paths or trails within walking distance. It's an aging population. A lot of the seniors are making this request, and they've suffered from social isolation, but found comfort with each other's company when exercising. And so, the parks, I can speak for wards 9 and 10, but for all over Brampton, they're community. They serve as a community meeting place, and we've heard they should walk on sidewalk around the block, but this is a meeting place. They want to stay in the same area. A lot of these seniors are taking care of their kids in the summer, and I've seen walking paths at places like Tree Line Park. They're very successful. And so this is something that this neighbors them somewhat. They're just across the ravine. And so the request is that, there's a report back at budget on the cost of implementing such a path. It's not too large of a path they're requesting. And just to have it discussed at budget.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dillon. Do any members have any further comments? Seeing none, we have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon as put forth on the screen. Do any members have any opposition? Seeing none, that motion carries. Next up is the item from Councillor Fortini regarding Recreation Centre on Balmoral. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I did talk to Mr. Bertoni on this, but I just wanted a briefing as we had some residents complaining about this recreation center is going to be too high. And they were requesting to stop the building like to a certain portion and just do a certain portion like the pool and the splash pad and the gym, but not to add the addition. So we were supposed to get back to these residents. We never did. And all of a sudden, as of 2 days ago, they started tearing it down. So I just wanted them maybe to come on and give us a briefing. As of 2 weeks ago, when we had the meeting, there was nothing sent out as an RFP and everything. And all of a sudden, they noticed that the building's coming down. So I just want to hear from staff what they have to say on it for these residents listening today.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Is there a member from staff from Community Services to respond?
Through the chair to the council, yes, I can answer the councillor's questions and then also have David Botani supplement. So in that conversation with the residents, staff went back and did some research, and Recreation did complete 3 public forums meetings since April 2018, where the local ward councillors and residents as well as councils have been notified over the past number of years on updates on what was happening with Balmoral. The residents were talking about impact that the building would have on sunlight and the amount of sun that was going to be that they were going to get on their house. BDC and Mr. Botani can talk about that they did in fact do a daylight and sun study as well as a site lighting plan. The need for Balmoral and the way it was designed was a recreational need that is in the community. Previously, it was just a pool and a couple of rooms that was currently at Balmoral. Now, the proposed design will include multi-purpose rooms, a gymnasium, splash pad, playground, as well as site improvements, landscaping, fencing, a pedestrian pathway, and additional parking. So it would be an asset to the community on site. If there were going to be any changes at this point, and Dave Botani can talk further to this in terms of where we are with the tendering and the RFP, that there could be some possible, open up the city some possible litigation. We've already invested millions of dollars into where we're at with the planning and design. And as well, we would, it would delay construction as well as we would pay some additional financial penalties. But I can pass it on to David to add to this.
Thanks, Marianne. Through the chair, so we have documents that we forwarded regarding the light and sun studies in terms of shade and the impact on the area. The design took these considerations into account to provide minimal disruption. Those documents, I believe, can be shared with the public as well. So in terms of delaying the project, as Marianne had mentioned, there would be a significant delay to the schedule, at least 1 year, if we had to go back to design, with some additional fees and costs associated with it. At this point, the project, the RFP is in tender. It's scheduled to close later this month, but I would have to get purchasing to comment on any of the implications related to canceling or postponing that tender. If there are questions regarding the technical side of construction, I do have my project lead here, Mitza. She can speak to that, but more importantly, there is no demolition occurring at this time. There's some work that's being done, and I'll let Mitza speak to the work that's currently underway. Mitza, if you could just speak to the work that's currently being done at this time.
Absolutely. Through the chair, my name is Mitza Montasser, and I'm the project lead on this project from Building Design and Construction. There's currently no demolition taking place on site. The project is in the tender process right now. It's closing on November 30th. Depending on the questions that we get from the bidders, that date may change. But as of now, there is no demolition happening on site. There's a little construction occurring. We needed to relocate a duct bank, and it's being done by Electra. So that may have given the residents the impression that we have started demolition, but it has nothing to do with demolition at this point. And in terms of the design, I can assure everyone that the design team have done every effort possible to make the design as efficient, as cost-effective as possible. And regarding the lighting study, we have conducted a lighting study. As David mentioned, we have forwarded the documents to the upper management for review, and that could be shared with the residents. And the lighting around the fence and near the residential area is pretty low. We have conducted a daylight study as well to show the shadows casting on the surrounding neighborhood, and it's very little impact as well. It's very low impact. We have strategically located the gym on the east side of the pool in order to have some site presence, because currently the recreation center is really hiding at the back. So we wanted to kind of showcase the new recreation center to have some basically some street presence. And by having a double height gymnasium and where it's currently located, we can achieve that. And also we are saving some costs by keeping the pool at this point. So the only changes is that we're changing the walls, but we're keeping the pool and also the structure to save some cost. And yeah, so if there's any other questions regarding to the design, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fortini, any further questions?
Yeah, so, okay, so I understand that point. So we were supposed to get back to these residents and let them know. I don't remember a town hall on this, but regardless of that, we could send it out to them. I know one of the persons there wants to come and delegate, and he's got more information. And so I don't want to bring him into delegation at this point, because I know, like I did explain to him, I think it's kind of late. Notice we've been on this for over 3-4 years. This was approved last term in the budget, and I know you moved in the area less than a year. Maybe you were not informed, but just maybe we could send this information to them that were in the meeting that morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no further questions on this item, which takes us to, I believe, councillor question period. Do any councillors have any further questions related to this section? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, are there any questions submitted from the public?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. That takes us to legislative services to be chaired by Councillor Bowman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on to section 11, legislative services. No staff presentations are, we do have a staff report, 11.2.1, which was held by myself. So if anybody else has any comments, please just put your name in the speaker's box there. I'll try to be very brief here. With this question is for you, Mr. Clerk. With the new accountability, there's a statement in here for ease of future updates to the proposed statutory officials bylaw. It's recommended that the clerk be delegated authority to bring forward future amendments to the statutory officials bylaw. How many amendments do we normally have on this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to you. When it was the current version, which is the municipal officials bylaw, there was a number of additional officials listed in there, so it would be more frequent. The presumption would be that now that it's narrowed down to only statutory officials, the presumption is that the number of amendments should be relatively small, because there's only about less than 10 people, I think, identified in this proposed bylaw by position.
Okay, so the only thing I'm questioning is the last part of that. We're appointing you the delegated authority to bring forward all the future amendments and to maintain the bylaw, but then we're adding upon direction by the chief administrative officer. Can we not just delegate the authority to you if there's going to be minimal number of changes?
So the authority that's delegated to the clerk in this case is just the for lack of a better word, the support authority in terms of just bringing forward the amending bylaw. The administration is managed by and is directed by the Chief Administrative Officer as set out under the Municipal Act. So if, for example, there is a new clerk or a new deputy clerk or a new fire chief that is hired by the municipality, then I would receive direction from the CAO to amend the bylaw, and I would bring that amending bylaw forward if this recommendation 3 is adopted.
Okay, but to amend the bylaw, it would simply be changing perhaps the person's name who is currently there right now?
That's correct. That's all it would be doing, is changing the position, the name of the individual that is holding that position under the proposed statutory officials bylaw.
Okay, that clears that up for me. The second question I had was in the actual bylaw itself. And I just want to make sure there's no ambiguous wording here that we can get caught up in. And that is that where the chief administrative officer is absent from his duties for any reason, department commissioner or head as designated in writing by the chief administrative officer is authorized to act in place of the chief administrative officer and shall exercise all the powers and duties set out. To me, that's a very broad statement, because, you know, if for example, our CAO appoints somebody while he's away, that appointment, that CAO appointment would still be reporting directly to council, correct? As the CAO?
The appointment of a CAO is at the discretion of council. That's correct. That provision that you're citing is an existing provision that's in the current municipal officials bylaw. So we've just carried it over to this statutory officials bylaw, as the CAO is a named statutory official in this bylaw, and it just sets out continuity. Practically speaking, I don't think it's ever been invoked, but it would be for a temporary absence or an illness or something like that, just to ensure continuity of the corporation.
Right, and the only reason I'm asking, Peter, is because I think we've run into this before, where perhaps the CAO might be vacant or away for an extended period of time. And I don't know, perhaps I'm wrong, somebody from last term of council might be able to help me out here, but that appointment was then done through council, even though there was somebody taking the position on in a very short appointed way. We had no idea somebody would be away for such a long time. Does that provision cover that? Because that person would still report directly to council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the provision that's in the proposed bylaw, in the existing bylaw, speaks to the position is not vacant, but there is a temporary absence. If there was a vacancy, as there were at various points last year and this term, then it would be up to council to act in terms of who to put into that position if council chose to continue to have a chief administrative officer. So the provisions that are in place now in this bylaw are there is a position appointed. It's in the event that there is an absence, a temporary absence, but not a vacancy.
Okay, and do we need to define how long that temporary absence might be, whether it's a long-term absence or a short-term absence?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I said, I don't recall that we've actually invoked that yet, where the CAO has designated somebody else to be the CAO for a vacation or a temporary absence. That may have been the case. So I'm not sure that we need to determine the length of the absence, as it's clearly understood with most positions of authority and leadership in the corporation that there is a process in place to appoint an acting should there be a temporary absence.
Okay, just needed to clear all that up. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So, I don't think I can move that myself, so I will have Councillor Willens approve the report recommendations. Is there anybody opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much. We will move on to 11.2.2, the staff report 2022 municipal election updates to the use of corporate resources policy, and I believe Mayor Brown held this one.
Thank you. I just going to move into a room where Theodore's not watching TV. So I wanted to hold this just because when this was originally raised, I found some concerns about it in terms of the use of our social media platforms. And so I'd like to, we've had a long meeting today, maybe we could refer this to the Member Services Committee, but there was aspects of this report that I just didn't feel comfortable with. I think it's important that we use all modern communication techniques. And, when I was elected mayor, I had a Twitter account, a Facebook account that had a lot of followers, and it's been useful to communicate city messages. I've 50 or 60,000 people on Facebook, and similar on Twitter. And when there's been a COVID message, I've used these platforms to extend key messages to the city. But under these guidelines, that would mean I could not use my personal platforms to share messages to the broadest possible audience available. And you don't see those same type of regulations with provincial MPPs or MPs in terms of their accounts. And so I do see things here that are problematic. And if we refer this to Member Services to have a conversation around, then maybe that's the appropriate body to look at this. But I'd be happy to hear suggestions of where else that discussion could take place.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brown. I don't see anybody else on the board. So we have a motion of referral. Motion of referral to the Committee of Council meeting from today's meeting to the Governance and Council Operations Committee meeting, and that would be on November 22nd. Is there any opposed? Being none, that carries. Thank you very much. I've got 11.2.3 staff report. was in consent. 11.2.4, staff report, municipal election administrative matters, was also in consent. 11.2.5, the annual report on access to information and protection of privacy program for 2020. And I believe I held that one as well. So again, if anybody else would like to speak to this, please go on the board. And again, I just have a very quick question. And I think it will be again for the city clerk. Mr. Clerk, we've got the notes on how many FOIs were handled, the average number of days, things like that, the percentage that were held within that time period of 30 days. Do you know how many FOIs were handled between November 20th and February 2021? And that was the time period where you directly were not handling the FOIs. Do you know how many were handled during that time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not know precisely, but I guess we could find that information out because we do date stamp when a FOI request does come in. So that information can be obtained very quickly.
Okay, and as you know, as Chair of Legislative Services, you can talk to me on that. I don't know that it needs to be in council, but the other question I had was when those were not handled by you, the delegated person to do that, did anybody go back over them and make sure that everything was done the way it should have been done and that we weren't missing anything?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wasn't privy to all of the responses, but I know any ones that, there were some within that period that probably extended past that period. So working with the access and privacy coordinators and our privacy officer, once they were on board, I'm satisfied that the city gave an appropriate response to those.
Perfect. Happy to hear that. Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, and I'm happy to move the report. Do we have anyone against? Seeing none, that passes. That brings us, I think, to 11.3.1, the minutes of the Vehicle for Hire Committee, which were in consent. That takes us to 11.3.2, discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Medeiros and myself regarding fireworks. Councillor Medeiros, I'll hand that over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know there's been a lot of discussion, and I know I've been contacted by some of the councillors regarding firecrackers. And again, many of us probably would have received calls as well. And I do know there's been previous discussions in the past about centralizing the fireworks display at our facilities like we do with Canada Day at Chinguacousy Park. So I did not have a motion prepared today, but I do know that there's a staff report coming in January, if I'm not mistaken, and I do see my colleagues on the board. So thank you, Chair Bowman, and I will listen to my colleagues. And as there's a staff report, I think, coming in January, I'll wait for any motions then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Williams, I think you're the first to speak.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, you know, following the days when fireworks are used for any celebration, I always seem to receive a surge of calls from residents expressing a variety of legitimate concerns. And when we brought it back in July, looking for a solution, you know, the conversation was heightened again this Diwali season, and we love Diwali. I think all of us as a city appreciate the celebrations and want to celebrate together, but I do look forward to that report so we can find a good solution. And I guess to the staff, I know there's been talk about the report coming in the new year. Do you have more of a specific time when that when the report will be back, and if you can give us some of the bones to that report and what we will expect? I think that will be helpful for us and for our residents when they're asking us, what are we doing about this?
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, this is Commissioner Caladine. I see we've got Paul Morrison on the line, so I'll just ask him to respond since he's been working on that report with his staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I was having audio problems.
No problem. I was just asking if you can give us a bit about just the bones of that report, what we're going to expect from it in the new year when it comes forward, and I guess maybe a more specific timeline of when that report's going to come back.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you, Councillor, that the report comes under actually Fire, Chief Boyce, and his staff are lead on that, and we're participating with it, with that team. It is, if Chief Boyce would like to chime in, that's no problem, but I will continue by saying it is expected in the first quarter of 2022. We are looking at what other cities are doing for fireworks. We're looking at how they enforce those activities within there. I know the chief and staff are also looking at some of the fires, the damage that is caused by the fireworks displays, and what the trend is in the country for whether they have virtual fireworks or consolidated fireworks in one area, or whether they continue to let their communities have fireworks at random in the community. We're one of the few communities that really have the 10-foot limit for fireworks going up. I can tell you an interesting fact that we got from the Canadian Fireworks National Association. There are 4,300 approved fireworks for use in this in the country, and out of that, only 5% meet the threshold where they are limited to 5 or 10 feet and under. So we are doing our homework with fire services, and I know I see Chief Boyce now, and I ask that if you would like to comment now, Chief.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul. And through the chair to Councillor Williams, we're looking late January, early February for a tentative date to bring that report back, working alongside our bylaw partners, our events team, to based on the motion to look at the possibility of a city event, also the possibility of what a fireworks ban may look like, if that is a potential option, and looking at our comparative municipalities to inform that report. So the staff is still in the information gathering phase, and then we will have that report ready late January, early February.
Okay, great. Thank you through the chair. And that's great to hear that we're on track. It's very interesting fact that you provided with us, Paul. And yeah, so I think, you know, I guess to our residents, we are working on this, and you guys it's in your hands, and we know the impacts that this has been. If you could just comment though, how many calls did we get? Because I know some of my residents said that they tried to call into 311, but they couldn't get through, and I'm assuming that's probably linked to the volume of calls coming in. So are you able to just share how many calls that we did actually receive?
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Councillor, I can. Let me take you through this a little bit. In 2017, we had 176 complaints for fireworks. In 2019, we had 233 complaints. In 2020, we had 323 complaints for fireworks. And in this year, we had 669. So the curve is a very sharp curve going up in the last year. Out of that, in 2017, we laid 13 charges. In 2019, we laid 11. In 2021, we laid 65 charges. So our charges have gone up exponentially. The value of the fireworks fines is over $21,000 that we had issued through the Diwali weekend. What it's interesting to note is there are only a few dates in the year that fireworks are allowed, and as long as they're under 10 feet, you can do them. Any other day, you need a permit to do them. So Diwali on the Thursday had the exemption. Friday, Saturday, there was a lot of fireworks out there. There wasn't one single permit requested in this community for fireworks on the Friday, Saturday, though there was many fireworks going off.
Right. Wow, there were fireworks going off all over the place. And, you know, I wonder if you can speak to the type of fireworks that are being sold. We had some residents even share that fireworks were being illegally sold off of driveways. And so do we have a ban in the city of Brampton around the sale of fireworks and what type of fireworks are sold?
Absolutely, through you, Mr. Chair. We do regulate the sale of fireworks over the the weeks preceding the Diwali event, we did inspections at the local vendors. They apply for a license to sell fireworks, and then once they get that license, we go and make sure that fireworks are conform to what our regulations is. That says under 10 feet on the box, etc. So we did 40 of those licenses. There were 40 licenses issued for fireworks sales, and then we did 45 inspections of premises that were selling. We responded to a couple of complaints where people thought they were being sold illegally, and we determined that they weren't at that time. But I can tell you that the influx of illegal fireworks, one is you can buy them on the internet and they can be shipped to your home. Two, you could buy them through a website that was quite noticeable in Richmond Hill that was offering to sell and illegal fireworks. And they are also transported from other communities that don't have a ban and other provinces that don't have a ban, as well as cross the border. So we felt that we controlled the sale of illegal fireworks fairly well in the city of Brampton. We just couldn't control the influx of the illegal fireworks. One of the interesting things is, when people go, why can't you take the fireworks away when you go to their premise and you find them committing? We can issue the ticket, but we have no authority to seize the fireworks. And as the chief will probably support me, they are an explosive device. And as such, we can't handle them. We'd have to call Peel Police in to do that.
I see. Chief Bill, did you want to add something? Or?
Thank you, through the chair to councillor. Just adding just some of our stats from the 2 days surrounding Diwali, that we responded to 9 fireworks-related calls. They were all, fortunately, they were all minor, mostly little bits of grass burning or little bits of garbage burning, but nonetheless, we did have 9 responses, and Paul Morrison there correctly identified the challenge with some of the online retailers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, I just feel that the frustration level has reached its peak with so many of our residents who called in, and you know, especially hearing fireworks go off at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and it's not just Diwali. I think it's anytime we have fireworks allowed in the city, it goes on before or after the date that we're allowed to do it, and residents are just reached their peak. They love the fireworks, but we need some controls around it. And so, you know, I know when the report comes back, you'll give us our options, but I do know that many residents just want us to outright ban it at this point. Many have just felt that enough is enough. We've had calls about fireworks and the embers and things burning properties, like a cover for a hot tub had burn marks put in it because of the fireworks. Some people say that pieces are landing on their roofs. So, you know, the frustration and the concern is at its peak. And so I'm looking forward to this report coming back so we can really get a concrete idea and strategy and a plan to deal with the fireworks. And but I have to say, so many that are saying just outright ban it, just stop the fireworks from happening. And but we'll see what you guys come up with. Thank you so much, though. We know all of you, all the bylaw officers, having to go out there and respond to the calls. It was a busy time, but also a very risky time as well, to have to go into a crowd and say, put the fireworks away. The risk that our bylaw officers are put in is high, and that's also very concerning. But thank you so much, Paul Morrison, for all of your team, and Chief Bill Boyce, and for all of the responses that you've made to this. And yeah, I look forward to the report. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. We have Mayor Brown next to speak. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'm glad that Councillor Bowman and Medeiros flagged this issue. I think there was a lot of frustration for how it was celebrated this year. And, you know, this council 2 years ago voted that we wanted to look into a central location. You know, it is the same old approach isn't working. And, you know, we had 3 nights of endless fireworks. And as Paul Morrison said, on 2 of the nights, they were banned. So you can say, you know, oh, we're going to ban them, but that's not going to stop the fireworks. and I think we need to be smarter about this. And you go down to a street, and there'll be house after house wanting to celebrate Diwali, wanting to celebrate this auspicious day in the calendar. And I've represented a rural area. I remember representing Simcoe North, and on Canada Day there would be fireworks everywhere. And part of the problem was in some of the rural communities there wasn't a central location nearby, so people would do their own Canada Day celebrations. Largely, we don't have that problem in Brampton on Canada Day because we have a beautiful central celebration. And why would you, spend $100 getting fireworks at the gas station or wherever you're going to buy it when you could go and see a very professional celebration at Shinkuzi Park that would capture everyone's imagination for the best firework display possible. That has essentially eliminated from Brampton the problem of sporadic Canada Day fireworks. And I'm going to go to Paul Morrison just to verify my hunch here. Paul, do you have to deal with a lot of complaints with illegal fireworks on Canada Day, similar to Diwali?
No, significantly reduced, maybe a handful, if that.
So we can keep on doing the same thing, which is just put more bylaw officers on. I don't think that's going to solve the problem. We went from 7 bylaw officers 2 years ago to 23 this year. So we've got almost triple the shift. Is that correct, Paul? You almost tripled the allocation on Diwali?
Almost triple. We certainly significantly increased it. I would say almost.
Yeah, and so we tripled the allocation, and our bylaw officers do an incredible job. So Paul, this is no criticism at your team. I just want to say, I know how hard you guys worked that night. You and JP, I know were tirelessly trying to respond in a million different directions. Awesome job, but it's impossible to control. Impossible, because literally there were fireworks celebrations happening not in each neighborhood, on almost every street. And that's why we need to create the type of scenario we have on Canada Day, where it doesn't make sense to have your own dinky firework when you can go and see a spectacular show. And that's been the success of regulating it on Canada Day. And so I really hope, Chief Boys, that this report comes back and that council can adopt a central location next year. We can advertise it a month out so everyone knows that it's going to be where it's going to be. And I wouldn't be surprised if you have tens of thousands of people come out to see it. I think it could be a great event, and frankly, it speaks to our mosaic. I love that we've got a mosaic of celebrations in our community, and it speaks to part of the special heart of our city that, not only can we have a celebration at Victoria Day and Canada Day, but now we can have a celebration for Diwali as well. And so to the chief, I hope this report will be encompassing enough to tell us, if we were to have a central location, the costs around that to have a fireworks display that would rival the type we'd have on Victoria Day or Canada Day, and in a location that could handle that type of quantity of individuals, because I would suggest there's just as many people in our city that would be keen to celebrate Diwali and Bondi Chor Divas as there would be those that want to celebrate Victoria Day. And so to the chief, would the report contain that type of detail in terms of the ability to host that type of event?
Through the chair to the mayor, that is part of our plan, but perhaps I'll let Director Tammy weigh in. I know you wanted to weigh in from the events team, but that is our intention, to have a comprehensive report that outlined an event and the possibilities and logistics and costs around that, along with the comparative data, as I mentioned earlier, and just the idea of what a ban may look like. So I'll pass it over to Director Tammy now.
Thanks, Chief Boys. And through the chair, I just want to add a few elements. I've done a bit of background discussions with the events team just around two kind of procedural elements and then a cost element. So to hold the event, we'd be looking at around 50 grand for fireworks and then 50 to 20,000 for policing, security, and fencing. So I prefer a buffer. So if we would go around $85,000. So I guess I'm just flagging that for finance staff as the budget comes up. That would be an element that I'd rather not, knowing the budget's coming up, I'd rather not wait to circulate that back in a later report coming forward. And then the second element being the events and commemorative dates report is coming up soon. And if we're going to be hosting a fireworks event in tandem with Diwali, I'd like to update that report to include that. So if this is approved today, or if it's just being referred to that future report, I would update the upcoming events report to include. I think that we'd be looking at a fireworks event for that rather than just what we've previously committed to the date, because it would have additional communications and considerations for a number of people on my team.
Okay, fair point, Jason. But I would add to that, having a budget allocation available, is for, I guess, helpful for proper planning. But I also think we could look at sponsorship for an event like this. You look at some of the companies that may be interested in sponsoring an event that really speaks to our mosaic in Brampton. Who knows? You could have a title sponsor. Who knows if an elector is interested? There'll be lots of different companies that I think would see the value in a celebration like this. And so I would say that should be a component of it. And who knows, maybe you'd be able to get the entire cost covered by sponsorship.
Thanks, Mayor. And through the chair, we can certainly work with the sponsorship team. Similar to Winter Lights, we've got a number of, I believe there's 7 or 8 sponsors, and we can do the same for this event. Still want to plan with the budget in mind that we need to accommodate, and then we can chip away at it with sponsorships that come in.
Yes, and I would say I'm noticing more and more you're seeing corporate Canada include on their celebrations Diwali, and from banks to telecoms to other large corporations that have a history of corporate sponsorship. You're now seeing a corporate alignment with Diwali, and so I think this would be very marketable.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brown. Next up was Jason, but he's already spoken. So seeing there are no other speakers, I will speak since I was one of the ones who brought this in with Councillor Medeiros. There are a few of the things that I think we need to take into account here. And this, whether we do a report or not, but there's a lot of other details. When we have Canada Day fireworks, when we have Victoria Day fireworks, quite often those are Victoria Day is a long weekend. Canada Day is sometimes a long weekend or an extended long weekend. So there is a lot of people who would normally have fireworks that have gone away for a weekend or whatever. I did have a complaint at Remembrance Day from a veteran who said that they have issues with the bang, bang, bangs of the fireworks going off as well, PTSD. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And I would suspect that all councillors got the same emails that Councillor Medeiros and I got about pets and babies. The pets being completely scared, hiding, not being able to be found for a day or two, and babies being woken up. I'm in full agreement. I love the fireworks that I saw on my street for Diwali. They were good. They were a bit higher than 10 feet, but they were let off at 8 o'clock at night with a bunch of kids standing around and watching and oohing and awing. So that's great. I don't personally believe, even if we have a major event, that will stop people from buying fireworks and letting them off themselves. I think those people who want to do it are going to do it no matter what. So I hope that comes back in the report as well. I just think that, it has gotten to a point, if you look at other countries around the world, Japan has fireworks that make no noise. Other countries do laser fireworks rather than the ones that explode. We have declared a climate emergency here, and the amount of pollution that gets distributed by fireworks is astounding. I really think we need to take a very close look at this now. It's as Councillor Williams said, I think residents are getting fed up at this point, and council should take a very close look at what we're going to do. So I'll wait for that report to come back as well and see what the recommendations are. Is there any other speakers? Councillor Medeiros, did you have anything else to say? Because you did say you'd wait to hear other speakers.
No, thank you, Councillor Bowman. I agree with many of the comments from all my colleagues, and I look forward to the report as well. Thank you.
Okay. There's nothing to approve, Mr. Clerk, or to take a motion on. It was just a discussion.
There is not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. That brings us to 11.3.3, discussion item at the request of City Councillor Williams regarding bulk waste and property standards. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I receive a high volume of complaints from my residents regarding inappropriate disposal of bulk items placed at the curb days before and or a day after garbage day pickup. And so I'm bringing this as a discussion. I don't have a motion or anything, but I think it's a good opportunity for staff to let us know they've been doing and what we can do. So just to add, items that we have gotten calls about that are put on the curb that don't get collected in regular waste pickup rotations are items like tires, mattresses, toilets, appliances, hazardous waste, or even the bins. And the bins that are put out on the wrong with the wrong garbage in them, like blue bins with black garbage bags in them. And if the resident who disposed of the item doesn't call 211 or waste management, 211, the waste management truck won't pick up the items, and they may put like a sticker on the bins or the items that are placed on the curb. Now, the items usually are left by the homeowners or even sometimes landlords who have tenants that are moved, and it gets left out until residents in the area complain to both the city or Peel. Now, I've seen items get moved back onto private property and left in front of the garage or left at the curb. That then again triggers another call to the city, and eventually it turns into a property standards matter, and having our officers have to go out and go through the process to have the issue addressed. And sometimes this can take quite a lengthy process for it to actually get addressed. And in the meantime, I find our residents are becoming upset at the degradation of our neighborhoods and at the length of time it takes to see these items get cleaned up. So frustrations are mounting, and I find residents are turning their anger towards council and they're looking for to us to fix it. But it's helpful for us to know what factors that are contributing to this problem in the first place. Now, I know we all love our city and we want to see all of our residents who live here respect our neighborhoods and see them kept clean. And our residents are just at that point of saying, whose responsibility is this? So I just have a couple of questions to staff, if you can kind of share. What do you see are some of the barriers that we face with addressing the issues our residents have with waste management that turns into a property standards matter? And what do we at council need to be aware of when addressing our residents who are calling in frustrated about the items not getting picked up and the length of time? And then also, whose responsibility is it to educate our residents on waste management? And are there any options for the city to play a role in educating our residents on proper disposal or our property standards? So is there a staff there that can speak to this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I ask John Adbar, are you on? I'd like you to comment, please.
Yes, I'm here. Through the chair, Councillor, you are quite correct. There are a lot of instances where people will place their garbage, bulk items, otherwise, prior to collection days, sometimes after collection days. The region appeal does, whether you call 311 or the region directly, they will respond and they will communicate with the owner or the occupants of the property, potentially issuing a notice to comply, requiring them to relocate the garbage until such time that it's going to be properly picked up. There are some circumstances based on the weight of some items that the matter, is moved into a front yard or up before the garage. And again, it does trigger calls for property standards to investigate. What I can do is communicate those concerns directly back to the region appeal and make sure that they're aware of the situation, that when they're communicating with the property owner or the occupant, the requirements of our own bylaws to store it either in the garage, a side yard, or in the rear yard in some sort of reasonable fashion, not to interfere with the neighborhood until such time the next collection comes by. I don't really expect people to bring large items back into their house until they're going to be collected. So a little bit of waiting time outside, as long as it's in an appropriate location, would probably solve a lot of the issues.
Yeah, and thank you for that outline. And I wonder if, I know you mentioned the region, and is this something that the region should be taking that lead on? And because I sometimes feel that there needs to be a full re-education to many of our residents about, where and how and when garbage gets put out, because oftentimes people just don't really know, so, and once they're told, then it's quickly fixed or problem is solved. But it just seems to happen. It's happening a lot more often, and it's really making our neighborhoods look kind of dumpy. And it's frustrating when you drive through and you see toilets and you see like debris and all of these things left on the boulevard or in front of somebody's house for a week. So is this something that should get referred to the region to come up with a strategy to assist the city of Brampton? Is that something that can be done, or is that just a direction from staff to staff to do?
Sorry, through the chair, is that a question for me?
Yeah.
To the councillor, ideally, I think this is a regional responsibility. When they rolled out the waste cart program, they took on the responsibility of basically everything that's placed for collection is ultimately their responsibility. They have a program in place that even includes that if they have to remove the refuse because it's not looked after by the occupants of the property in a reasonable amount of time, that if they do have to remove it on an off day, that they can charge the costs back to the owner of the property by way of taxes. At least that's what's been communicated to me. I'm not an expert in what the regional bylaw speaks to, more along the lines of what we can do, but the types of complaints you're referring or you're speaking about really do seem to be a matter for the region appeal.
I see.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Williams, this is Commissioner Caladine. I just wanted to follow up on that discussion. In fact, about an hour or so ago, I had a follow-up discussion with Director Paul Morrison regarding a conversation with the region in terms of their responsibility and perhaps even a more additional educational piece going out to our residents. There's a number of things that we do here at the city through bylaws, but I think that the region can also step up what they do as well. So we can take that back and have some follow-up discussions with the region and see what we can do together moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that would be really great. I think the most important thing is that people get the right information and are educated on where and how and when to dispose of the refuge and the garbage. And if the region is already committing to that, then I think that's awesome. And so I guess I look forward to some kind of update or the materials that do come out of this plan. And do we need a report back on this, or what? How do you suggest we go about doing this, Marlon? Or is this something you'll just bring back to and let us councillors know what's being done? Or do you
We
need
can
a
follow up
official
and bring a
report?
report back to a future committee and provide an update to council.
Okay, great. So I guess to the chair, a motion to have a report back to council on the floor, and then that way we can have a follow-up discussion on this. That'd be great.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Williams, for bringing this up on the agenda. I'm going to have to totally agree with you that in wards 1 and 5 as well, we've been receiving quite a lot of activity with respect to residents' concerns based on neighboring residents who are not following per se the rules related to waste collection, and there is a reason why there is a weekly waste collection schedule. That being said, I do want to point out, and I agree with you as well, Councillor Williams, when you said that many of the residents in your ward and probably our ward as well are blaming us as councillors for not doing anything about it. But I will say that is not true based on these discussions that are happening now. And also all of our staff from our offices, when we receive these complaints, have been communicating directly with city staff as well as regional staff in order to resolve some of these issues. And particularly, we're able to respond when locations where there is garbage are provided in conjunction with those complaints. And I want to thank the city staff in particular who've been going above and beyond and actually meeting directly with residents who have had ongoing complaints about this, but also to People Against Litter who on their own volunteer time, Councillor Vicente and myself have been participating in many of their community cleanups. And so this is an ongoing issue, and I think perhaps some of it is because of the increase in the number of secondary units, multi-unit dwellings, turnover of single detached homes now into multi-unit dwellings, and some of that excessive garbage perhaps is no longer being accommodated by the bin storage that was only meant for a single family home. And so there's certainly a lot of conversation to be had at the region. I know that we've already had conversations. Councillor Fortini has brought this up as well with respect to garbage bins in townhomes, for example. I live in a townhome complex. I face the same issues in terms of where to store the garbage bins. And as a growing community, we need to find some solutions to this. So I do look forward to this particular report, and I want to thank our staff on our team as well as all the other councillor staff who are doing a tremendous job at trying to keep up with some of these complaints in the community. I also want to say that the communication piece is very important, and if the region has communicated with our staff that they plan to improve the communication and remind folks what the rules are with respect to waste collection, I'm looking forward to what this report will say, and I know for sure Councillor Vicente and I support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. Seeing nobody else on the board, we have a motion moved by Councillor Williams that staff be requested to report to a future meeting of committee on bulk waste and property standards and the results from follow-up discussions with regional staff. Is there any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much. That brings us to 11.4.1, the correspondence that was associated with the fireworks. Do any members of council have comments regarding the correspondence? No. Councillor Williams will move that we receive the correspondence. Any opposed? Seeing none, that is received. Next item, 11.5, councillor question period for this section. Do any members have any additional questions? Seeing none, We move on to 11.6, public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any questions from the public?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. Just a moment, something may have come in. Through you, Mr. Chair, there's a few questions. One was a comment, so I wasn't going to erase it. It was more of a comment than a question, but something has come in from Linda Harris. I will read the question. Are we losing our minds? How much longer do we have to tolerate ongoing fireworks for 4 days and nights? Dogs, babies, elderly. We are so fed up. The disruption continued in my neighborhood to 3 or 4 a.m.
Okay, should we accept that as correspondence? I don't really hear.
This is public question period, so it would this is just in the form of a question. There was another email that came in that was more of a comment, so I was not treating it as a question for public question period.
Okay, so for the response to that question, we will be having a report coming forward in the very near future that will hopefully address those issues, I would say. Okay, was there any other questions?
No other questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. That wraps up legislative services. I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Medeiros to chair the economic development section of the committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman, and I do believe we go to items 12.1. We have a staff presentation regarding City of Brampton's virtual FDI mission to the USA. So I'll hand it over to Jayesh Menon, our Senior Advisor of Investment and Traction from ECDEV. Welcome, Jayesh.
Thank you. May I have those presentation, please?
We'll just bring it up momentarily, Jayesh.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go. So, good afternoon and thank you, Mayor and the members of the Council. I'm happy to be here today to share with you our recently concluded virtual FDI mission to the USA, which was a huge success. Next slide, please. So the city of Brampton successfully wrapped up a virtual FDI mission to the United States from October to mid-November and generated several US-based inquiries. Following the city of Brampton's economic recovery plan, the EDO organized this virtual mission. In fact, using virtual platforms provided a simple, safe, and a cost-effective way to present Brampton's potential to US businesses and industry startups who are looking to expand. The momentum was as strong as ever to see a growth in business investment and cultural ties. Our motto for this work is Brampton means business now. So we thank Mayor Patrick Brown and Councillor Chairman Williams for leading this mission. In fact, our mission team aimed to market Brampton within US markets and attract investment, both new foreign direct investment attraction and through business retention and expansion of US companies with existing operations in Brampton. In fact, during this virtual US FDI mission, the city connected with technology organizations, Ontario's trade and investment offices, Canadian consulates and US-based businesses, showcased Brampton's investment opportunity through virtual meetings with Austin, Dallas, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey businesses, as well laid business retention and expansion meetings with businesses in Brampton that are headquartered in the United States, an important step to ensure executives are connected to the city of Brampton. May I request for the next slide, please? So this has been the mission summary. Meticulous efforts saw encouraging results. 5 official institutional events in form of meetings attended by more than 80 businesses, 17 external stakeholders, and 3 business institutions. More than 10 one-on-one business meetings for new investment attraction and with specific agenda on business retention and expansion were held. Immediately after the mission, we also held an info session where we reached out to 25 businesses with comprehensive information. Our key messaging was highlighting Brampton's growing innovation and tech sector, and our evolving innovation district, access to diverse talent and connectivity. The US businesses were absolutely impressed to see Team Canada represented by Consulate General officers from Dallas, Texas, and New York. And our provincial stakeholders jointly participated during this FDI mission. Next slide, please. Highlights of our mayor-led meetings. One of them being, we started with a roundtable conference with 17 external stakeholders. Our mayor's virtual meet and greet was attended by 2 of Canada's Council General in target states of Texas and New Jersey, along with Canadian Trade Commissioner Service and Invest Ontario officials. We emphasized working collaboratively to attract and retain and expand investment within Brampton. Next slide, please. Also, throughout the mission, the City of Brampton team met 8 local businesses having their US headquarters as a part of business retention and expansion. Our sector managers were proactive in coordinating meetings with their management. In fact, our team further had 4 expansion projects as a result of these meetings. Next slide, please. So that's all about this presentation on our virtual FDI mission to the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if the, nope, that's from before. Are there any questions or comments from members of committee? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive the staff presentation. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Thank you very much. Very good presentation. Our next item is another presentation, and I believe it is from Paul Aldunati. Regarding
Good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of Economic Development Committee, and members of the public. My name is Paul Donate, Expediter with Economic Development Office, and I also manage the Investment Services team. I am here to present the Economic Development Update in the context of COVID and its impact on Brampton over the past year, using some economic development indicators. Next slide, please. The Investment Services team works across all sectors to provide customized assistance, advice, and connections to both internal and external stakeholders. Our clients are Brampton businesses, investors, entrepreneurs, developers, site selectors, real estate agents, post-secondary institutions, you name it, we service them. Our internal clients are a cross-section of departments and divisions across the city, because we know that any decisions that are made by council or by the various departments and divisions have an underlying economic narrative. We support our retention and expansion program. We support the FDI strategy, as well as the work of our hardworking Brampton Entrepreneur Center. Our investment services team provides one-on-one assistance to help guide investors, deliver strategic advice to help investors navigate the bureaucracy and make the best possible decisions. We provide solutions and the valuable connections for investors looking to establish or expand their businesses in Brampton. The Brampton Investment Services team is committed to providing the latest information on industrial commercial marketplace in Brampton. We are the one-stop shop for business resources, information, reports, statistics, and demographics. And a key component, if some of you haven't met one of my colleagues, Tyson May, he's been with us for a number of years, and without his help in producing all the reports and doing the heavy lifting when it comes to the data and research and information, I'm not sure what many of our sector managers would be able to provide with many of for many of the discussions they have on a regular basis with investors. Next slide, please. For the past 1.5 years, the Investment Services team has been working with Equifax Canada. Equifax is a credit bureau, a company that compiles information about individual consumers' lending habits to create credit reports. Equifax has been actively monitoring small business credit data within the city, which has revealed a marked increase in the impact of COVID during the past 1.5 years. According to Equifax, 1 in 5 small businesses have showed signs of significant financial and trade credit stress. Next slide. We saw a jump in active businesses during and following the second quarter of 2020. In the context of Equifax, a business is active when they make payments or transactions. According to Equifax, there have been 6 bankruptcies between January 2020 and March 2021. That doesn't seem like a lot, but small businesses do not necessarily declare bankruptcy when they're closing their business. There's also could be, we might not have the latest data on bankruptcies given the fact that there is a backlog in the courts. Next slide. Now this next slide, although it looks kind of busy, we thought we show this to you basically to show the impact on businesses on a postal code basis. I'm not going to go into any great detail, but you can see that that there's a lot of businesses at risk of failure or of delinquency relative to the number of businesses that are operating. Next slide, please. This next slide hones in just on a couple of those, sorry, the one before. Yes, this slide hones in on 3 of those postal codes, L6P, L6R, L6T, to show the impact of COVID on those businesses. You can see that roughly about 20-25% of the businesses in those areas are receiving some hardship when it comes to paying off their accounts or making payments to the banks. Next page. Next slide, please. This slide is meant to show the number of new commercial credit accounts that have been opened during the past 3 years. As you can see, in 2019, there was well over 8,000. That shrunk down to 5,000 in 2020. As of March of 2021, we're up to 1,500, which could still mean we might be up to something comparable to 2020. But relative to 2018, there hasn't been as many commercial credit accounts opened. Next slide. According to Stats Canada, the number of business counts increased to over 82,000 for the city of Brampton. The vast majority of the businesses that are in Brampton are small with less than 10 businesses, which tells you why the success of small businesses is so important to our local economy. The number of businesses with more than 10 employees decreased for the first half of the year. This could be a temporary result as the pandemic. Next slide. There are a certain number of businesses and professions that require licenses from the city of Brampton that range from fixed food premises, personal service shops, automobile service stations, driveway paving, building renovators, fence contractors, and so on. What we are seeing is that the number of business licenses issued by the city continue to be on par with previous years. It tells me that many of the businesses are gutting it out and are trying to make things work. Next slide. According to Stats Canada, our unemployment rates are hovering around 10.8% as of September 2021, which is down from over 16% of July 2020. The workforce was at its lowest as of July 2020 as well, but as of September, that workforce is up. Next slide. According to the labor force service data provided by Stats Canada, the manufacturing sector continues to lag behind in terms of what was lost during 2020 relative to the sectors that were also hit hard or negatively impacted by the pandemic. Food and accommodation, construction, transportation and warehousing, wholesale and retail trade are showing signs of recovery. Next slide. For the better part of the year, the average resale house price was approximately $1 million. Resale remains active, but slightly lower compared to the fall of 2020. Next slide. This slide shows the industrial vacancy rates. So on the industrial side, there's nothing new here. We continue to have one of the lowest vacancies, some very low vacancy rates when it comes to industrial, around 0.7%. In terms of the industrial market rent, we're at about $11 plus per square foot. Next slide. What might be surprising to some, though, is the office vacancy rates. Traditionally, going back to 2017, our office vacancy rates were around 7%. In 2021, they're around 1%, and that's even in the midst of the COVID. The office rental rate is up at around $9.27 per square foot. And the thing about office vacancies as well is that relative to our neighboring municipalities, we don't have a lot of office space to begin with. So that could be why we're not experiencing the vacancy rates that you might see in other neighboring municipalities like Mississauga or Vaughan, where their vacancy rates are around 20+%. Next slide. Building permit construction value. So you probably saw some of these next two slides as part of the planning division's update a couple of weeks ago. We know that our building permit construction value for Brampton is high for 2021. As of September, we're over 879 million. Building permits are also high relative to last year. We're well over 6,000 to date as of September. Next slide. In terms of the ICI building permit value, when you look at September 2021 compared to September 2020, we're not as high. And that's the same with building permits issued. But I'm not too concerned about that. I know it looks lower compared to relative years, but the next slide and the next few slides should shed some light on that because there is a lot in the inventory. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the employment GFA, square footage for site plan applications in process right now, we're at almost 5 million square foot in process. And a lot of that's going to land in building permits before the end of this year, in addition to next year. Next slide. And this is just a summation of the development application as a whole that we've experienced in Brampton over the past year. And as Richard and Alan and Rick have told you over and over again, the number of applications are extensive that we are processing at the moment. 781 is what we have in 2021. Next slide. So I want to go over, we talk about a lot about the numbers that we've been seeing. I want to go over some of the projects that we've been seeing that are actually going to land in the next little while, which will increase that building permit value for this year and as well as next year. Leading off with Electra, 174 Kennedy Road. They had a great groundbreaking earlier on in the year. I'm really excited about this project. It's a redevelopment. In the next few slides, we're going to talk about redevelopment, which we're not used to seeing so much as we are greenfield development. So I'm happy to see that we are seeing some redevelopment. In Electra, they're going to build a 200,000 square foot facility, and 100,000 square feet of that is going to be office. Next slide. Another redevelopment. This is the former flea market at 400 and 420 Parkhurst Drive, which has been demolished, and First Gulf is redeveloping it on behalf of the owner, and they're going to be producing well over 400,000 square foot of industrial warehouse space. This one should also see a building permit issued before the end of the year. Next slide. Another redevelopment example, 2030 Ironside Drive on the northwest quadrant of Bouvard and Hurontario. This site has last year was purchased by Triovest, and they are going to be redeveloping it again for industrial warehouse. So again, another redevelopment play. Next slide. Other redevelopment one is one by Carterra, the northwest quadrant of Bramley and Steeles, kitty corner to the Bramley GO train station. This site is in the midst of construction. This building has actually been demolished, and they are smack in the middle of redeveloping it for 373,000 square foot speculative industrial with over 30,000 square feet of office up front. This is a new development, and it's got an excellent location up next to the GO train station. Next one. Next slide, please. Quadrille, another redevelopment play at 8925 Torbram Road. This is at the southeast corner of Queen Street and Torbram. They're looking to develop these lands for a large industrial complex. It's going through the site plan. Many of these are going through the site plan process, so probably some of council has not seen these since it doesn't go to a public meeting. This one's early in the process, but I'm sure it will land in some form of development in the next year. Next slide. And one more redevelopment project to be aware of. This one's actually abutting the back end of the Electra property. This is the former Well, it currently is the Graham Brothers construction property. They are selling the business. It's a long-standing business here in Brampton. They are selling the business. They are selling the asset, the land. And it was very much a construction yard in the past, but they felt that given the value of what land is going for these days at $3 million per acre, they thought they'd be better off selling the land. And so Bento Green Oak has bought it. And this is just a very early concept of what they want to build here. And the thing I like about the redevelopment plays is that there's a lot of small businesses surrounding 297 Rutherford Road, surrounding Electra. So you're going to see an influx of 400 to 500 employees that will be shopping and doing things in that area. Next slide. So now we're going to get into some of the business retention and expansion plays that we're seeing across the city, and this is a big one. This is Amazon, and you're probably very familiar with the two buildings that they have on the left at 7995 Winston Churchill, which is over 800,000 square feet, and 8050 Heritage Road, which is 1.2 million square foot. Well, Amazon's been making some big moves here in Brampton. They've already accommodated and filled up 4 other buildings across the city, and those are the ones on the left. And they've recently only been activated or occupied or completed during this past year. Amazon as a whole employs over 6,000 people now in Brampton, which makes them one of our largest employers. Next slide, please. Another business retention and expansion project. You might recall Maple Lodge Farms presentation that they provided earlier on the year in the Committee of Council. Long-standing Brampton company. They're still thriving where they are, and they're looking to expand, create another plant in the area. They're in the midst of building a new store. So they're a big success story, and they continue to flourish in Brampton. Next slide. Brampton Brick, another long-standing company in Brampton, has also decided to reinvest in the property. They're doing a 10,000 square foot expansion addition. It's a $20 to $25 million capital expense for them. Could create between 35 and 40 jobs. Next slide. Maple Leaf Foods, they're expanding their one of their locations as well. Next slide. Okay, so here we get into the greenfield. Now we're used to seeing the greenfield, so I don't want to leave you without talking about that. And the big player on the greenfield development front is Panettone. They've got some big projects that they've completed and in their midst of completing across the whole city, on the northwest side, on rail side, and on Y Bank. They have a big property under development now, which is just about to start construction at the southwest corner of Highway 50 and Queen Street. They got some strong interest for that property on Queen and Highway 50 that they're unable to tell us who their client is, but they're Fortune 500 companies that are interested in both of those buildings. 100 Ace Drive is one that they're just about to get a building permit for as well. Another 500,000 square foot facility. Next slide. More greenfield development. Also, right up, very close to the Ace Drive, Panettone Drive, is this one by Eli. He's about to get a building permit for about 160 to 2,000 square foot space. Next slide. Excuse the drawing here. It's a very technical drawing, but I wanted to show you some of the work that's happening by Berkshire Access. They purchased a 50 acre site at the northwest corner of Heart Lake and Countryside Drive. They're looking to build multiple buildings of freestanding industrial, ranging in size from 100,000 to 300,000 square feet. Next slide. Hopewell, this is one that the team's been working on for the past couple of years to help Hopewell and Pure Industrial advance this site forward. They're looking to build almost over 600,000 square feet at this 30 acre site. I'm happy to say that they made it this far and they would actually be able to purchase the site. Another good project. Next slide. And I don't want to leave you without talking about some of our infill projects, some of our projects that are happening in some of the more mature areas like the downtown, wards 1 and 3. We've seen a lot of interest from residential developers who are looking to build up and around our downtown. We got Sweeney and Greenman, which has submitted an application for 28 Elizabeth Drive. We've got another one at 151 Main Street. It's great to see this kind of interest. I know there's well over 3,000 units in process for the downtown. It's great to see, and happy to see that people are looking to capitalize on the Innovation District, to all they go, and all the good infrastructure that we are putting into the downtown. Next slide. You know what? I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee, for giving me the time to provide a bit of an update on where we are from an economic development indicators perspective. I tried to cover a whole lot within that time. Give you some examples of where we're going to see some of those building permits happen and the value of those permits. It's a testament to a lot of good work on behalf of the team in economic development, but also a good testament to the work that our planning team and building team has been bringing forward. You have to understand that many of these projects that I talked about are being processed under a virtual environment. And it's happened during the COVID period. So it's great to see that we're still able to process and bring in these investments and making them come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do see Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Paul, thank you very much. The work that that you and Tyson, the statistics genius, put out is amazing. It amazes me. There was a photo there, I think, Paul. Did it say that Brampton has 89,000 businesses now?
82,000 businesses.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. That is an incredible number when you think when you think about Brampton and you think about how many businesses are out there. That is a very, very large number, and the vast majority of them 10 employees and under.
Yes.
So those businesses are really driving the economy here in Brampton, and that's something we should all be thankful for, I guess. Good job, Paul. Was there a job, or is there still something going on at IKO?
Yeah, IKO, they're a good news story as well. They're a quiet company. They don't like to brag too much about what they do, but they are investing over $140 million in the redevelopment of that site. Now, I haven't driven by there lately, but that's a big project for them.
Perfect, yeah, because I didn't see that on the list. So
I think I think the building permits were issued through you, Mr. Chair. I think the building permits might have been issued a year before.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's also a good news story for Kenny Road. When you think about our experience and our desires for Kenny Road, there's a lot of good reinvestment into the businesses that are there. Another one is Speedy Transport. It's been there for a number of years along Kenny Road, and they're reinvesting on their site as well. So they're all going to bring more employees, and I think that's really good for the area and the small businesses that are there.
Perfect, and I can't wait to see Electra. That's going to be fantastic. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. So I'll have you move receipt of the presentation. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. So motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive the presentation. Our next staff presentation is Math Through Music DJ Preneurship Conference, and I'll hand it over to Daniel Bishan and Ashley Narain Crevier from MECDEV. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me all right? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yep, all good.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to confirm. So good afternoon, members of council, city staff, and the members of public. My name is Daniel Bishan, a business advisor at the City of Brampton Economic Development Office, and I'm joined here today with Ashley Narayan Kurvit, a business associate. We are both proud employees of the BEC, or the Brampton Entrepreneur Center, aka the home of the hustle. Today we have some great and fascinating news to share with council and the community regarding a long-standing program called DJpreneur. But before I start, I would like to talk a little bit about the business owner and the operator of Math for Music. Can I get to the next slide? Perfect. So Math for Music is on a mission to excite, educate, and empower students to gain an understanding of numeracy, entrepreneurship, coding, and social justice using the art of DJing. Joseph, the founder, immigrated to Canada in 1991 and quickly realized many fellow students had the same problem as him. the problem in math and entrepreneurship. One of the reasons is that it's not fun and is not taught in various alternative methods. He always had a passion for DJing and decided to combine his two loves together, math and Math for Music was born. Fast forward to 2017, the business was officially incorporated. In the same time, Joe was making a real impact in the community that led him to a spot in the top 40 under 40 leadership category in Brampton. He was also able to attain the Business Excellent Award in 2020 in only a few years because of the impact he had on so many students within our community. Math for Music has been a partner with the Brampton Entrepreneurs Center since he became a client with our office since 2017. And we have been working with his team each year to create entrepreneurship impact in the youth community, like programs such as DJ Primnor. Next slide, please. Ashley?
So DJpreneurship, what is DJpreneurship? The Brampton DJpreneurship Conference is now in its 4th year, and it all started with Math Through Music DJ program at lunchtime. Most students wanted their own DJ equipment, but lacked the funds or had to wait for special occasions like birthdays to save. So the goal was to inspire students to have entrepreneurial spirit and think proactively about ways to fund their lifestyles, passions, and become future business owners. In providing students with the opportunity to ask questions and to listen to the experiences of real entrepreneurs, they are inspiring the next generation of entrepreneurs. Their entrepreneurial experiences through the DJpreneurship assemblies and conferences have hosted well over 1,500 students thus far, and this year's event will be the largest crowd yet. Not to mention how Joe from DJpreneur does have access to software engineers in Germany, a sound engineer in Norway, DJ starting from scratch will be also part of the event, and also DJ Debo from Brampton. Next slide, please. So Beck continues to partner with Math Through Music to connect with youth and show them entrepreneurial skills and opportunities. Beck has been able to reach over 1,000 students in the past 4 years via Math Through Music. Creating a pathway to the summer company program, business training and mentorship, provides alternative to traditional educational pathway, experiential learning by learning how to run a business, and provides $3,000 to start their own business. Mawako Chang was part of the Summer Company 2021 program and has launched her own successful DJing business. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Ashley. The Brampton Entrepreneur Center will be participating in the 4th annual DJ conference tomorrow, November 18th, where over 15 volunteers will be giving up their time and explaining their entrepreneurship with these students and providing them a never give up attitude towards following their dreams. We will also be providing some high-level information about Summer Company and the support that youth can get directly here at the City of Brampton through the Brampton Entrepreneur Center. The theme for 2021 is taking flight, and Ashley and I will be hosting Flight 4141 business class, where the students can ask questions about starting their business or work out various problems they are facing with their business. And on the flight, we will be serving business facts, mentorship, and a side of hustle. One more thing. Last week, Math for Music also partnered with the Rose Theater and did DJ Renaissance. And it's the business of the history of business in DJing. They had close to over 6,000 students and 250 classes registered across Ontario. A small team of 4 individuals had such amazing impact with the lives of these youths, and also provides introductions to the world of entrepreneurship. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak here at Council today. We wanted Joe to delegate to talk about his experiences regarding Math for Music and his journey, but his team is getting ready for tomorrow's event, and it's supposed to be one of his largest events so far. To us, this one, DJpreneurship. And remember, if you are a small business looking for support, have an idea, looking for market research, site selection, or looking to expand, the Brampton Entrepreneur Center and the Economic Development is here to assist you. Reach out by emailing or contacting us by visiting our website at www.brampton.ca/BEC. And I also wanted to leave council with a, promotional video that we did in Brampton, at the Brampton Entrepreneur Center that really can relate to sort of the students that are coming to this event. So if I can get that video to be played.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Daniel, we weren't aware that a video was being requested, so I'm not sure if it's going to be able to be played.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I can forward the link to all council members and various
The link
leaders,
should work from
at a
the
later time.
agenda, but playing it through WebEx, it may not play. We'll just give it a try right now.
No, that's fine. So basically, we did a 30-second video for Math for Music. Oh, there we go.
There may not be any sound.
There's no sound. Okay, that's fine. And that's the update that we wanted to provide in the Brampton Entrepreneur Center today. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much. I do have one speaker, Councillor Santos.
Perfect.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. This is so cool. and you and the team continue to do some incredible niche things that connect and resonate with the young people in our city and support them as well. I felt very compelled to share that I'm a huge fan of DJ Starting From Scratch and have gone to many of his events, and hopefully some of them in the near future. So, I would be more than happy to share the video, Daniel, and promote it on my page. So feel free to tag me. I love this kind of stuff. It speaks to the creative industry that we have here in the city of Brampton. And tomorrow, if DJ Starting From Scratch is participating, please let me know when. I would love to tune in and also send my regards to him. I'm a huge fan. You can say that there's a member of council who's a big fan of DJ Starting From Scratch, and I believe he's a Bramptonian as well.
Perfect. I will pass that message on for sure. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. So I don't see any further speakers. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the presentation. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Thank you very much. Our next item is the additional item added by Councillor Bowman, and I do know that Legal Services does want to maybe make a comment before we go to Councillor Bowman. I'll hand it over to Legal.
Thank you. Through the chair, since this item was added to the agenda, I got some information from staff that this seems is potentially related to a matter relating to potential acquisition or disposition of property. I'm not sure the specific content of what is to be discussed, so I wanted to suggest that if it does relate to acquisition or disposition of property, it would be appropriate to have this conversation enclosed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowman, as it's your item, you may want to respond.
Sure. Thank you very much for you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the warning, but I don't think anything has to be held in closed session for this. Basically, all I wanted to say was Peel Ice and Fuel shut down on Saturday and took their sign down, and I just wanted to ask staff or hand it back to staff just to see that it was a pretty old company. It was almost 100 years old, or well, it was 100 years old. It started out as W.H. Core and Sons Fuel, and then that was in 1920, and then it became under 1950. The Elgin and Carman Corps took it over, and Carman was a mayor. He became mayor in 1959, 1962. Bill Corr became a fire chief. In 1956, Paul and Lionel joined the Corps business, and in the 60s, Peel Ice and Fuel Company became Peel Ice and Fuel Company for coal and ice. And I'm just wondering, because it was a century-old business, I'll hand it back to staff to see if at some point there could be a little plaque or some designation offering a little bit of a history of what that store and what the building was. And that's it. I just want to refer it back to staff.
Through the chair, it's Richard. We can certainly acknowledge the history of that building, and we'd be happy to look at our staff to look at a plaque of some sort that could acknowledge that. So appreciate that, Councillor Bowman.
Yeah, thanks very much, Richard. And one of the funny things I found out, I Googled them, and there's a toy train organization in the States. I think it was New Hampshire, that actually has a picture of the place and instructions on how to build a miniature as it represents a quaint business along a train, along a rail line. So I found that kind of interesting. So that would be great. I'll leave that with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. And certainly it's great. These little tidbits remind us of our heritage, and these are nice stories to really bring and raise awareness to our residents. So I do have a motion, a referral to staff by Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so thank you very much. And I believe our next item is in camera, if I'm not mistaken. So City Clerk, would this be appropriate to go in camera now, or should I just follow through the councillor question period?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we probably should deal with 12.5 councillor question period, and for 12.6 and 13, there are no public questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So councillor question period, are there any questions from members of committee? I see none. And there's no questions from the public, and we will now go into closed session. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Paletti to move into closed session to deal with the following item. Open meeting exception under section 239 under the Municipal Act, item 15.1 and item 15.2. It is 4:52. City Clerk, how much time do you need?
Mr. Chair, I'd appreciate 15 minutes if possible. And just to note, 15.1 was approved as part of the consent motion. 15.2 is the only item that we'd be going into closed session for.
Okay, so it's 4:52. So let's say 5:10. Is that okay?
Certainly. And if we could just take the vote just to move into close, please.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to the motion moved by Councillor Paletti to move it into close? I see none. It's passed, carried. Thank you very much, and see everyone at 5:10. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of committee, this meeting is now recessed to reconvene in closed session at 5:10. Members of committee and senior staff, you do have a separate meeting invitation link for the closed session, and we will see you then. Other members of staff and members of the public, after committee concludes its closed session, it will reconvene in public session to report out and to complete its business on today's I see Councillor Santos, Councillor Visante, Councillor Paleshi, Chair Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Williams, Councillor Singh, and Councillor Fortini, and Councillor Willens is absent. Charlotte, just for your display, we don't see anything up on the screen for the moment.
No, I'm just finalizing it right now.
Okay.
Bit up momentarily.
Yep, there we go. Thank you. Mr. Chair, it is 7 o'clock. You do have quorum. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. I do believe there is a motion coming out of the in-camera. If you can, I guess, put that on the screen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, but before we get to 15.2, 15.1 was approved as part of the consent motion, so it was not discussed in closed session, but as a result of it being approved as part of the consent motion, direction was given as part of that report, and there is a public motion resulting from that. And this is in regard to item 15.1, section 239 C and K of the Municipal Act, an open meeting exception for a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality. So that motion is on the screen. It is in relation to a lease with the Region Appeal, and it does require a mover.
So I believe that is Councillor Fortini and Williams' area, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll allow Councillor Fortini. If,
I'll move it. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So, motion moved by Councillor Fortini. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item for which committee moved into closed session was item 15.2, an open meeting exception under section 239 2C and J of the Municipal Act. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board. This item was considered in closed session. Information was received, and as a result of consideration in closed session, there is a proposed public motion that will be brought up on the screen. Charlotte, if you could display that. All we see right now, Charlotte, is your Internet Explorer.
Sorry, if we could switch to DC2. I have a Word frozen issue.
Okay, we'll, just a moment, members of committee. We'll just wait for the Word document to come up on the screen. Just switching computers. Thank you, Charlotte. So members of committee, the motion for 15.2 for consideration in public is on the screen. It is a lengthy motion. We will scroll through it. And we do require a mover.
Good thing.
Okay, if members of committee have had a chance to review, I do not see anyone on the board. We do have a motion moved by Councillor Singh. I would just take the opportunity through you, City Clerk, or as I don't see anyone on the board, so I will just speak. Again, I would ask for a recorded vote. I do not support this motion for reasons outlined, I guess, in camera, and City Solicitor, feel free to jump in if I'm overstepping, but essentially, first, philosophically, I don't believe this is in the city's interest, and this is not business that the city usually conducts, and we've never done this before.
Point of order.
The point of order is?
You stated that we've never done this before. And it was stated that nobody knows if we've ever done this before.
Now, staff in the briefing I had specifically said that they've never done this before. So
that's right. What you just said is not what you said before. You said the city's never done this before.
Councillor
Pelosi, saying that staff have told you that they have never done this.
Staff speak to
Councillor Medeiros, it's my point of order, please.
But as the chair, I'm going to staff. I know what exactly I said in camera, and staff can clarify.
I'm not saying what you said in camera, Councillor. I'm saying what you've now said in public.
Yeah, and what have I said in public? I will ask staff to confirm. Have we ever done this before, staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Alan Parsons here. So I'm not aware of this having occurred before.
Okay, thank you, staff. So as stated, we're not aware of this ever being done before. This has never been done before, and I don't think this protects the city's interests, and it sets a real dangerous precedent going forward. So I've asked for a recorded vote, City Clerk.
Members of committee, a recorded vote has been requested on the motion public motion in regard to item 15.2.
Councillor Dillon would like to speak. My apologies. Councillor Dillon, go ahead.
Just to the chair, how much, we've had some discussions in camera. I'm sure, council has been fully aware of it, and we're making, you've made those statements. I don't know how much information. I think, I would assume the public has very little information on it. I think it was Frank before. Can you briefly go through the steps? I know it's late, but I think whoever's listening in, I think it'd be appropriate for them to kind of know what's exactly this is. Just summarize it if you can.
Through the chair, this is Samir Akhtar, City Solicitor.
Go ahead.
I think a discussion on this topic is more appropriate for a closed session. The provision of legal advice in open session is problematic, and we are discussing a potential acquisition or disposition of land. My understanding was we were coming out into open session to vote on the motion in front of us, and not to get into a substantive discussion on matters that we're discussing in closed session.
Sorry, do I have the floor still, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Dillon.
So there's a discussion that we had, and respectfully, Mr. Chair, you made some comments, and I'm put in a pretty tough situation where I've heard some information that I'm not allowed to share, and I'm in a situation where you kind of what's the word I'm looking for? You kind of put a really kind of really negative direction this is going into, if we were to say yes, whether it's yes or no. But what I'm saying is is there any type of explanation or a summary that we can give that's within, that we're legally able to give? And maybe I'll send that back to Samir.
Through the chair, the substance of the motion is public, and it is there, but I think some of the questions and some of the comments that were being made go beyond what is in the public motion.
So Councillor Dillon, you have every right to express support or against. I simply said that I do not believe that this is part of city's interest, but my vote, and I don't speak on behalf of council. I am just one vote, so you have every right.
No, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is there's some things that I believe we should be able to, that I did believe Frank was speaking that, and I think Samir jumped in, that could be public. It's just speaking about the process, what happens, what this is. And I'm just wondering why we're not able to state those.
Samir, could you not explain then what this does, this motion, essentially direction? Could you not just articulate what the process then is after, as if this gets carried?
So through the chair, I will defer to Frank. Frank, if you can keep this to a high-level discussion of the expropriation process without getting into legal advice. Hopefully that'll satisfy the concerns that councillors have.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Peter. I don't think Frank is on the call.
Or maybe Richard or Alan can do it then.
Through Mr. Chair, so Alan Parsons here. Perhaps I can just state that the process here with an expropriation occurring, as noted here on the decision up on the screen, or the motion for decision, that this calls really to question and sets out a way forward whereby there would be an expropriation for given lands here in the city. With a decision on this matter at this point in time by council, it does allow for at least a series of actions to occur thereafter, which would really offer council an ability at a later point in time to decide whether or not they choose to go ahead with enacting an expropriation. So this is a first step in a process relating to the expropriation. The item really will come back to council at a later point in time for further decision to choose by council as to whether to proceed with it or not.
Right, so it's a first step, and council will get to decide whether to move forward or not. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, that's my understanding. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, it's Richard. I agree with what Alan is saying. Motion number 3 in the, or item number 3 in the motion is quite clear to basically start the process, but council will have ultimately the authority to move forward with the expropriation.
Right, and so that's what my understanding is, that it's just the first step in it to bring people to the table. And I've heard some of the both sides of the points, both sides of the table, whoever was for and against it, and which is why I'm going to support it, just because it's going to bring people to the table. I do understand what Councillor Medeiros was saying, but I think for anybody who's just listening in, just needs a little bit more information. If I have to be questioned after by a constituent, on why I made a certain decision, and that's why I asked for us to summarize it here. And so I really don't have any further comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh.
I just want to say that was totally inappropriate, Councilor Medeiros. I did not expect that from you. Our hands are tied. And, I thank Councillor Dillon for bringing cooler heads, but, I can't talk about why I support it, as I did in camera, and I didn't expect that from you.
I don't, again, as I was named, I will take the liberty to, again, I do not understand what I had said that was inappropriate. I'm simply expressing that I do not believe this is in the city's interest, and I'm going to vote accordingly. You have every right to say that it's in the city's interest. So I'm not sure. The fact is, with all due respect, Councillor Singh, I don't report to you, or nor do I report. And if this motion passes, then everything you have majority of council who decides that this is in the city's interest. So I would be in the losing party and in the wrong. But I have every right to express that I do not believe this is in the city's interest. So I almost find it bizarre that people are you have to answer to yourself and to your residents, and you take every opportunity to do so. Do you have anything further, Councillor Singh?
No, I do.
Okay, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, following up on Councillor Dillon's comments. I'm a little, I guess, well, I just don't understand. Like in the appendix to this, all the information is in the appendix, and the city clerk asked that is that appendix attached, and it is. So all the information about what was happening and what was discussed in closed session is in the outcome here. I don't understand why people are not allowed to come out and express how they want to vote and why they want to vote that way. Mr. Clerk, am I wrong? Is all the information about everything we discussed not in this motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not everything that was discussed in closed session, as that's within council's or committee's privilege. But Charlotte, if you can scroll to the top of the motion, there is reference in the first paragraph to the property interests that are subject of this expropriation process that's going to start. And that information in terms of what interests, what property interests, is and will be public as a result of this motion.
Okay, so there's nothing other than what we debated about and the reasons why we debated. There's nothing secret. There's nothing like that, that we're trying to hide from an in-camera discussion here. So I think everybody's entitled to come out and vote the way they want. And is there a limit on discussions before we vote on this? Mr. Clerk, are we allowed to discuss this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a public motion that's introduced and is subject to debate like every other motion that's in a public session.
Okay,
Thank you. Sorry, just to clarify, within the confines that there was a closed session conversation, so the matters that were discussed in closed session should remain in closed session unless committee or council authorizes the release of that information.
Correct. Yeah, thanks. I was just, there's people expressing their concerns, and that's what council's about. That's what open debate is for, and I just don't understand why we're trying to limit that. I think it's a good thing that this is openness and transparency, so that the residents know exactly what we're talking about. So I just wanted to clear that up. I just wanted to see if there was anything secret that we're holding back, but apparently there's not. So thanks very much, Mr. Clerk, and thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor Bowman. And again, just to follow up on that before I go to Councillor Fortini, to clarify, I had asked if there was any speakers, and there was no speakers at the time. And as the chair, the last person to speak, I took the liberty to express my opinion, and that was merely it. And unfortunately, my apologies to those who feel offended of some sort, but, I represent wards 3 and 4. Councillor Fortini.
Councillor, through the chair, I'd seen the motion now. It was scrolled down. I couldn't see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to staff. Just wondering if this motion lays out the city's interest.
Through the chair, Steve Ganisher, the motion you see before you has the letters A through to, I believe, G, and perhaps, and that lays out the city's interest, the municipal purpose for this proposed undertaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So City Clerk, I don't see any further speakers, so to the recorded vote.
A recorded vote's been requested on the motion for item 15.2 as shown on the screen. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Singh,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Fortini,
No.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Councillor Bowman,
No.
Councillor Paleshi,
Yes.
Councillor Willens is absent. Councillor Vasante,
Yes.
Councillor Santos,
Yes.
yes. Mayor Brown, I don't see Mayor Brown present.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Brown. Your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Medeiros.
No.
So, Mr. Chair, that motion carries 7-3 with one absence.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next is adjournment. So our next meeting is December 1st at 9:30 a.m. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon for us to adjourn. Anyone opposed? I see no objections. The motion carries. Everyone have a safe and a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee. This meeting is now adjourned. We're just going to wait for the live stream to end momentarily.